Let me see. It's a real woman, is it? Is it really? That's a real woman. I tell you what, Bobby. Bobby. Oh, hi, people. How are people today? Better question is, why are people? Why are people so peoply? Can I do this? I can. Questions, do I want to? Oh no, my mental health. Hi, welcome in. Welcome in. Let's see what conversations are to be had tonight. Hi, Mary. I see Mary in here. Good old Mary. If they are female spaces, they are women. They're women. We no longer differentiate between cisgender and transgender. We will do away with those labels. If you're a woman, you're just a woman. Right? That's what they didn't want. They didn't want the labels. They are men. How are they men? Tommy boy. Tommy boy, come tell me how you know they're men. I am quite intrigued by your take. Take. Karma is coming for you. Yes, there's a lot of things coming for me. Karma is not one of them. Hi, Haley. I don't care what they use because I'll never use public bathrooms. Yeah, public bathrooms are quite disgusting. So, hey, Germ, what's up?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good.
You would have sex with one of these things?
Um, Not particular. I'm not I'm not into sex.
Oh, you're asexual.
Yeah. Like I wouldn't have sex with them. Like it's just not my thing.
What
I
is
mean, would
transphobia to
you?
you?
Would you?
No. What is
Why wouldn't
transphobia
you
to you?
sleep with one of these women?
They're gross. What is
How are they
transphobia to you?
gross? How are they gross? I need to
I
know.
find them to be gross. That why does that matter? I mean, some people find bananas to be gross. I don't understand that either. But
I mean, I
why do
just
you? What is
question.
transphobia to you?
I'm just questioning like what do you find them that is gross? Because I think some of them are beautiful women.
No, he's right. They're gross.
How are they
Yeah, no,
gross?
they're gross men. Anybody that's a transgender woman
They're
is a
women.
gross man.
They're women.
Deep down, they're a gross man. So, what is
They're women.
transphobia to you? What is transphobia to you?
Yeah, transphobia would be like the fear aversion to transgender people, really focusing on the aversion.
Aversion. What is
Yeah.
aversion?
Do you need a dictionary? This isn't like
To
fucking
be
school. Like, are you like
to have
in need of the
disdain,
education there?
or is it to
Yeah, I would say disdain falls in the category as well.
okay? What is disdain?
Are we analyzing like every single word in the English language? Is that what's going
I'm
on
just
here?
trying to get to the bottom of
If
what
you
transphobia
need
actually
me
is and what it looks like.
if you need me to outline the definition of every single word like disdain, I think that is kind of disingenuous or you're extremely uneducated.
Right. I'm just trying to like what does the aversion look like? What does that look like towards a person?
Yeah, it could be things like transphobic comments, microaggressions towards trans people,
Would
masculinization
you
of trans women. Could be a multiple of different things.
Would you consider not
comes in
wanting to
different
speak with a
forms.
trans woman as transphobia
It depends on the particular reason.
because they're
Hello,
trans?
41
Maybe.
she here.
I'm just curious though, like, would you be able to tell that these are trans, like, without knowing them?
Yeah, 'cause
Regardless
these-
of whether or
these
not
are
the eye
women.
can be fooled, there's a truth to the matter.
Yeah, the truth is these are women.
What do you
I'm a
mean when you
woman.
say trans women are women? What do you mean by that? Are you saying trans women are the exact same thing as women?
No two women are exactly the same.
No, but woman as a category has a meaning.
Yeah,
Mr.
sure.
Boo, how am I not a woman? Can you explain?
Well,
that's
what do you
the
mean when you say woman? What do you mean?
Like, do you judge me based on my, like, how I look? My face?
What do you
what
what do you mean
what do you
when you
judge
say
me?
woman? Can you define woman for me?
Like, you can see me. That's my photo, how I sound. Am I not a woman? Am I less
I'm
of a
asking for
woman?
a definition of a woman. Someone could dress convincingly enough like a dog, and it wouldn't make them a dog. So I'd like to know what you mean by woman.
So you're calling me a
woman.
dog now?
One would be
No.
someone that fits the social and cultural norms typically associated with a female. So basically,
The
someone
females?
that yeah, basically someone that could connote or denote to a female.
I kind of reject your definition
Cool.
because, like, what do you mean? Like, that could mean anything to the point, like, could a guy who doesn't identify as trans fit that category and not be trans?
Yeah, and what is a female?
Yeah, like, so if a person who doesn't identify as trans fits all those criteria but doesn't call themselves a woman, are they a woman?
I would have to ask them how they identify
Yeah, and
what
what
They're-
definitively,
no, they're
if
saying-
you have a
they're
man, if
saying
you
you're
have
not
a,
a woman.
factor.
if you have a man
Well, they're
that
saying-
changes his gender to a woman, what definitively
You don't change
during that
your
process
gender.
makes him a female?
You don't
What
really
I'm
change
what
your
I'm getting
gender.
at is you're not giving me any information because a man who doesn't identify as a woman could fit all those criteria and not be a
feel like
woman.
we're having
You're not really
multiple
giving me any
conversations
information.
at the same time here.
Okay. Go
You
ahead,
two
sorry.
are like two separate brain cells on like the same fucking idiot.
Well, what I'm can I if you don't mind if I go first here?
That's up
so
to Germ.
what? Yeah, Germ.
I
you
mean-
want to go take it from here?
I mean, you're saying we sound like two different brain cells, but we're asking fair questions that you're unable to answer. So,
I mean, it's two separate conversations going on.
I
That's
mean,
fair.
Yeah, it is fair, but it was really just questions being asked, and nobody seems to be able to answer them. And we have a trans
Yeah,
person
because
in
it's two
live,
separate questions.
and we have one of
going on.
these they them weirdos, which is you. So
Yeah, I'm a they them weirdo. Who's
Yeah.
the trans person in the live?
the
Yeah, but you're my
the-
they them weirdo.
Corey Kohler, one of these two, was trying to say they were.
Babe, they think you're trans. How
Hi, baby. Oh, you think I'm trans?
no the person Samantha.
The person who was talking to me before, I'm not sure who it was.
Oh,
I'm a woman.
Samantha's a woman.
Could have fooled me.
Yeah, what were you born as?
A woman. They're a woman.
Oh, okay.
a baby.
You were.
Way back.
I was born to be a woman.
The voice is kind of a throw off.
Oh, she said she was supposed to be a
You're
woman.
attacking my voice now. Okay, yeah.
She said,
But
she
I
was
can
supposed
also
to
have a
be
deep
woman.
voice,
So you were
so
born
what's-
as a man. Just admit what you were. You were born as a man. She said she's supposed to be a woman.
I was born to
Nobody's
be
born
a
as
woman
a man or a
one
woman.
day.
People are born
so
as
it's a guy.
Yeah,
babies.
you were born to
Anyway.
be a woman one day. Do you hear how stupid you sound? Come on.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
no
that's
one born as a man or woman. You
Right.
hear how stupid you sound? Oh my goodness.
Well, yeah,
Make it
because
make
words have meanings, right? They mean
Yeah.
something.
Uh,
That's
Wait,
my
you
that's
said
my
their
Can you
voice.
explain for them, please, man?
Hold on, guys. You just said their voice, and my voice can be extremely deep too.
No, you have a feminine voice.
Yeah,
Hi, Kylie.
you could never have.
Hi.
Your voice could never.
You
pass
could never pass as a man with that voice.
Well, no, I'm just talking in a lower register. I'm not pitching my voice.
Regardless of the register, there's a timbre of your voice that's feminine.
oh boy.
Yeah, I agree that you can have feminine or masculine voice, but
Yeah,
that
and
doesn't make
person
someone
has
a man or a
masculine
woman.
voice.
That
I know, but it
doesn't
doesn't
determine a
help
man or a
when you
woman.
can't when you can't see who they are, and you're just making your judgment on what you can hear. Then it doesn't help their case.
Yeah,
Right,
but
that's
trans
fair, but it
women
doesn't
also
prove
do
your
voice
point. You
training,
see what I'm
but you're
saying?
attacking
Well,
me as
no.
a woman.
Well, that brings me
Right.
back to my. This is all
You're
bringing me
attacking my
back to
voice.
my original question here, because all the criteria you guys gave for what a trans woman is could apply to someone who doesn't identify as a trans woman, thus making your definition meaningless because it doesn't actually point to anything for me.
Thus, you running into the point of the background, which transphobia hurts all women.
Right.
Well, no, because you guys still won't tell me what a woman is. Your definition of woman could be applied to men. Therefore, it's not telling me anything.
Yeah, there's no real.
What is your
Second, I'll be
definition
back
of a
one
woman?
second.
You're not conveying any information with your definition.
What's your definition of a woman?
An adult human female.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
That's one of many.
But
Yeah,
like, do you
one, it works.
agree or disagree?
I would say
What's
in
a
some cases
female?
it works.
So
Well,
can I
do
ask
you agree or disagree with that definition?
Sure. In
One of
some
many.
cases it works.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
I
so
don't
many-
disagree that it's a definition.
well-
There's just many.
Well, do you agree with that definition? Like, in your opinion, is
Yes,
that
in
definition?
some cases
In
it
some
works.
cases, yes.
Yes.
Well, no, it's going to be in all cases, right? It's a definition. But like definition
no,
that
there
would.
are-
It's not in all
There are
cases.
actually
can't be a
4 leading
definition
definitions for
sometimes.
women.
So, host,
It's
do you
one
think
that
the,
that's
host,
one that's applicable. It's one
Host,
that's
do you think the
applicable, but
main-
not all.
Well, what's a pen?
host, do you think the main distinction?
What's a
between-
pen? Is it something you write with, or could it have a million different definitions?
It can't
It
be.
has several definitions.
Yeah.
No, but like I'm saying, like, do you have a better definition of woman that could only be applied to women and not men?
I mean, I would say your definition works in most cases, and I'm fine with that.
Okay, so then trans women are not women because they're not females.
They're
No,
they're just not.
Well, yeah, by definition, you
They're the
agree.
They're still women.
atypical-
You just agreed that a woman is a
No
female.
woman.
Therefore,
No
trans
woman.
women are not women.
That's
Well,
well,
no,
no, they're
that does-
saying
that's-
Echo's
that's
saying that
typical
your
for your
definition is
definition.
a typical definition. Sure, but
Yeah.
there's 4 other.
Well, I
there's 3 other
specifically
leading
asked if you guys
definitions.
agreed with that definition.
In
and
some
you said
cases,
yes.
yes.
Right, we said that.
What's the other
that mean
definition?
that's one that we could
why I'm
agree
saying,
with,
what's
but there
your
are
definition?
other
Wait,
definitions.
what is one other definition? We just want to know if it's logically consistent as the original.
I mean, I personally like the Cambridge dictionary version.
You mind
Number
telling me
2.
that?
Which is,
What is that?
yeah.
You look it up. I'm not going to coddle you. Take 2
Well, you don't want
seconds,
you don't
look
want
it
who
up.
said it.
Right. Can
Yeah,
I,
We're
like,
fine with
can I
our
just ask-
definition. We just want you to
Host,
tell
do
you
you,
what's your
host, do you
favorite one.
concede that the definition of a woman is an adult human female? Do you
I would
concede to
say
that?
in most cases, sure.
Okay, so what does an adult human female look like? What kind of characteristics? What does that entail?
You know, it
What is
also
it?
comes.
They don't
that
have to
would
look like
also-
anything specific.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, so
I
you're
don't-
telling me there's zero distinction between your definition of an adult human female and an adult human male. So what's
No, I
the
mean,
point
you
of
would
even
have to
having these
look
2
at
different
how
words?
you define
What's the
male
point-
and female as well. So, like, how do you define a female?
Right.
A female would be the sex typically associated with reproduction.
Right, both sexes are associated with reproduction.
Giving birth, you
from
mean, giving
different
birth.
aspects.
No, but
Giving birth.
yeah, but that's what I mean. Actually, yeah,
Okay.
female's the only sex typically associated with the ability to give birth. And I say typically because some women have a problem where they can't give birth or they were born without this or that, and I'll account for that.
Right,
But they're
so,
still-
like,
they're still of the
trans
nature to
women
give
are
birth.
trans women are
Yeah, but they're still
atypical.
of that nature.
Yeah, so trans women are atypical.
No, trans
and
women
would
are-
fit your definition.
There's no such thing as being trans.
Yes, there fully is. Like the deniability
No,
is
those are
fucking out the window.
those are just
We're-
men.
You're being disingenuous because when
No,
we're talking
no,
about
but-
trans, like trans women even fit your definition because
No,
they're
adult human female.
Yes, you said typically give birth. You're allowing room for exceptions. Trans women are of the exception.
No, they're not.
No, because
Yes,
no,
yes,
no.
they fully
The
are.
exception would be like a woman
All right.
who had a hysterectomy.
All right, there's a condition that's
Wait,
subscribed
I
to
haven't
women
had a
who can't give.
hysterectomy and I can't give birth.
Okay, so what condition do you have?
I just gave an example.
I don't have
He
a
already said that
condition.
was an
Not the be all
exception.
and all.
Why
You
can't you
already
give
said
birth?
that
Like,
was an
are you old?
exception.
Are you like past
Yeah,
like
I
35?
did say there was an exception.
No,
I just gave an example.
So
Yes, he
why
did
can't
right
you
in the
give
beginning
birth?
of his
Okay, so-
statement. Right in the beginning of his statement,
Wild.
he says
It's weird
allowed
how
that
I'm
as an
talking to
exception.
Mr. Boo Boo to ask him a question and 3 different people are talking.
I just
So
want to know why
you're
can't you
saying-
give birth?
Hush.
I thought we were
So,
gonna have
Mr.
like
Boo
one
Boo,
at
you're
a
saying
time.
that was an example, not all
Yeah.
of them, correct? Okay.
I gave an example of like a hysterectomy being a reason why a woman couldn't give birth.
Can you ask her why can't she
Got
give
it.
birth?
And all there are many other reasons. I was just throwing out an example.
Got it. I just wanted to clarify.
Why can't you give birth?
Okay.
That's none of the.
Why can't you
I
give
mean,
birth?
that's
This is
really
why
not.
some
It's
women can't
not
give
over.
birth.
That's really
I mean,
none of
why
your
would,
business.
wait a minute,
actually.
why
Or
would
is,
you
there,
ask
is,
somebody?
there a condition?
Wait
Is there
a
a
minute,
condition?
why
why
would
would
you
you
say, but like,
ask?
is there a certain
You
condition?
can't
that
ask her
happens?
stuff like that, bro. Like even
Why
I know
would
that.
you
Why you guys
ask
being
somebody
like
that?
snowflakes,
Wait a
guys?
minute.
We're all adults. We're all
No,
adults.
no.
You don't gotta be a snowflake.
Why would you ask somebody that question?
She doesn't have to answer
What
if she doesn't
somebody
want
asked
to.
you
Anyways,
why you were
Corey, why
still-
can't you give birth?
Now you derailed the
Lizzie,
conversation.
I'm
Yeah.
not
Stop.
going to let you sit up here and braid my wifey on why she can't give birth. Like that is just
Yeah.
rude to do.
Echo,
Nobody
to
else
me, it
Thank you.
sounds
That
like
can
though,
be
it-
like.
Like, I have
No.
no problem
Like,
answering
I
the question,
completely
but the
disagree with
audacity
you,
of
but, like-
asking the question is wild.
Yeah.
but,
Yeah, I completely disagree with you, but that's not okay. It's not.
but to me, it sounds like you guys
Yeah.
don't have any real
Can
reason
you
to
hear me
distinguish.
okay?
Oh, now we can hear you. Hi, Michael.
But to me,
Oh,
it
my
sounds like
phone's just being a weirdo.
Hey, Michael.
well,
Hi.
the host, Echo, whatever.
Yes.
To me, it seems like you guys don't have any real reason to distinguish man and woman because you guys don't want to admit the differences between them. So, what's the
I
point in calling a
accepted
man a
all
man?
your
Or,
definitions. I mean, I accepted all.
Well, then trans women are
well,
women.
can I
because
ask you
it's
this question? Let me ask you
female.
this question. Let me
Your
ask you this question.
definition
What's
still
the-
allowed for exceptions.
what's-
which
can I
trans
ask
women
you a
are
question?
Yeah, for females, not for men.
Can I ask you a question? What's the
I know,
point of
but-
calling a What's the point of calling a man and a woman a woman if you're not going to admit the differences between both?
There's
So I would
social
ask-
differences.
Yeah, there's multiple differences. You're only relating it to one instead of like a multifaceted.
Okay,
answer.
so what are the differences?
And
that-
your first point of making those differences was how someone looks.
Okay, so what
All
are
Well,
the
women
that's
can
like-
look very different.
so
like-
what are the real differences? Can we just get to that?
Can-
What are the differences?
Joe, would you agree with me that we live in a patriarchy?
No. What are the differences?
Irrelevant.
If anybody's gonna make fun of
Um,
Red, I will fucking drop you. Don't be ableist, you little fuck.
Because why is she asking such a relevant question?
Yeah, it was just irrelevant.
It is relevant to my point.
Okay, go on.
So, do we live in a patriarchy?
No, I don't believe so.
Honestly,
I think we should live in
yes.
a patriarchy, but we don't currently.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Okay.
How do we not live in a patriarchy? For fuck's sake, how do we not?
So what are the differences between men and women? That's all I'm asking. And then you ask me, do we live in a patriarchy? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, the point is that we do live in a patriarchy, and how the patriarchy treats men and women differently based on multitude of things. Like,
Would part of the
Gender-
patriarchy being allow men to invade women's spaces under the guise of being women? Wouldn't that be very patriarchal?
no. It's trans
Yeah,
men
kind
are
of.
women.
I'm just
Yeah,
so
well,
No,
confused about
we've
the
already-
relevance. I mean,
Yeah,
what are you
well, a
both talking
transgender
about?
woman is a woman and welcome. We
Time
don't
out.
look at them as a man.
I think the
Can-
word
can-
invade is pretty strong.
Can actual females
Can
be
I just
trans
ask
women?
a question to Echo? Because I don't really want to get into a debate with everyone. I just want to ask. See that profile that was up here, Samantha? Who
Yeah.
is that?
I don't know.
I've never seen
Right.
them before.
Okay, just because they're going about stealing everybody's vote. And I know you've got 3 individuals at the back, but they're actually...
Can you guys not
Yeah.
answer the question? What are the differences between a man and a woman? I
Germ,
mean,
shut up. We're
I'm
having a
trying-
conversation.
I've been
Come
trying
on.
to get to
Wait,
the.
I have a.
Right.
What?
I'm trying to get to the bottom of this myself.
Guys, chill out. We're talking to Michael. What happened? What are they doing?
They're just taking everybody's photos and making, like, impersonating accounts and going up and kind of kidding on that,
Oh.
that individual, and it's like
Yeah,
keeping me
that's
out.
shitty to do.
That's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Keeping me
That
out.
sounds like a
But,
Lucho thing.
So
At
I'm
least
on your
Katie
side.
makes it obvious.
Who?
Well, yeah.
At least Katie makes
So
it
you guys
obvious.
just conceding, having your little fun conversation.
That sounds
No.
like
Do you guys
Nico.
agree?
Wait 1 second, because I want to talk to Mr. Boo Boo. So, Mr. Boo Boo, I'm on your side, right? Echo and Florrie and everybody else here knows that I don't think trans women are women, I think they're men. But see, when you use a definition like you use, where it says with exceptions, to them the
Well, I think-
exception is, them the exception is trans women. So what I tend to use, and what I know a lot of people tend to use, is the fact that they denote to the production of large gametes. So it's basically what you're saying. You don't need to say with the exception, because the word denoting has connotation to anyone that doesn't actually produce large gametes. You know, so anyone that can't give birth for any particular reason, they're still included within that definition. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, thank you very
So
much.
you're only able to distinguish what a
women
woman
denote.
is and not what a man
Well,
is.
Trans
This person
women really
claimed
don't
that trans
denote
women were
Hold
to the
up,
female
female.
sex.
I'm asking this question. So you're only able to distinguish what a woman is, but not what a man is. Is that what you just said?
I mean, you could
Like, you
distinguish
can
what a
definitively
man
say
is
what a
if you
woman
want.
is because a woman has gametes, but not what a man is because it's just
Well, a man
anybody
has
who's
large-
female.
well, Jeremy, a man had
Women have
gametes.
large gaming.
So they have small gametes, which is sperm. So that's the definitive difference between a man and a woman is the gametes they produce. So when we're talking about humans, we can't go on chromosomes alone
Are
because
sex
you know
and gender different things to you?
for me, no, it's not very the
Yes.
same. But
For me, yeah.
I'm asking the host.
Yes.
well,
Okay, then why would you try and say that trans women are female?
You're actually pissing on my leg and telling me it's raining. Can you just give me a second to actually get a point out, please, sir?
Right.
Thank you. As I was saying to Jerem, so that's we can't say like chromosomes, hormone levels, because it's objective. They're objectives, right? Because we know cases where there's XXY in females, etc. So the definitive difference between a man and a woman is solely down to gametes. That's how we can tell. That's how we can tell in every species, not just humans, the reptilians, amphibians.
You
all of
got
it.
shut down.
So by that logic, trans women they can't be women, right? Because they can't be given large gametes.
Exactly.
Okay. I agree with that opinion. That makes a lot of sense.
There's a lot of women without large gametes.
But that's why we use
But
the
they're
term.
not denoted to the male sex.
So even
So
if
how
they
do you denote? How exactly do you denote to having
Yes,
large
so-
gametes?
Yes, so denoting means sign of. So it's the sign of large gametes. Their body's built around the production of large gametes, because in utero we go down either the Wolffian or the Müllerian pathway. Women go down the Müllerian pathway, men go down the Wolffian pathway. We do know that there is DSD conditions. That means that during the process of birth, something happens, and it means that you might not necessarily, you've got cases where they've got undescended testes, but they'll still denote to the production of large gametes because they're built around the Müllerian pathway. So that's how it's the word denote. It's sign of, to indicate or to sign off. So it's an indication that them individuals do denote to the production of large gametes.
Based.
And this is in all cases?
Yeah, so all cases of females, they will denote to the production of large gametes. Yes. That's not just human females. So there's like bitches, which are female dogs. They would still denote to the production of large gametes because they still produce eggs, which produce the puppies. And it's the same with reptilians. It's the only way that we can distinguish what male and female is between any species is what gametes they
So
produce.
are dogs women?
Well, bitches are females. We wouldn't use the terminology woman for a dog because it's a human terminology. We would use the terminology of dog for a man, a male dog, or bitch for a female dog.
Isn't it mutt for a male?
Is it mutt?
I think it's
It
mutt.
could be
I
mutt.
don't
What's
know.
like a
No.
mixed dog?
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was.
No, I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah,
No,
because you've got
I'm Googling.
thoroughbreds. Yes, Google.
I think
still
it's like
So
interested
there's
in
another
hybrid dogs.
component.
I'm
There's
still
another
interested.
component. Hang on. There's
Sorry.
another component to being a woman other than being female.
Wait,
Okay.
so under your worldview, Michael, women didn't exist until 1827 when we discovered the large gamete?
No, because there's always been a truth of the matter, whether or not we observed it.
No,
Okay,
that's
so
not true then. You can't
Like
base it
saying
off of
math
the large
didn't
gamete
exist
or say
until
that it's
we.
always
it
been
is
based
good
off the
on
large
Mars
gamete if
because
it
in
didn't exist.
well, not
You're an
Mars,
idiot. You're
regardless
actually
of
a
when
low
we
IQ
discovered.
So the
person.
So
correct
regardless,
terms,
sorry,
the
sorry,
correct
Wait,
terms,
The
oh,
ableist.
sorry, Michael, can you tell me how we validate gender in society by gametes or reproductive pathways? Because we're in my society where I live,
oh, it's
I've
Mars.
never asked a man to drop trowel or to provide samples of his gametes to validate his manhood. Like that's not how we interact
Regardless
with
of
It's
how,
like saying,
gender in
there's
did
always an
society.
dinosaurs
underlying
not
truth of
exist
the
until we
matter.
discover them? Did
wait, guys,
dinosaurs not
1
exist until we
second,
discover
just
them?
one
Like that
second.
makes no
Sorry,
sense.
Mars asked me the question directly, so just
Oh,
allow me
sorry.
to
Go ahead,
respond to him.
Michael.
So, Mars, we do not. Wait, what? Answer your question again. Sorry.
Yeah. So can you tell me when do we validate gender by gametes or reproductive pathways in society? Like when I'm in an elevator and there's two strangers there, when do I ask them to drop trowel so I can see their reproductive pathways, or I can have a sample of their gametes to validate their manhood or womanhood? I'll wait.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't validate manhood or womanhood in the fact of
By
someone.
gametes or reproductive pathways, so then women
Sorry,
and
if I
men
can
aren't
just
aren't
finish
based
my
on.
explanation,
Then women or
Mars.
men aren't based
Hang on,
on.
Mars. Can you maybe let Michael respond to your question? That's not very fair for you
Yeah,
to
Mars
talk over
is
him.
struggling.
So we don't validate someone's gender on the basis of what they produce. That is what we do for sex. Someone's sex is what they produce. That's how we define an evolutionary difference between sex. It's evolutionary biology. You want to identify yourself as something that you inherently cannot be, then you do that. You affirm yourself. You validate yourself. You don't look for society to give you that validation. It's your transition, not mine.
Right. At the end of the day, though, like how mad do you get when there is a trans man who gets seen to and experiences life and is expected to follow gender norms of men in society as men? Like how mad does that get you? Like 1 to 10 on the upset scale.
It's zero. Absolutely none, right? And I'll
Right.
tell you why. Yes,
Right. So
Mars, and I'll tell
it's
you
none
why.
of your business,
Wait,
right?
wait, hold on. Let me give you an
So again,
explanation.
So
And I
Michael,
will tell
I
you
just
why.
want to make sure.
Mars.
Michael, wait, everyone, can you pause, Michael?
No. Hold on. You're not
Can
going
you
to
mute him?
steamroll.
I don't
Right.
like
You're not
I
going
don't
to
like
Michael for a minute.
I don't like the
You're
mute.
going
I
to allow me
just
to
ask
give
that
you
y'all
full
go
definition
one at a
of the
time.
answer that I want to give you.
Yeah.
So I don't
just
get
ask
mad
that both
because
y'all go one at a time because I don't like to mute people, including like oppositions.
Yeah, but I need to be allowed to give my full response
Right.
back.
Yeah.
So
to an
Michael,
answer,
so you
the fact that you're
conceded.
saying
You
no.
conceded.
Hold on.
Wait.
Mars.
Hold on.
Michael wasn't even done speaking, and Mars, you started. So let's just fully finish each.
Yes. So I do not get pressed if a trans man is seen as a man or if they live up to a gender stereotype, because I don't even adhere to the gender stereotype of what a male is supposed to be within society. I'm gender non-conforming myself. I am the gayest gay boy you'll ever meet. I get my nails done. I wear makeup. I get my hair done. So if someone else seems to be more masculine than I am within society or fit in a gender stereotype more than I am in society, I am not going to get pressed on that fact. But I
Sure.
will not affirm that person just because
Okay,
they
so
meet
can you help me
stereotype.
out with a question though? Because so what gender stereotype is a trans woman in overalls and a baseball cap like performing or portraying? I'll wait.
Saying "I'll wait" at the end of your sentence doesn't give you a fucking niche, by the way. It just
No,
makes
it does though, because you have to tell me how gender expression is always is synonymous with gender stereotype. Because a gender expression can align with, deviate, or challenge gender norms and stereotypes, but that doesn't mean they necessarily enforce them. Do you know what that means? Yes or no?
I'll
No,
answer.
it's a yes or no question. Do you know what that means? Yes or no?
Listen, I am not going to be up here dealing with your condescending bitchy attitude. If you want to have a discussion, we'll have a discussion. If you want to have a debate, we'll have a debate. But
Right. So can you? So is it a yes or no? Is it a yes or no, Michael?
Because I am not dealing with your condescending.
I'm not going to deal with your deflecting, Michael.
Tone.
Michael, you just
So
deflected my
you know
question.
What? You have a debate with yourself. I'll sit silent because I ain't dealing
Okay.
with your
Okay,
this
Michael.
Mars.
So Michael conceded.
You're
Thanks.
actually you're
Michael
actually
didn't
doing
concede.
a gender
I
stereotype.
don't want to do that. Michael didn't concede. Michael doesn't want to have the debate because it feels condescending. So I don't want to claim like any victory that's not like a victory. Like this is the problem with like TikTok debates. People claim victories when the other person doesn't really give up. They just don't want to have the conversation.
Right. Yeah. And again, he conceded though. He already conceded that
Mars, sorry, I
we
just
don't.
want to clarify.
Wait, Emma, I'm not even done yet. Can you let me finish?
Hang on.
You complained the whole time.
Mars, Michael has
Okay,
not
so
conceded.
right.
Hang
Okay,
on,
so
Mars, can I maybe please just say something before you go on a 10-minute rant?
no,
Yeah?
actually no, because I'm
hang
going to
on.
finish.
Mars, you're
Michael
spurging.
has
Settle
not
down, Mars.
actively
Settle down.
conceded to your argument. He does not want to continue to debate
No,
you.
Michael
because of your
conceded. I'm sorry,
condescending
Emma. Michael
tone.
already conceded
Mars,
that we
it was
don't
not a
validate.
Okay, so if
concession.
Michael
I
has
don't
quote
think-
unquote conceded,
Michael-
why don't you hang on,
I
Mars.
Can I
say
finish?
Michael
Michael
conceded.
conceded.
Mars,
Michael
Mars,
conceded that we
Mars,
don't validate
Mars,
gender
Mars.
by gametes or
Hang on.
reproductive pathways.
Hang on. No. Because what your community does actively is defining women based upon stereotypes. Why don't you debate me then, as Michael no longer wants to debate you?
Right.
It was
Again,
not a
I-
concession. Let's not do that.
right. Okay, so I'm going to ask you the same question, right? If a trans woman is wearing overalls and a baseball cap, what gender stereotype is she
Hey,
portraying? And I'll wait.
Okay, so I am very new to the debate, so maybe we could open up with a different topic, as that was a debate between.
No.
you and
I mean, this is okay. So you don't want to answer. That's fine. Okay.
No,
So
hang on.
let's go.
Hang on. No, Mars. It's not that I don't want to answer. You're not
Okay.
explaining it in a way that I
So-
can understand. So maybe if you could rephrase
Emma,
your question to me, that would be a little
let's
bit
do a
easier.
little icebreaker and ease into it, okay? Because if you're new to debates, let's kind of just ease into it. Do a little.
No,
bit.
I'm not new to debate. I'm new to this. I've not long been here, so I just want him to rephrase the question so I can.
I'm a
maybe
she.
better
I have a
understand.
vagina. I'm a walking vagina, Emma, just like you.
So women are only defined by their vaginas. Is that what you're saying there?
That's your definition, not mine.
No.
Yeah, women would be
All right.
females.
All right,
Mars.
if we're gonna do a
I
debate,
define-
let's do the debate.
Yeah.
Mark
Okay,
this
wait.
woman, refer to her
Right.
as she, her, please.
Right. So Emma,
Mars,
wait.
hang on, Mars. Please stop
I'm
talking.
telling Emma 1 second. I'm
Yeah, go
telling you
ahead,
the now,
Michael.
Echo. You know I will not use anybody's preferred pronouns. It's just that you prefer to be called it. I am not obligated to do it. What I can say to you is I will address Mars as
Sure,
Mars
Sophie.
as much as possible. You can call me she, her. You can call. In fact, you know what? Don't even call me Michael. Call me Caitlin. That was my trans
Sure.
name.
Okay, Sophie.
Caitlin.
Really, Caitlin?
That's cute.
Caitlin Dillon, right?
Caitlin, that's cute.
Does it bother
We
me?
get it, Michael. You're an AGP.
doesn't
No,
bother me.
okay,
Michael,
no.
Stop.
Don't
That's-
throw that
I'm not
around.
gonna-
Don't
Michael,
throw that
I
We're
around.
not
hate
going to do
that.
that.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
I
hold
hate
on. I'm
doing
an
that, 'cause,
AGP,
like,
right?
we shouldn't
I'm
throw
an
that
I'm an
around.
AG. Yeah, I'm an AGP, okay, right? But I don't actually like myself in the feminine manner. Once I presented myself, that's why I'm detransitioning. But I'm an AGP. Do you not think that's counterintuitive to what an actual AGP is, Mars?
No, you fit the qualifications. You
What's the
present yourself as
qualifications
a
of an
woman.
AGP,
No.
Mars?
No.
Right?
What's the
You present.
qualifications of an AGP, Mars?
Yeah. So it is a cis man who who gets off sexually by seeing himself as a woman.
Okay,
There are
and
penalties for that as well, you know. Just not
still
that.
presenting. When am I still presenting as a woman?
You just said that you're not masculine presenting.
Right, but femininity doesn't mean woman.
I know it doesn't.
Exactly. Right, so I'll ask again, where am I presenting as a woman?
Right. Again, you've already stated that you see yourself as an extremely feminine person, right? So,
So
Yeah.
again,
right, I'll
feminine-
concede. I'll concede
Feminine
here,
man
Michael.
doesn't make them
I'll
AGP.
concede. Yeah, Michael, I will concede here. I shouldn't have called you an AGP. I'm sorry.
So it's not a concedence that I'm looking for from you, it's an
Right.
apology.
Right. I'm not. Okay. I apologize that you are not an AGP.
Nice.
All right. So Emma.
Yes.
I mean, that
Okay.
was an apology. which
So-
I can.
Okay. So right. So Emma, what is your definition of woman that is objective?
subjective to everybody, adult, human, female. There are multiple factors that come into play
Wait,
when you're.
calm down. Wait,
hang
Tom.
on, hang
That's
on,
a
hang on. No,
question.
no, I'm not doing this with you. I'm not doing
Hold
this with
on.
you. Where you're going to interrupt me.
Let
So please
Emma
let me
go.
finish what I'm saying.
Let's let Emma go.
Thank you,
Because
Echo. I
Emma
do
was
appreciate
answering the
that.
question. Let's let Emma go, and then you can respond. If we're doing debates, then we're doing debates. We're gonna have some sort of organized manner here, even though it's a fucking shit show half the time on TikTok.
Yes, Dom, it is me. I do see in the comments. I've changed my profile picture and my name around, so it's very hard for people to identify me lately. So Miles, just to answer your question very quickly, there are multiple things that I say are a woman. There's multiple aspects that play into the term woman, and one of them is an adult human female. Would you like me to expand on other things that I
No.
would
I
say
want to
women?
go over this because I'm confused. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yep, go ahead.
So, is that an objective definition? Yes or no?
Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Can you just define objective for me, just so we can clarify on it?
You don't know what objective means?
Again, I've just clarified to you. I'm dyslexic, so I have a little bit of trouble understanding some words. So
Right.
just
I
be a little
mean, you
bit
don't.
patient with
Okay.
me.
So, you know what inherent truth is? Do you think it's inherent truth, your definition, and it contains no social construct, right?
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it does have any social construct with it at all. We can actively seek within biology and
Okay.
within the dictionary.
Right.
Hang on,
Sure.
let me
So,
finish. Hang on,
Hold
hang
on,
on, let me
let
finish.
Emma finish. Let's let Emma
We
finish.
can actively point to the certain aspects of things within biology and the dictionary that points to adult, human, female. And if you'd like me to expand on that, I'm more than welcome to do that.
wait.
More than
I got
happy to.
just a couple of questions first.
Go ahead.
Okay. What is an adult in humans?
Adult is somebody who is mature. So within the UK, it would be over the age of 18, and it can vary from over the world. So it really does go back to the age of consent, really, because that's when people are more sexually mature. Although I don't agree with the age of consent in the UK, I view an adult as somebody within the age of 18 or over.
So, what unique biological function happens at the age of 18 that magically turns everyone in?
Sorry, you cut out there. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Right. Okay. So, what unique biological function that happens in all humans that magically turns them into adults?
Mars, you're cutting out real bad.
Yeah, I'm really struggling
Emma,
to
are
pick
you
up
there?
on what you're saying. I'm sorry. Could you maybe
Yeah,
repeat it one more
now-
time, please?
Wait 1 second.
Oh, your Wi-Fi dropped.
Yeah, you're crashing.
Wait 1 second. There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Is it
hear
better?
you. Yes,
It's
I can
not
hear you.
showing-
Please repeat
okay.
your question.
What unique? Yeah. So, what unique biological function happens in all adults at the age of 18?
No. Drop
irrelevant.
Sheldon. Please drop Sheldon. No.
Why you ain't?
Bye, Sherwin. Come back later.
So, from like
So,
the ages of puberty.
Emma,
so-
what
sorry,
unique
hang on. If you
biological?
stop again, if you stop interrupting me, I can answer your bloody question, can't I? I'm not here to play games. All right, I'm really sick of having to debate people like you. They think you're entitled and you think you can overtalk me. Yeah, I'm really getting sick of it. So just be quiet and let me explain my point. So by the time of the age of 18, usually all of your bone structure has developed. But for females anyway, the brain does not actually develop fully until you're 25, and that has been biologically and scientifically proven. If you disagree with me, that's completely fine, but you can go and fact check that if you like.
Okay. So, adults and humans is a social construct, right?
Could you
We
explain
use the
how
social
adult and
construct
human
version.
is a social construct for me, please? I'm sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah, sure. Adult is a social construct for very much the reasons that you've already stated, right? The age of
Okay.
majority varies from society to society. What
Female
makes
is not a
someone an
social
adult? And
construct.
I'm not done yet,
Hold on.
Ms.
Let
Boer.
Mars finish.
Right. So when we talk about adults, right, and adulthood, because I'm probably sure that you don't think that 13-year-old girls are an adult, right?
Absolutely not. And again, this goes back to the
Okay.
age of. This goes back to.
Okay. Right.
Hang
Right.
on.
So you what
Hold
you
on,
Hang on.
Mars.
Please let me
hold on.
respond to what.
Emma's
Let me
responding.
respond to what we're saying. And I know some people might disagree with this, but to me, it personally goes back onto age of consent, because I know it's a little bit off topic here, but I don't agree with puberty blockers, and I think somebody has to be mature enough to be able to do certain things, like such as consent, such as
Right.
be able to
So
legally order a drink,
this isn't
etc.
relevant, right?
Question from me, because you go based on age of consent. What do you
No,
define
it's not just
as?
based upon that. I'm
Yeah,
using
I
it as
just
an
want
example here.
Yeah, I just want to understand, like, your line in the sand on age of consent. Is it like based on the legal age of consent for that area? Like in the U.S., 18 would be like adulthood. Is that what
So
we're
yes,
going
I
based on?
do believe that 18 should be the legal age of consent globally.
Okay.
I don't believe so. I'm currently in the UK, and the legal age of consent here is 16.
Yeah,
But
I
I don't
just wanted to
necessarily agree with that.
understand the age that you're coming from.
No,
that's all.
honestly, I've never really pulled that card before, so I could be spouting a bunch of nonsense, but all of the biological things I'm talking about is completely accurate.
No, you're good. It was a clarifying question on my part.
Oh,
That's
no,
it.
no, no, absolutely. Thank you
Okay,
very much
so
for asking.
right, so Emma, in adulthood, in humans, because
Yep.
we're a social creature, right? Adult and adulthood are entirely a social construct, right? Like we have some perceived biological or phenotypical things that we assume will happen by the time someone's 18, but it doesn't or age of majority, right? But it doesn't always happen, right? There's no unique biological function that happens when you're 18 that magically turns you into an adult. And in fact, in the United States, there are cases where someone can be emancipated as young as 15 or 16, and they're considered an adult in society.
This has
Right?
nothing
I
to
don't.
do with the
Right.
taxonomy
No. It does.
classification of
Hold
It
on.
females.
does.
Hang
Right.
on.
Wait.
Hang on, Mars.
Wait.
Hang on,
Wait.
Mars. You have made a point, so please let me respond to that. This goes back onto my original age of consent thing, because I do not necessarily think that somebody who is 15, I'll correct myself there because necessarily is the wrong word. I do not for 1 second believe that somebody who is the age of 15 can legally consent. I honestly think it should be 18 or above, to be perfectly honest with you. And that is my personal opinion, to be perfectly honest with you.
Right. So you already agreed that that adult is a social construct. So you're
No.
agreeing to
Hang
it.
on. No. I don't think it's a social construct. I don't think somebody is legally an adult until they're 18, or in some cases in
That's
the
social.
US, or
Wait.
in maybe.
Can you give me a source that says that adult and adulthood are not social constructs?
Okay, can I ask
It's
you a
irrelevant.
question?
No, you
Hang
could
on,
just
can I
make this
ask you?
argument.
Can I please ask
No,
you a
it's
question?
very
then?
relevant because it's part of
Hang
her
on,
definition.
Mars. Can I
Yeah.
Not
ask you a
relevant.
question
That's
then,
not the
please?
relevant part of the definition.
Okay, can I ask you a question, please?
It is,
That's
though.
okay.
Wait,
It's not.
you're misconstruing Emma's argument. You do realize that,
Yeah,
right?
thank you, Pil. I do
You're
appreciate that. But
basically you're going to Emma and you're asking Emma, hey Emma, what color is the number 7? You're making a category error when you reference legal terms.
No, this is not a category error, though.
100%
We're
it
actually
is.
going
so
through a
Mars,
word by
hang on,
word.
Pil.
No, it's
I'm
not.
so
It's
sorry.
not a
It is a
category error.
Hang
category error.
on.
Right?
I was literally
Right.
about to ask you.
Hold on.
Hang on.
Let's bring decorum back. Let's go one at a time. Emma, please
I
go.
was
Then
about
Mars.
to ask you a clarifying question. So I just establish where you stand on this entire point. So do you believe that the term woman is a social construct? Yes or no?
Yeah. So woman is a gender
So
category.
if you have such a problem then with me saying that I don't believe that age is
Did
necessarily
Mr.
a social
Boo Boo drop?
construct, and it goes back down to your physical
I dropped him.
capabilities, your mental state, etc. So can you please maybe explain to me on how the term woman is a social construct in today's age?
Yeah, I can. So I based this off of systematic reviews from the UN, the WHO, the CIHR, the National Academy of Science, studies within the NIH, and used in medical research. So gender is simply the self-representation of male or female, or how social institutions respond based off of presentation, right? And what that means is, there are two criteria to be an adult, right? Because if someone has no cognitive ability, right, and someone dresses them and pushes them around, and it's almost like they're in a coma, right? They still have a gender that is given to them by society, right? So when we look at this criteria, trans women and trans men can self-represent as male or female based off of their affirmed gender, right? And they can also be responded to as male or female as well. And we see this too in all the time in society, right? An example of this is I go to a community pool every Saturday, Emma. Men are allowed to be topless, but women can't, right?
Okay. Because
Right? That's the
hang
wait.
on, hang
I'm
on,
not done
hang on.
yet.
No, because you're gonna go on a 10-minute round. I can't be asked to sit here for 10 minutes. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
You couldn't even define what a woman was.
I don't have the patience for a 10-minute rant from you.
I actually can.
Hang on,
I don't know what you're talking
hang on,
about.
hang on. You do know why women can't go topless, right? I'm not. Are you aware of that? That's a very
Right, are
absurd
you?
thing to say if you don't even understand why women can't go topless.
Right.
Are you
So,
aware of that?
right. This is. I am though. Are you? It's a societal norm, right? In some societies, this is a societal norm.
Hang on. Women can't go topless because of the predatory behavior perceived by men. Not all men. I do want to put that out there, but it is perceived by majority of men because of their inappropriate stances. They're going to sexualize women. They're going to get those thoughts in their heads, and that's just why women don't go topless.
Right. So let's use my criteria, right? That's used by the WHO and the CIT and everyone. So a trans woman who self-represents as female and is responded to as female by the social institution, the community pool. Do you think they're expected to follow the gender norms and expectations of women or men? Should trans women be topless during family swim hour? Emma, yes or no?
Okay, can I ask a clarifying question before I answer that, just so I establish some grounds?
Men aren't forced to go topless, though.
Okay, so does the does the trans woman have boobs or not?
Right. Again, so
No, hang on. Not a 10-minute run. I just need to know if they've got boobs.
This is not a 10-minute run, Emma. Right?
No, just
again.
hang on.
The trans woman.
Mars. I'm gonna
self-representation is.
All right, Mars. Be quiet. All right.
Hold on. Let's
I've
do
got
this.
such a bad temper, and I don't have an issue for it. I don't have any
like
patience for it today.
like a 10 to 30 second response from Mars. I'm good with that. Because
Okay,
the yes
so
and no
a
is like one or the other. I don't want to do that. So let's
So,
just do like 10 to 30
Emma,
seconds.
we're talking about trans women who self-represent as female.
No,
right?
I understood your
Right,
question.
and if they have breast
or not.
Right,
No,
and
hang on.
I'm not done yet, Emma.
Mars. No,
Can you
hang
let me
on.
finish?
Hang on. I think you're mishearing what I'm saying. I literally just asked you if they've got boobs or not. That's
Right.
all I've asked. I don't need a 10-minute run. I just need to know if they've got boobs or not. So it's a yes or a no. Do they have boobs?
Right. So
So,
they self-represent as female.
No, hang on. No, it's not so. Just a yes or a no answer. That's what
Right. I'm
looking
trying
for.
to give you the answer, but you're gonna let me finish.
No, it's a yes,
Yes.
or no question. Okay, so they have.
Emma,
they
the,
have,
the social institution, the pool.
Okay, so
the
let me
social
answer-
institution, the
hang on.
pool.
Hang on,
respond
Mars. Shut up,
respond to
Mars,
them as
Mars,
female.
Mars. I've got mad ADHD. I can do this all day. I can do this all night. All right. So let's just clarify one thing. They have boobs, so yes, they would have to be covered. Same as and let me explain to you why. Same as how a trans man would not be able to go and indecently expose themselves to young women and children if they were to have a full, penis.
Right. So again, what we're talking about is self-representation as female and is responded to as female by the social institution, right? So trans women have to follow gender norms of women in society. So at least at the community pool, a trans woman is a woman, right? Because if a trans woman was a man,
No.
yeah,
hang
no,
on.
no, right. This
hang
is
on,
exactly
hang
how
on.
this works.
No, that's not how that works at all. Because there are 6,500 differences between male and female. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but the only reason why I said that is
And
because-
95% of them
No,
change
let me
on
finish.
the gender
Let
affirming
me
hormones.
finish. Shut up. Let me finish. The only reason why I said that is because it would be considered indecent exposure, even if they are still biologically male or biologically female. If it's a trans man, it would be indecent exposure. That's why I said that. Not because I believe that they're women, not because I believe that trans men are men. It would be considered indecent
Right, it's
exposure.
not-
which
it's
is-
not your
hang on,
feelings.
hang on.
I
Which
can
would
see where
be
you're
a
coming from
crime.
there, though,
That's
Emma.
why I said that. So if you stop interrupting me for 1 second, I could get my point across to you. And that's why I said that. Just because I tell somebody with boobs to cover up who is presenting in a feminine way does not believe I think that they are a woman. Let's just clarify that quickly.
Right, but you
Even
expect them
if
to follow
man-
gender norms and expectations of women. In
What are those
society,
gender norms,
right?
Ben?
In
Could you-
society,
Could you maybe clarify for that?
Sure,
Clarify that
we'll get there in a
what
minute.
are the gender norms for a woman?
All
right, we'll
so
get there in a
let's let
minute.
Mars go because Emma, you had a minute. Let's let Mars go.
Right.
No,
Okay.
I apologize.
You're good.
Okay. So, well, when we talk about the gender norm during the swim hour, right, it's that trans women have to follow the gender norms of women during that swim hour, right? So when we talk about other situations, though, in life, right, especially when we're talking about a trans person who self-represents as, let's say, male, right, and social institutions respond to them as male, right? So they're seen as male, they get sir at the petrol station, right, etc., right? They have lived experiences as men in society, because I don't live in a society where we validate gender by gametes or reproductive pathways, right? I've
Okay.
never asked a man to
Mars,
drop, I'm
is
not
it
done yet, I'm almost
okay?
done. Never asked
Okay,
a man
I
to drop
apologize.
trowel,
Hold on.
right? Or provide samples of his gametes to validate his manhood. That just doesn't happen in the society that I live in,
Okay,
right?
can
If it
I
happens
please
in
respond
yours,
to
that's
you?
really weird.
Okay, can I please respond to you? Can I just ask you? I'm asking a lot of questions. I just want to establish your standpoint on this. So, are you a trans woman or are you a man or like a trans man?
I'm a trans woman,
Okay, that explains so much to me.
right?
So you perceive yourself as a woman, yes?
I mean, I'm perceived as a woman in society, right?
Okay, could you name me any of the biological differences between? Hang on.
Hold on.
Right. So, like Emma, I just got ma'am at the barista,
I
right?
got muted
So,
for some reason.
Oh,
Could I
let's
please finish?
mods. Let's
yeah.
avoid
What I was
muting.
saying?
I wanna have a fair conversation if we're doing this though. Let's avoid muting. I want to not do that.
So could I please just finish what I was saying?
Yeah.
So as a woman, then, as you perceive yourself as a woman, could you name me any biological differences between male and female?
Biological differences?
Yep. That's what I asked.
Sure. You know, biological differences. I guess what kind of sex are you talking about? Are you talking about hormonal sex? Are you talking about gonadal sex?
I'm talking
Genotypic
about all
sex?
of it.
Are we talking about neurological
hang on.
sex?
I'm talking about no, because sex is sex. Let's just clarify that. Because
No, actually, that's
no,
incorrect.
hang on. Let me
that's
finish.
incorrect.
There's either male or female. So that's why I said the biological differences between male and female. So it can
Okay,
be any differences.
right.
That's what I'm asking.
Can I ask you a question, Emma?
Go ahead.
Right, Emma. Okay. Do you have a husband or a boyfriend?
I'm very happily married, and I have been for 6 months. So I don't see what the relevance is. But you
Okay.
can
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. When does your husband get routine mammograms or see a gynecologist?
He doesn't because he's a man.
Right. Well, trans women do. I do. I see both of those things. I experience women's health
I think
care.
we've gone a little bit off topic. I don't know why we're talking
No,
about
not exactly. Right.
No,
because
no,
you say
hang
that
on,
trans
hang on,
women are men.
Mars.
Th-
Because
then-
trans women are biologically men, and that is exactly why I have asked you for the biological differences between male and female. So if you could just answer that question and stop.
I've already
going into my
answered it though.
personal life.
I've already asked you
No.
questions. Are you talking about hormonal sex? Are we talking about gonadal sex? Are we talking about genotypic sex?
Hang on, Mars. I've just established it. I'm talking about everything that separates.
What is your
sexes.
definition of sex that you're using?
Well, somebody who is female or male. I literally just said that. But,
Okay,
so
that's
what
not a definition of sex.
Let me.
I need your actual definition of sex.
My actual definition of sex.
Yeah. I mean, that's an actual definition of sex, right? I need to know. Right. Wait, Emma. I just need to know.
Hang on. Why have
Emma?
you answered my question with a question to me? That's not really on the topic. I've asked you a
Emma,
question.
right?
No,
Again,
Mars,
it's because,
Mars,
Emma, because
Mars,
you didn't answer my question.
Mars, you have not answered my question. So once you've answered my question, I'll happily answer yours.
Right, as soon as you can tell me which sex we're talking about.
I asked you first. I'm not arguing about semantics or not.
Right, sure.
Honestly, it's pathetic. So answer my question, and then I'll answer yours. So what are the biological differences between male and female? Answer me that.
Yeah, so if we go by typically, it's typically associated with of or denoting or indicating the production of large gametes versus the production of small gametes. However, trans women and trans men can modify their phenotypic sex. This has biologically is true, right? We can also modify our hormonal sex, our neurological sex. We can modify our Müllerian pathways, our primary and secondary characteristics, right? The only thing that is largely immutable is your genotype, right?
Okay, so
And even
I
then,
assume, hang on. So just to clarify, I assume you mean then, by that logic, that's the only thing that can't be changed, right?
yeah, genotypic sex is the only thing that's largely immutable. Largely immutable because there's some parts of it that is mutable.
Okay, so what parts can you not change, Britton? Can you name me those?
Yeah, sure. We right now we can't change our sex chromosomes, right? We can't change, but anything else we can change.
Okay, so you just said, okay, you just said anything else you can change. So can you change your? Hang on, can you change your pelvis? Can you change? Can you change your skull?
Actually you can. Yeah, you can change your pelvis. There are studies that show.
Hang on. Okay,
Wait,
hang on. What?
Do you want a source?
Hang on. No, I'm not asking for a source. I'm asking you if that's under gender reassignment surgery.
Is it under? No, it's under gender affirming care. So with hormones, we can change it. You can also technically change some of it with surgery.
Hang on.
But yeah.
Hang on. No, you can't change your pelvis size. Why?
No, you can though. I can give you a study if you want. But what we know is if there is a few things. If you're talking about pelvic bone geometry shape, if you start HRT young enough, it will definitely change and align more with your affirmed gender.
Hang on.
Wait,
this is going back to my original argument.
Emma,
we're talking. No, Mars. We're talking about adults here. We're not talking about children. We're actively
Emma, we're talking
adults.
about whether it can change or not, right? Is what your question is. So your bone density changes. We can change our primary and secondary sex characteristics. We can remove our Müllerian and Wolffian pathways. Did you know that when we talk about hematologic perimeters and trans people on gender affirming hormone therapy, it is medically required that you test against their affirmed gender and
Hang
not
on, Mars. I'm
their
so
sex
sorry.
assigned
Can
at
somebody
birth.
please, in the comments of one of my friendlies up here that knows me, please confirm or just decline what this guy is saying, because I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm like 99.99% sure.
Right, sir, Emma, sir. Right,
Wait,
yeah.
Miles, can you correct me if I'm wrong, but in regards to the pelvis bone, doesn't it just change the angle as to what it's like, or change the degree as to what it's angled at rather
Mars, hang on.
Are you guys going to let me? I'm trying to answer
No,
Pill's
hang on,
question.
please. Mars, let me just answer that very quickly, coming from a woman. Yes, Pill, your pelvis can shift. So, for example, in females, it does widen, so it prepares you for childbirth. That's what you go through puberty. That is the only stance that it would actually change.
That's not what my question is.
They
call it butterflying out. Like our
question?
Hold up, I asked a very precise question now, right? I'm saying in regards to trans individuals when they take HRT, is it possible for it to change the angle of the pelvis bone, Mars?
Yes, the answer
No.
is
I just really quickly, just
wait, where's the study?
Hold on.
Mars has a study that is actually relevant.
To be honest, I think Mars is correct.
I would rather take the data versus a yes or no.
Wait, but I'm just going to
Mars
say
is
this.
correct.
I
If
remember
HRT
seeing-
and puberty blockers are started soon enough, HRT will change the tilt of a pelvis, not significantly, but to some degree.
Wait, can we see that evidence for this?
1 second. I was going to
Mars has a
say, I
study.
remember seeing some kind of study on this, and I think Mars is correct. I don't think Mars was presented it honestly, because they said it can be changed, but it can be altered slightly, yeah.
Okay,
Right,
oh,
so
how
what-
do hormones so Mars, just to pick that apart then from what Pill just said, altered slightly does not correlate to change,
Emma.
because change is dramatically
that is incorrect,
Hang-
right?
Emma, how come?
Change.
That's what I'm saying.
What? Can I say something really quickly?
Yeah.
How come, Emma, how come when Mars literally said that she had a study to prove this, you said, no, I don't want that study. I want one of my friends to tell me if it's true.
No, I didn't say I didn't
That's not
want
what
the
she
study.
said.
I would actively like
You
to
did say that.
No, I said I don't believe it is correct. So I was asking anybody in the comments, not just my friendlies. I was addressing everybody as a whole here to either
Ask for
verify
your
or
friendlies.
deny that it was true or not. That's what I'm asking for. And I would still like the PMID number so I can
Yeah.
verify that, or
Yeah,
somebody
and
I know
Yeah, I'd like
and
to look at it
trust could
myself
verify
too.
that for
I
me.
can
That's
I
what
would
I
like to
actually
know,
do.
like, how do hormones like change your bone structure? I just don't
Yeah,
see.
yeah, I can talk.
After
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
full grown, after you're
Right,
full
so
grown, so.
I can explain that. Are you ready?
Yeah, and
So
I
No,
there's a
okay,
couple of
real
I'm sorry. I
quick.
was just asking for the
Yeah,
PMID.
yeah.
real quick. I
So
can pull up
go ahead.
any study on the computer and put it on the background for us, just like that.
Oh
So
yeah, no,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
look it
So
up so
can
I
you
can
I
like
can
read it
actually,
at least do
Echo?
myself.
that too.
Can you pull bone geometry shape change in adolescence on gender affirming hormone therapy? And there should be a
Oh,
study that
yeah.
shows up.
Wait, adolescents. I'm
Okay,
talking
look,
about adults. I'm talking about adults.
yeah, that's what I was
Can
actually
I ask
talking
Mars a
about as
question,
well.
please, as a clarification in regards to this study? Okay,
Yeah, I'm an
go
adult.
ahead.
so Mars, you can correct me if I'm wrong, right? But the last time I checked this, and I haven't read this in a little while, so I might be wrong. I openly admit that. But to the best of my knowledge, when it comes to puberty, once puberty is complete, the pelvic bones fuse and they stop remodeling significantly. However, when it comes to trans individuals, let's say going through estrogen therapy in adulthood, it doesn't necessarily change the size or the shape of the pelvis, but it can change the soft tissues surrounding it. So the fat distribution, the muscle mass, etc., right? Which can give it, let's say, some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Like a
A pelvic
feminine,
tilt. Yeah,
like
the
a
pelvic
feminine
tilt,
kind of
right?
silhouette kind of
Mars.
thing,
Right,
right?
yeah. So it's called
Right, and a
yeah.
tilt.
So yep, hip bone geometry shape changing. We also know that within
But wait,
adults,
we're talking about adults, not adolescents,
right?
though.
Yeah, I didn't
Wait,
even
the
mention
issue here, the
adolescents
issue,
here.
right? But the
I do
issue
just want to
here,
point that
Okay,
out.
so
And
we could look. We
Buzz,
could look at
hang on.
both
Can I just
if
get
we
the?
want to
Hang
look
on.
at
Can I just
adults.
please
So
get the PMID number for this so somebody can just read it and
Maybe.
yeah, that's all I'm
yeah.
asking for.
Let me
Wait.
scroll.
This
Let me
is
scroll
true
right
because
down
this is in
here.
There it
adolescence.
is. There it
Puberty
is.
hasn't been.
There it is.
PMCID.
One second.
Yep.
Puberty hasn't been completed
Here,
in
I'll
these
make it
adolescents,
bigger for
so
you.
Mars would be
Yeah.
correct in this.
Well, yeah,
No, yeah,
I can
look,
agree in
I'm
that.
not.
We're talking about
right?
adults.
So we can talk about adults as well,
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what we're
right?
talking
look,
about.
So
Mars, I'm
all
not.
right. So
Look,
when we talk
hang
about
on,
adults,
Mars,
All
just to
right,
clarify,
listen.
I am not
Let's
opposed
slow it down and
to
actually have a
saying that I am
conversation.
wrong because if you're right with
Right,
the
hold on, chill.
adolescents, which
Echo's
is the
talking. Hold on.
I just want
look,
to
I'm not
slow it down
opposed.
so we can actually have the conversation because I think everybody here is trying to have a conversation in good faith at this point.
Mars, I'm not opposed to admitting when I'm wrong. Everybody here that knows me will say I'll hold up my hands and say I'm wrong. So if you're correct about the adolescence part, then yeah, fair enough. I'll say that you're right. But the point that I was making was about adulthood. I wasn't actually talking about children here, and I did try to make that point to you multiple times, but you ignored it.
yeah. So and I was trying to get to adult, but you kept on interrupting me because the fact is, what we're talking about, right, is that phenotypic sex is modifiable in humans, right?
But
We know
the
this.
majority
We
of you guys
acknowledge
don't
this.
do this as kids, though. The majority of you
Right.
guys are not going through this as kids. We're
Right.
talking about
So
adults
let's
here.
let's go back to adults and let's talk about adults, right? So what can happen in trans women, and it's known to happen, right? And it's one of the reasons why some trans women, not all, because this is a your mileage may vary thing, experience lordosis or pelvic tilt because of changes to your ligaments, muscles, and tendons from being in an estrogen dominated body versus a testosterone dominated one. Now, those
No,
changes in height are, I'm not done yet, please, are
okay.
very, very
Give the
small,
PMID.
right? Usually within 1 to 3 inches, and normally closer to the 1 inch side when it happens. So we're talking about lordosis, right? It does happen in at least some of the cases. It happened to me. I went from 5'9" to 5'7.5", right? We also know that those same changes in ligaments and tendons also have changes can affect your shoe size. Wait, so
Where's the proof of this? Can you just give us a proof of any
yeah,
of
yeah,
this that you're
sure.
saying?
I just want to point out very
Yeah, I
quickly,
want to.
this was not actually studied in children. This source and study that you're actually advertising on the screen, it was not done in children. Where are you getting this information from? I've just had somebody read over that. This was not done in children, so where are you getting this from?
Again, it states in the survey And a
So
study.
okay. So
It's a study. It's
survey.
sorry,
A
a study.
survey.
I
Hang
didn't say,
on,
Not a
Marge.
survey.
Marge.
just in a
Marge.
survey.
A
It's a
survey.
study.
A survey
It's
is
a
something that's
study.
done over
Chill
like
out. They misspoke.
Right. This is this. I misspoke. It's a study. Right. This study has looked over data. Right. And said that this is something that definitely does happen
no, but it's not
within
a
trans
source though. It's not
individuals.
something that's been biologically studied. It's not a
Right.
source.
No,
or
it has been
reliable
biologically
study.
studied though. Right. It's the data for children and adolescents from what is it,
No,
1987
but hang
onward?
on. I've just said to you that this has not been studied in children.
No, this is though. It actually has.
Okay, well, if it's
It's
not
the
okay.
data is for children and adolescents. At the end of the day, this shows that bone geometry shape does change, right? We also know that that same kind of tilt can happen with trans women older after it's fused, right? Because of lordosis and changes. And we can also acknowledge that there is something called android pelvis, which is a male pelvis that is typically shaped with characteristics that are female, right?
Seems like a major
So
reach. Just saying, this is like a huge
no,
reach.
I mean, if you
Like
look
it
up
truly is.
android pelvis, right,
Like,
shows that
dude,
there's
I mean,
overlap
this is
in
just insane.
pelvises. Right,
No, it's not. Even the
right.
study you gave me on the children, like that are actually having this done as children, it still doesn't show that they're anywhere close to being close to like a
It
female's
actually does,
pelvis.
though. It
No,
actually
it
does
doesn't.
say
I'm
that.
reading the study right now.
Right,
It doesn't say
it
that they're
does.
anywhere close. No, it doesn't.
Yes,
No,
it
it
does.
doesn't.
It
It has.
does.
It doesn't. They're nowhere close to the shape of a female pelvis whatsoever. Even when
It
the
Right, but
doesn't
study
say that at
let's
all.
none
not
of you,
let's not
none of this
confuse
happened to
things.
you.
It wasn't said that it was going to be close to a female.
That's
It
what he
was
just
like
said. He
it
just
was
said it
pointed out
does.
But he said that
changes.
it changed. He said
Yeah.
that it actively changes it, not that it. He said it
Yeah, it
changes it.
changes your bone geometry shape, right?
You
It
said it
says
was
it
close
I
to
shows
understand. I
there.
just
females.
wanted to point
It
out what
says
was said
changes bone
initially.
geometry shape.
But he just
Could I
admitted
also
that he
just
said,
make
when
a
I said
quick
it
point and
doesn't
I'll drop,
make it
please? I'm
close to.
talking.
Hold
Hello,
on, one
never
second. Hold on, one
talking in
fucking second,
capital
dude. I was
letters,
talking
never
first.
talking in
Hang
I
capital
on,
was
can you
letters.
talking
please,
first,
hang on,
Dick.
Sammy.
Sammy, hold on.
Shut your. Okay, so like I just said, I said they're nowhere, still nowhere close to a female's pelvis, to even resembling a female's pelvis, and he said, yes, it does, and so he is saying that. But
Yes,
that
it
is
Yeah.
does.
not what
It
this.
actually
That's,
says in there. It actually
no, it
says in the study
doesn't.
that it changes bone geometry shape. It
No, it
does.
doesn't change it to even be
Yes.
resemble a female's whatsoever. It can change
No,
it,
it
but it doesn't.
does.
It doesn't
Right?
resemble a
It
female's. This
does
wasn't.
change it. I'm really
Oh my God.
sorry.
Do you
Like
not
liver
know how to read
bones.
the study that you have
Right.
yourself?
Yeah, I did. I
I'm
read
reading the
it.
study. I'm reading it right now. It does
Right.
not
And nowhere
say.
does it say that the changes don't happen. Never bone.
I'm
I'm
sure. Yeah, there are
reading
changes
through
that
it.
happen, like with the yeah, like, but it doesn't say they're anywhere close to what like a female's pelvis structure.
It actually does. It actually shows a chart where
Our pelvis is meant
enough.
to
If it started
butterfly
soon enough.
out to create child, like to gestate a child. That is what our pelvis is meant for. Our whole body is
Could I have
built
30 seconds?
to.
And I've got other things
Shut
to do. I'll
up,
just
Sammy.
quickly, my point,
Jesus
you shut up.
Christ.
Can I have
No.
30
All right.
seconds?
No.
Please, I'm
Sammy,
waiting
we're
for
in
so
an
long.
active
30
debate,
seconds?
so
Could
if
I
you
not have
Up.
30 seconds?
All right.
Shut up, Sammy.
Let's give
Jesus
Sammy
Christ.
30 seconds. What do you want?
Take
I
your
want it to
fucking
be.
So
30
there are
seconds.
women that have narrow hips. Me, someone who
Oh
only
my
started
God.
3 months ago. Hang on, I'm
no,
talking
hang
3
on,
months ago.
Sammy.
I have
That's
wider.
not what
Oh,
we're
hang
talking
on,
about, Sammy.
please.
That's not no,
Oh
Sammy.
my
That's
God.
not what we're
Give
talking
Sammy
about.
30
We are
seconds.
not
That's it.
actively dismissing
Fucking
women
idiot.
who
Give
have
Sammy
that.
Can you
But
30
let
what
me
we're
seconds.
talk?
saying is that there are certain.
So me, I have wider hips than most women. 9 out of 10 trousers in op shop, women's trousers fit me. So I'm like, so what do you want to say now? I only started
Sure they
HRV 3
do, buddy.
months ago. So
Sure they
yeah,
do.
okay.
Sure they do. I'm sure they do.
Yeah. So
I
look at
get
my
There's
that.
no.
videos. My videos all there.
Huh?
You
I
can look
get
at it for
Yeah,
that.
and
yourself.
you
It's
look
for
So
public.
hold on,
You
life,
look like a
hold on,
man.
hold on, life. I get that, Sammy. I get that, but like you are one person out of all the other trans people, and we're looking at scientific studies.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'll just drop it.
So that's kind of where we're at. We're looking at like actual review data with multi-participants. And if your hips were naturally wider pre-HRT, then you're not the sample size we're looking
You
for.
saying that Sammy's experience is invalid? How dare you?
I'm not saying it's invalid. I'm saying
How
it's
dare you
not
invalidate
not
Sammy's?
relevant
Shut
to
up,
the
Pill.
context
The
of the
hypocrisy,
conversation, Phil.
the hypocrisy from your own
Pill,
community,
Sit down,
invalidating
Pill.
Sammy for what they're going through, and you're gonna
listen,
say they
Pill.
don't matter. You're gonna say someone from your own community does not matter. How dare you?
Shut up, Yusuf. Shut up, Yusuf.
Okay,
Yusuf. Yusuf is
Yusuf is funny.
Michael, you wanted to come on and say
Okay,
something just very
No,
quickly, didn't you?
Life, that's his first name.
Oh,
Yeah, I've been going with it for a little while now.
Yeah, I just
I
fuck
like
with
it.
them.
I like
I
it.
fuck with Pill too. Like we did, Pill and revamped as beta.
You wanna know my
players
real
on
name?
SoundCloud,
My actual name before changing it was Joseph.
Oh, really?
Wow.
I didn't know that.
That's a bit of
Everybody
Pill.
likes Pill. Everybody likes Pill though. He doesn't have to worry about being doxxed really. I mean, I don't think. I think everybody likes. You're a likable guy.
Yeah.
I'm too
All right,
chill.
So we're having a good conversation here. Let's look at the difference because we can say there is a slight difference. Is it a substantial amount of difference?
Well, can
that
I
is
just
what we're-
point out something out? Sorry. Okay. So I think it was said that, now correct me if I'm wrong, but it was said that even in adult trans individuals that the bone structure can change and the pelvic tilt, shoe size, etc.
Yeah, that was said, Michael.
Yeah. So in the study that you've provided, Mars, it contradicts what you says. So I'll read out the bit that it says, right? So it says gender affirming hormone treatment with sex steroids and transgender people affect bone geometry, right? Which it can do in kids because they aren't past full puberty. So it can make changes if they do it within childhood. But the very next sentence, it says, however, in adult transgender people, no change in bone geometry during gender affirming GAH was observed. So there is no physical way, once your bones have fused, once you're past the point of puberty, there is no physical way for your bones to change structurally. What hormones do in estrogen is it changes the bone density, doesn't change the structure, it will change the bone density. That's why we see a plethora of trans women get early onsets osteoporosis, because the density of the bones have been affected greatly through taking cross-sex hormones. But the actual structure in an adult that starts after puberty cross-sex hormones, it doesn't change at all.
Right. So
Question
I need to
for you, Michael. Hold on. Ugh, do these soft tissues or anything like that change?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, none of that.
So
what
they actually
muscle.
do.
So
So
muscle
where in this
density.
does it
So you
say that
lose.
it does or doesn't? That's what I'm kind
Yeah,
of
Mars, just admit when
I'm
you're
not.
wrong.
I'm not looking to pick sides, and I'm not looking to say
No, I know.
right or wrong. I'm looking
Yes.
for the actual facts and
Truth.
the truth behind the study.
Right.
Yeah.
So when
Yeah,
it
I
talks
Go up
appreciate
to
about,
that,
the
Echo.
abstract.
right, so
Sorry,
when
guys,
it
1
talks
second.
about,
Go up to the abstract, Echo.
Okay.
And 1, 2, 3 sentences down. Oh, yours is different than mine. So
Yeah, I pulled up the full
Yeah,
article.
no change in
Yeah,
bone geometry during GAH was observed. We investigated changes in bone geometry among transgender adolescents using gonadotropin releasing hormone, and before achieving peak bone mass.
Yeah, and there's a bit there where it says gender affirming hormone treatment with sex steroids just at the very top. So you're on the third line. Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Where it says
With
there,
sex
it says,
steroids and transgender
however,
people might
and-
affect bone geometry.
Here,
No
I'll
change
make
in
this
bone
bigger
geometry
for-
during
I'll
GAH.
make this bigger for everyone so everyone can read it.
yeah. So for adults, no bone geometry shape has changed. Bone geometry shape hasn't changed, and I never said that. But what does happen is pelvic tick or lordosis in about 30% of trans women, and that's the result of estrogen's effects on tendons and muscles.
Okay,
Through
so
muscle
wait.
atrophy that
So
happens.
Mars, do we have a
It's
study on that?
Yeah.
Right,
Yep.
we have a different study.
Mars, just admit you're wrong, dude. It's like you
Yeah,
can never
so,
do that. You can never
like,
admit you're
sorry.
wrong.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, babe, go
So
ahead.
no, you're all right. The one reason that we know that it doesn't do it is because the pelvis is a fixed bony structure. It's fixed. So once puberty has happened, your pelvis is fused. The only way that it changes is for women when they actually go through labour. Then it slightly shifts to allow for that. but with a male that's taking estrogen cross-sex hormones, it doesn't. I'm looking at it right here. It says no, estrogen does not directly cause pelvic tilt. Rather, the pelvis is fixed bony structure that does not change its tilt. Sorry, from hormone therapy. I totally blanked out there for a second. It changes fat. So what hormones primarily do is it's a fat redistributor and it's muscle mass. So just like it did with me when I started taking it, it changed where I held my fat. So for men, you tend to hold your fat around your stomach region. For women, you tend to hold your fat around your hips, thighs, and buttocks. And that's exactly where my fat went. It went from the fat that, I didn't really have much fat, but the fat that I put on, it went from hips, it went straight to hips, buttocks, and thighs. So see, now that I've stopped taking estrogen, what do you think's happening?
You're getting a little tummy, aren't you?
Exactly.
Aren't you, Michael?
Oh, you got
Redistribution is happening, so the excess fat that I've got in these areas, it's now going to my stomach region.
Right. Okay. So
Right.
we're
And
talking
so
about
what
we're talking
happens
about a
is
fat
changes in
distribution,
muscle.
bone density.
Right. So we're talking about muscle
versus
and
an
fat
actual
distribution
change.
changes in bone density,
Okay,
right?
so
Versus actual bone geometry shape change that happens in adolescents who start early enough, right? But what we do know, right? And UCF actually has this affirmed as well, that when we talk about bone geometry shape, that is fused, that doesn't change. But what can change and what charges pelvic tilt is changes in muscle and fat distribution and the way that muscles and fats happen and the changes that happen in places around your spine and your back and around your pelvis, right? So those things happen that changes the pelvic floor, the pelvic tilt of a trans individual as an adult, right? This happens, and your mileage may vary, but this is known to happen. All right, so let's go back. Emma, phenotypic sex is modifiable, right?
No, could we just stay on this point, though? Because I don't think you've proven that pelvic tilt actually occurs within trans
Yeah,
individuals.
we need a source for the public, public, Jesus Christ, for
I
the
hate making claims without like actual sources, because that's what I'm all about. It's like actual facts. I don't care if I'm right or wrong. If I'm wrong, I will fucking fully admit it, and I will be the first to say I give two shits about the pelvic tilt. That doesn't bother me at all.
And the source that you just gave there that I've pulled up, the one that Echo just had in, the 316000310, the pelvic alignment changes during the, is that prenatal period?
Perinatal,
That's
yeah.
talking about
Perinatal.
that perinatal, sorry, thank you. Dyslexia matters. But that's talking about women who's pregnant, which I've just confirmed that women who are pregnant do have shifts within their pelvic, and that is because, and it says their pelvic bones can be distributed by alignment changes that occur during pregnancy. So further misalignment of the pelvic bones can lead to pain, urinary incontinence, and other complications. That's why a lot of women will actually have pain. I can speak on example from my ex-sister-in-law that had carried 3 kids. Her first child was fine. Second two that she had with my brother caused her an astronomical amount of pain, and that was because the way in which the child was sitting, it caused this.
And this
So
is
it
where I
caused
ask,
her to have issues.
okay, this is with pregnancy. This has nothing to do with taking HRT. So
My
this is talking
goodness.
about it being pregnant and actually like the pelvic can tilt. So it's not, I would say it's not always fixed, but there are cases where it can change, and pregnancy is one of them.
Right. I
Will
got
HRT
something
change
for
it?
everybody.
I don't believe so, because I'm not seeing anything.
Right. This wouldn't be the study
Right.
for it.
So this is from Transvete. They have a link to a study as well. And what this talks about is, I can show it.
Right, so can we get the study, please? I don't
need
want a screenshot
I
from a
need a
website.
study or something, because I can pull up a study, and doing screenshots on like this layout doesn't work. So if you grab me a PMID number, I can do that, or if
And
someone can grab it and send it to me on Discord.
and no offense, but I don't want a screenshot from a pro trans website either. And I would say the same for us. We shouldn't be providing screenshots for our, gender critical view, pro gender critical stances.
Right. We would expect both sides to have sources.
Yeah.
It would be counterintuitive if I said, "Oh, here, Sex Matters have said this." Well, not like I'll go to the study that Sex Matters have referenced, because that you would think that a study would be a non-biased representation of something.
Right.
Bro, I see you down there shitting on ChatGPT. Don't come for my ChatGPT.
Listen, ChatGPT is shit. You gotta update your AI model. I'm working on.
I'm not gonna lie. Do you know what?
They wrote my documentation for work today, y'all. Okay.
I prefer the Twitter AI.
No.
Who, Grok?
No,
my
do you know
God.
why? Right? Because I obviously posted about my detransition on it, and I done the AI thing for it, and it came up with this big thing, and it was like, oh my God, this has summed up my thing so well.
Listen,
wee bit
I'm a
biased.
sucker for Claude, and Claude is like my bestie when it comes to fucking programming. So
Oh, I love Claude, but yeah, I ChatGPT my documentation up all day. I'm like, I got 3 hours of work done in an hour? Hell yeah.
Song, I used to be the same way where I prefer to not use AI and be like, I don't trust, and then I correlated to back like 20, 30 years ago. We said never believe anything you see on the internet. Now everything's on the internet. We believe it. We have a wealth of information at our hands. Take it with a grain of salt. AI is the way forward. We're not moving back from it. So we just got to go with it. We should use it as a tool, not a replacement.
A tool, yeah.
Right. Okay. So you know what? I'm for now, Emma. I will concede.
Oh, you're conceding. How refreshing.
Well, it was actually me that came up to speak about the pelvic tilt because I'd been on it. But I thank you for the concedence.
On the pelvic tilt for now.
You're cutting
Michael,
out,
I
Mars.
will concede now on the pelvic tilt. I will find the study and I will show it at a different time. Okay. One second.
And we can always reconvene if people want to get
I
studies
concede
together.
on the, all right.
We
Okay.
can do that. So
Yeah, we can reconvene on that later, right? I will find the study at a later time, and I will show you hyperlordosis in trans individuals who are adults, right? Okay, so, right. So what we do know, right, is that if we look at the characteristics of sex, right, your gonadal sex, your genotypic sex, your primary and secondary sex characteristics, your basically your phenotypic sex, right? We look at these as a whole, and because we live in a society that doesn't validate chromosomes, it doesn't validate gametes or reproductive pathways on strangers, right? In an elevator, we label gender in society off of two things, Emma: phenotypic sex, which is modifiable, and we base it off of gender expression. We know this because cisgender women get misgendered all the time, right? We don't live in a society where we ask men to drop trowel to validate their gender,
No,
nor
sorry.
provide samples
Again,
of
with the
gametes.
misinformation, I'm a cis woman and I'm a very masculine woman. I walk around in trackies and tank tops and baggy t-shirts. Not once has anybody thought I was a man.
question.
Right.
Can
So
I
that's
see a
your
picture?
anecdotal experience, right? But the fact is, we have proof. We have multiple cases where cisgender women are constantly being attacked because they
Oh, so
don't
you're
fit.
referring to the bathrooms here, like to the restrooms, I assume, right? Where cis women have
Oh,
been
there's other
actively
accounts
trapped
too, though,
out.
right? There are other accounts that this happens, right? So we look through, right, because we don't validate gender by gametes or reproductive pathways, right? We base gender off of our self-representation, which is our gender identity
No,
and gender expression.
No, because
No,
let's
no.
get one thing. No, Mars, let's get one thing clear. The way I perceive it is that gender and sex are the same thing, and I think we
Right.
can come. And
I
let me
want to.
explain
Do you have a
it.
source, Emma?
Mars.
Emma, I've given you sources. Can you give me a source from a leading institution, right?
No,
Like
can I
systematic
explain?
review?
Hang
No,
on,
actually,
Mars.
I just
Let
want
me
a source, Emma,
explain.
that says sex and
Let
gender
me
are the same.
explain why I believe this, because this is a matter of personal opinion. Okay,
Right.
so I'm just saying it's a matter of personal opinion. So can we come to the mutual agreement that the term woman is a gender term?
Yeah.
Right. So woman is a gender term. Yeah.
Okay, and
Right.
and in order to be a woman, what do you have to be?
In order to be a woman, yeah. So that means your self-representation has to be female,
No, because
or you're
no,
responded
because
to as female by social institutions.
no, because in the
This is from a
dictionary,
systematic review.
hang on, Mars. All right, it's not a one.
Emma, this is
Hang on,
appeal
it's
to
not a one-way
dictionary.
debate. It's
You're
not a
doing
one-way
the appeal
debate.
to dictionary fallacy.
No, and if you just shut up and let me explain, there are different aspects. We've already touched on this between male and female. Again, the pelvic structure, the hormones, genitalia, reproductive organs. Well, this really does go on because there are 6,500 differences between male and female. So again, if you go based upon the dictionary and it is an adult human female in order to be a woman, how is it not then the same thing? If the term woman, hang on, let me finish. If the term woman is a gender term, but in order to be a woman, you have to be an adult human female. To me, it's the same thing. Again, this is my sort of personal opinion.
Right.
So that's fine.
Right. So Emma, the real answer is you don't. That's just the dictionary definition of typical, right? And I can go through. We can go through the list, right? So chromosomes. We both agree that chromosomes are not a necessary and sufficient condition to be a woman, right?
I'll disagree. I'll disagree to disagree there.
Wait. Do you not acknowledge XY females and XX males exist within society?
Honestly, I'm just going to admit I don't know enough about the chromosomes to have that conversation with you. This is still stuff I'm learning on myself.
Okay, so there's over 17, 18 variations of chromosomes that we know about. Do you
I am aware
acknowledge
of
we
that,
don't have?
yes.
You acknowledge we don't have 18 sexes, right?
Obviously.
So that's why we don't. So that's why we don't use.
Michael,
Oh, listen.
we're going down the list. We're going down the list.
I know,
We agree.
But listen, let me
We
make
agree.
it
People are
quicker
not
so we
women.
don't
I don't
need
know what
to
your
die,
dumbass is
right?
saying, Mars.
So, that's a bit
Let's not do that.
So,
do that. We're
that's
having a
why
good
we.
conversation, please.
Yeah, so that's why we don't use chromosomes alone to define what sex is. So
Okay,
chromosomes
so
is
right. So we agree, Michael. So let's go down the list, right? So let's go with gametes. Do we agree that gametes do not have to be present in order for someone to be a necessary and sufficient condition? So do large gametes have to be present for a?
Oh wait, why are we
No, no.
arguing?
Hang
Why
on.
are we arguing
Hang
absolutes?
on.
I'm going down the list.
Mars, no, hang on. Do not do that because your way into womanhood is not impeding on the infertile woman in the world. That is so
I'm not
horrible.
saying
no,
it-
no,
right.
no, because that's what you're actively saying. Because if large gametes are not present, then we can agree that not every woman in the world has large gametes, and that is
Right,
your way
Emma,
of
women-
trying
women
to get
are-
into the
women
womanhood.
ain't
That's
walking
what you're
incubators.
doing.
It was a
Hold on,
question.
no.
Biology is
Yeah, it was-
absolute. Why are we arguing
Wait,
biology?
wait,
It's
hold on,
absolute. It's
hold
already
on a
definitive.
second. Wait, hold on a second. Mars wasn't making an absolute claim. That was the question.
No, I'm saying, but why are we arguing against absolute? Why are we arguing against biology when we already know it's a hard science? This is absolute. This is the only reason we're all here right now.
Wait, that's not
Why are we
what
arguing
that's not
against
what biology means. Biology is
Right.
not necessarily absolute either. You will
It
actually
is
have to take
absolute.
you will have to take into consideration which that subjects when referring to biology or advanced biology, that is never like some concepts are not set in stone. They're going to
In
be
the
much the
human
concepts that
species,
do
it
develop
is.
over time.
It's,
No,
But
we're
if
not
you're
a
referring
clone. It is set in stone, and like that's the reason
where
we're
is
all
it-
here, guys.
All right, life. Where does it? Give me a source to say biology in humans is absolute. It's set in stone.
Okay, are you saying that there's not just male and females? Are you saying that gynecorism doesn't exist? Is that what you're trying to say?
I
That's
want
what I'm
something to
hearing, yeah.
prove what you're saying because you're saying it's absolute.
Well,
So
if you
I
can
want
give
we
me,
need
someone
a
to prove
source.
that.
if you
Mars,
guys
shut
can
up,
give me like, if you
bitch.
guys can give me any sort, like I'm proving,
Gay
like, so if you guys
asshole.
can give me any source that's saying that there is
Gay shit.
a human being, one human being that is not either male or female, that is neither, then I mean, then that would that would disprove my claim. So that's all I'm asking
So
for,
that's
and there's
no.
not any.
You are making a claim. So if you
I'm
can't
making a
back up
claim.
your
There's
claim,
absolute, like it's absolute because there's only males and there's only females.
right?
If you guys can give me a source saying that there is a human being that is neither male or female or either both, then that would disprove my claim.
Right. So
I understand what you're saying, but you're providing the positive claim, so it would be you that would get the source.
Yeah,
It
you
would
have
just
to you have
be
to provide
That
the
biology
source.
is absolute.
Right.
So you have to
Wait,
provide the source
wait.
that
Do
biology
you
is
guys
absolute.
not? Do you guys think that sex is not immute? Like the sex
No, but nobody's
is.
saying that anybody's thinking
No.
anything. We're just
No,
asking you to
I'm just
provide
trying
a
to
source.
figure out where you guys are
Right.
coming from.
Well,
Do
I'm
you
going
guys
down
not think
this.
that there's
I'm
only male and
asking
Right. I
female?
for a
just.
source instead of assuming that you are correct. I would like a source.
Hang on,
Again,
nobody
like
here is
I've
assuming.
Yeah, no,
It's
I'm
no,
just trying to
no.
figure out
Here's the
where
thing.
you.
Here's the thing. I'm always asking like, let's prove it or disprove it, and I'd like sources one way or the other.
What
So
is
if
your
we're gonna make a
claim?
claim, then like I want a source for it. You're saying it's immutable, and
Nobody
Yeah.
like
has
sex
actually
is
made the
like
claim
gender
that it's
biology is
immutable.
hard.
No, I didn't.
She did.
Yeah,
I
so
didn't make that claim, but I'm asking, like,
that's where I
do you
want
guys think that
sources.
sex? Do you guys think that there's any human being like this is what I got to figure out where you guys' heads are at, like, because you're kind of arguing with like
I'm trying
biology
to
that we
go down
already
the
know of.
list, Helmet,
So no,
but you won't let me.
I'm asking you, are you guys are like, do you guys think that there are human beings that can either change their sex, that are either both sexes or no sex at all? Is that what you're
So
Right.
arguing?
Yeah. So there.
this doesn't
Okay.
follow.
Right. So A, it
Yeah, it
doesn't
does.
follow. B. Okay. B. Right. Do you acknowledge that there are people who cannot produce any gametes, nor do they have a gonad that has the ability to produce?
They're
But
still either one or the other pathway. So they're
no,
still
no.
primarily of one
That's
or the other pathway.
someone
There's
with
no
an ova
doing that.
testy.
no, they're
Right. Someone
still
with an
either
ova testy.
yeah, they're still either male or female.
All right,
Right. But
trigger
okay.
words. I'm gonna use the big H word that we don't use anymore. So this PMC 3418019. Again, 3418019. Feel free to check it. It's a case of true hermaphrodite is one of the rarest variety of disorder of sexual differentiation and represents only 5% cases of all. A 3-year-old child presented with left side undescended testes and penoscrotal whatever. I can't pronounce that. Fuck it. On the right side, testy was normal, descended into the scrotum.
Yeah. So with the ovotesticular disorder, you can either get a male with ovotesticular disorder or a female with ovotesticular
But
disorder.
it
It's such
says
a
here
rare
it's
condition.
true. Right. At the end of the day, though,
It
But they
does
stopped
like
calling
happen.
it.
not absolute.
They
Yes,
don't refer to it as true hermaphroditism anymore because that was a
right, and
misnomer. Because they
that's
don't
why I
have.
said
Yeah.
I was going to use it as a trigger word because it's in the study, but yeah, they don't use it anymore. So
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
at the,
but it is.
okay.
But they're either male or female. They're still either one or the other
Right.
sex. So they're
So
not
But
in
the simple
between or
claim is
anything.
that biology is not absolute. That's the
No,
simple
it is
claim.
absolute. It is absolute because they're either
It's not
absolute
absolute.
male or
right.
they're
So
absolute female. There's no in
There is no
we need a
absolute
source.
truth within
I
biology.
need a
Yes, there
source.
is. Yes, there
Helmet.
is.
No,
Yeah,
there's not.
Helmet. You need a source.
Wait, are you
Like I
guys?
need you
Wait,
to.
hold on. Are you
Due to
guys saying?
variations in
I'm trying to
plasticity.
ask you.
No,
I'm trying to
okay.
ask you what you're saying.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Due
If
to advancing
Ooh, that
science,
was loud.
variations in plasticities, contextual differences, things like that. That is why biology is not absolute.
No, what I'm saying. Okay, so what I'm saying is, so not when I say not absolute, like when I say absolute, that means there's only males and there's only females. And if you
Right,
even if you have a
but you
disorder
claimed
of
that
sexual
biology was
development,
absolute.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Right.
absolute
Well,
as in
classify
males
them as
and
one or the
females, no
other.
in between,
Yeah,
Okay,
look
then
at
you
the
have to
nor one than the
clarify. Then you
other.
have to clarify your stance because
That's
biology is
what
not
I'm saying.
absolute. So
That's
if you
what I'm
mean that
saying.
they're
That it's
only
a
male and
binary.
female, then we can talk about that.
Right.
Sex is
You
a
said
binary.
so-
Yes, that's what it
So
says.
Emma.
So
Yeah, it's
Emma,
absolute
yeah,
a binary.
it's not absolute though.
Yeah,
But it's
absolute
still
a
not
binary.
Life.
It is
This is where
absolute.
you got to be willing to concede that you may have misspoken, and it's not absolute, but it is binary.
Well,
Can you
it
just
is
concede
absolute
that
a binary. No,
right,
it is
but can you
absolutely a
concede that you
binary.
misspoke? That you
No.
said biology is absolute. I'm
No,
good
I
with
can't because
Like
it is absolute.
it's
Biology
a binary.
itself,
It's
biology
not.
as a whole is not absolute.
It's absolute
Sex
by
is
the
a
by the
binary,
it's
sure.
absolute.
Biology as an absolute is
I can
not.
explain what I was
We
saying. I
can
can
say
explain what I was
sex is
saying. So when I
binary.
say whenever I say absolute, I mean that the fact that we are a gonochoric species, human beings, we're a gonochoric species. We cannot change our sex within our entire life cycle ever, no matter what we do medically, right? And also, there's only two sexes. It's binary. That can never be changed, and there's no one that's either or. Like, there's no one that's both sexes. There's no one that's more one than the other sex, and there's only male and
You need
female.
a
That's what
source
I mean by
page that says
absolute.
that actually. You need a
We
source.
all can wait. We all should be
Right?
able to
So
agree
at
with
this
that
point,
because it is
no,
not
actually,
disputed. Well, then
right?
where's the
That's
dispute?
I can
Where's the
agree
dispute?
that sex is binary, but I will not agree that biology is absolute.
Exactly. That's
Well,
the only
how
point
that
that we're
like
getting at.
what are you saying that's not absolute about? Because we know everything about every intersex condition.
Okay,
We know
words
everything
okay.
about our biology.
Words matter.
Biology
We don't
changes.
know that.
Reproductive biology. I'll just put it that way. Reproductive biology.
We actually don't know everything about it.
Well, we
So
do.
what
I mean,
we're
we do in the
saying is
fact
that
that we're a
biology as a
gonochoric
whole
species.
is not absolute.
And not
Right.
necessarily.
You're clarifying. Yes, we can agree
Yeah.
on that.
We don't.
But
Okay, that's
biology
what I meant.
as a whole is not absolute. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
So okay. So Emma. So we agree that presence of gametes is not a necessary and sufficient condition, right? Either if somebody like doesn't have eggs anymore because they had a total hysterectomy, right? They still fit the category of female even though they have no gametes, right?
You know, just for the sake of the argument, I'll agree with you. Yeah, somebody who can't produce large gametes is still a woman, yes.
Or still female, right? Because we're doing female. Sorry.
Yes, they will still be
Okay.
considered female.
Why are we arguing on biology though? If we all agree that, like, we
Wait,
all
I'm not.
agree on that.
But when
I
you
don't
use
understand why you're
absolute,
going
done
back
yet.
trying to argue against
Right.
it. It's very
Right.
weird.
So
Martha, my wifey would very much like to have a conversation with you at some point because you keep hiding.
and I just wanted to state that using absolutism to describe biology isn't. You say misnomer, but that in itself is it's relatively indistinct. I think there is a lot of what you stated that I don't agree with, but mainly that biology being absolute is it's ridiculous. Individuals stated that there isn't a 3-parent method in order to have children at one point. They use mitochondrial DNA in order to make 3-parent children. So there's just so many things that people have stated there brick walls that people have walked right through. There's too many.
It doesn't change what is what is absolute about our SMEX, about us being a gonochoric species, which means we can never change our SMEX. There's only 2
right.
SMEXs.
So we'll go over that in a minute.
There's no human being that is
Should we
more
maybe
one
just
sex
get
than
back
the
on
other.
topic
There's
about
Right,
whether
I'm trying to
male or
get back on topic. Okay, so let's go down the list, right? So do you know, Emma, do you know what gonads are? Gonadal sex?
my God, still arguing over something.
Emma, do you
honestly,
know what?
I'm gonna hold up my hand and say I don't, so you can give me a definition for that, so I'm a little bit more
Yeah,
educated.
let me make it easy for you. So gonadal normally falls under 3 categories, right? So it is ova, right? Your ovaries, your testes, or someone who is a DSD that has ovotestes, right?
Okay.
Which means they have a mixture of
Thank you,
both
Pat.
tissue and they can't produce gametes, right?
There's still one or the other sex.
Okay, we're not there yet. We'll get there. All right. Do you agree with me that in order to be
I don't
female,
want you up here.
right, the necessary and sufficient condition isn't having an ovary? Would you agree that an ovary is not a necessary and sufficient condition to make you a female?
Hang on, I never once made that claim
No, I'm asking you if it's true or not, though. Do you think that an ovary, right? If someone has
I
an
literally
ovary,
just said no. Hang on, you're missing what I'm saying. I literally just said no. I never made that claim, so I don't know why that's being brought up.
right? I know. I'm just asking you if we can agree that an ovary is not a necessary and sufficient condition to be a female. You don't have to have one. Males can have an ovary, right? Through various
Yes,
means.
I'm
So
aware of
it's
that.
not, right? So not a necessary and sufficient condition, right? So, right, now let's go to Mullerian pathways. Right?
Okay, sorry. Look, this is
Right.
very long-winded. Could we maybe just speed this up a little
Yeah,
bit?
yeah,
It's currently
okay,
half 2
yeah.
in
I
the
mean, I
morning.
know science is complex, sex is complex,
Why are we arguing
biology is
something we already know
complex.
to be true? We already know
Right.
that we can
Okay.
only be
I
both
mean,
either
all
sex.
right.
Why are we arguing
So,
against that? It's
okay,
just so
okay.
stupid.
So let's go to the next. Okay.
No,
So,
Mars, respectfully, I don't want to have to go down this list. It's
well,
half 2 in the morning in the UK. So can we just maybe move on to what you're
yeah,
trying
sure.
to say
Okay.
and make
Why
the
aren't you
point?
arguing gendered identity instead of this you're arguing against something we already have the proof that is correct.
Right.
Like
So,
what
okay.
you're arguing
So
against what biologists have already found to be correct. You're
that's
arguing
incorrect
against
on your
that.
side, though.
No, it's not.
So,
Are you saying that
right. If you can give me a
males?
source,
No,
you made a
I don't. No,
positive claim.
I want to ask
Can
you.
you
I
come
need to
back
ask
with a
you. I just need to
source?
ask you. I need to ask you a question. What are you trying to say? Do you think that human beings are not a gonochoric species, and that we are not either male or female, and we can only remain that through our entire life cycles?
Right. So,
What are you
what I'm
arguing
saying,
against? I'm
right.
saying, do
Yeah,
you not
sure.
agree with that?
Right.
You agree with that?
No, I,
Hold on.
so
Let's let
as,
Mars respond to that. And
right.
what?
I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to argue against.
Right.
Sure. Yeah. So,
Okay, if you agree with that, then
no, I
we'll
don't
be
actually.
arguing.
No, I
Well,
don't
then what the
agree.
fuck? You're arguing against like biology. We already have the
No,
proof.
actually, I'm not arguing against biology, right? Because phenotypic sex is modifiable through developmental process, hormones, and surgeries,
Sex isn't
right?
determined by your phenotype. It's not determined by your
It
phenotype. It's
Hang
wait,
not
on,
it is
defined by
Mars,
that
it
either.
Mars.
actually
Hang on,
is
Mars. Can I just ask
99.9% of
you,
the time.
Mars? Can I
No,
just
it's
ask you
not.
a All right,
Make a
Mars. Can I just
you made a
ask you?
positive
Hang on,
claim.
Mars. Can I ask you a question, please?
Jesus
Yep.
Christ.
Do you think you can change your sex? Yes or no?
Yeah, we can change our hormonal sex. We
Oh,
can change our
Jesus
phenotypic
No, no,
Christ.
sex.
no, no,
We
no,
can
no,
change.
no,
So,
Mars. Do
hold
you
on.
think you can change your normal sex? So from male to
Oh,
female, not
thank you.
hormonal, just male to female. Do you think you can change that?
Mars,
Yeah,
they're
we can.
asking
Yeah,
sex, not sex characteristics.
right. So if we base it off of sex characteristics,
Thank you, B Wheel.
No,
right,
I'm
and a
not asking
majority of
that.
them that are
No,
changed, then yes,
I'm
we
not
can change.
asking that.
Right, we
I'm
can
not
change
asking
our.
Okay,
that.
so
No,
Yes,
I'll
I
give
already
an
said
no,
so.
I'm not
will.
asking you that. How
Echo,
many
Hold
you
on.
times do I
know
Right,
this
bloody repeat
incorrectly.
I've already
myself?
told
Hold
you
on. I'm going to
phenotypic
give an
sex.
example. I'm going to give it an example. I say my view is no, we cannot change our sex. However, we can align sex characteristics to the opposite of what we were born as.
But
No,
we
look,
don't
I'm not
define
just.
sex
Look,
by characteristics.
No, look, I'm not.
We actually
Hang on,
do, though.
hang on,
We
Mars. Hang on,
don't. No, we don't. We don't
Mars.
Yes, we
define.
do.
Hang
Wait,
on,
we
hang
can't.
on,
Wait, hold
please.
on.
I've never
One second.
said
One
we
second.
did.
One
I've
second.
never
We
said
can't
we did.
define. Wait, we can't define sex by characteristics because sex is across all sexually reproducing species, not just humans. So you would say, if you're saying we define sex by characteristics, then you would say that would be across cows, across dogs, across
Right.
fucking every animal. Like that's just fucking
Well,
ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's
Come
yeah.
why.
on.
That's
Wait a
why I
sec.
say we can't change our sex. We can align sex characteristics, things like
Right,
Exactly.
hormones
right.
Mars
and
is
So
saying
secondary
something
sex
different.
again,
characteristics.
No,
helmet. What I'm
Mars,
saying
Mars
is,
is
no,
confused.
Mars,
Mars is
helmet.
fucking
Mars,
seething.
Mars.
Right.
Listen, so what? Hang on. The question I asked you is, can we change our sex? Not the traits, not the characteristics. I can't say it properly. Forgive me. Can we
Yeah,
change our sex?
right.
Yes
We
or
can
no?
change our. Yes, we can change our phenotypic sex.
That's not like that's not
Mars, I
changing
feel
your
you're
sex.
answering a different question there.
Yeah, that wasn't the
I
question.
love you, Mars,
Yeah,
but I
Mars,
feel like
you
you're
are.
answering a different
Love you to
question
bits.
there.
Right. Okay. Right. So, can we change our phenotypic sex? Yes, we can. Can we
That's not
No,
what
change
you
our?
oh my
asked.
Can we change our
God!
Wait a
genotypic
second.
sex?
No, hang on. Shut up and listen to me for a minute. I don't know how many times I'm gonna fucking repeat myself. I'm really starting to lose my
Why do you have
patience
to be
with you. I've been doing
disrespectful
this
All
for
right,
about an hour.
Emma, give me
Listen,
your
no,
definition of sex. You haven't given
You're
it to
not
me yet. What is your
answering her
definition of
Mars,
sex?
You didn't answer her
Mars.
question.
Can you have to
Listen
be
I
to
did.
respectful to her,
me.
please? That's so
Stop
ridiculous.
pivoting by asking me questions when I've asked you a very straightforward bloody question. If I'm gonna have to repeat myself to you one more time, I'm honestly gonna lose my crap with you. All right, to be perfectly honest, I don't have the time. I don't have the energy to argue all
Sure.
night about semantics with you. Can you change your sex? Yes
We
or
can.
no? Not phenotypical sex, not whatever the terminology you're using. I'm too tired to even think, to
I
be
need your
honest. I'm
definition of sex
You
first.
fucking
You
know
know,
what
I
No,
need
sex
your
is.
I
definition of
You're being
asked
sex.
you.
disingenuous.
Right.
Real
What?
quick,
Can I
I'm
just
gonna
jump in?
do.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Can
real
I
quick.
just
I
jump
just want
in?
a quick like host moment for the chat, guys. Please, ladies, gentlemen, stays thems. Please remember my rules of the live, my space. No phobias or isms. If you're not going to respect someone's gender, just use their name, and we'll go from there. But try to be respectful.
So, Emma, we cannot change our genotypic sex. It's largely immutable.
Wait, hold on, Mars, right? Let me jump in, right? So we all know that the definition that we give with sex. Oops. Oh, can we mute Connor now? Because it's a lot. Thank you.
Yeah,
My
I
brain
got you.
doesn't like ADHD too bad. We
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What an again, Jesus. Who's
I
doing
got it.
construction work?
Right? I'm like, when we remodel in the bathroom, go ahead.
Yeah.
So when we talk about sex, right, the definition of sex is the production of gametes, right? So it's either they denote either to large gametes or small gametes. So when we ask the question of can someone change their sex, we're not talking about secondary sex characteristics. We cannot define someone's sex based around secondary sex characteristics because we know that there's some females that don't have a lot of breast development, that they might not take a wider hit. Same with men. Some men actually do not produce a lot of hair because of the hormonal imbalance within the system. So we don't define sex based on secondary sex characteristics. We define sex on primary sex characteristics, which is based around the reproductive pathway. So
Right, which are
when we ask
modifiable,
you,
Michael.
so Mars, so when we ask you, can someone change their sex? We're asking you on the basis of, can someone change their reproductive pathway? So can I take a magic pill and it makes me start producing large gametes?
So again, we can change our primary and secondary sex characteristics.
Okay, Mars, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Right, I'm not done yet. Michael, I'm answering Michael's question.
I'm literally
Wait,
answering
we can
your
change,
question.
We can
You
change
have
our
asked me a
Malarian.
question. Mars,
Okay.
you have
No, no.
asked me a question
Emma,
3
stop.
times. So
Right,
I'm going
Emma.
to answer that.
Oh my God, Emma,
Yeah?
just give me a minute, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Right. So Emma, if you're saying that phenotypic sex
No,
is
Mars,
not
come back to me,
modifiable,
sorry.
I need to find a source.
Right, Mars, come back,
I need a
come back
source.
to me. This is actual getting exhausting. I feel that you're just being grossly obtuse and disingenuous when you're trying to say that, you know, we can change our primary sex characteristics. It's
We can.
grossly disingenuous to say
Wait a
that a
second.
male can start producing large gametes. Completely
That is
Right,
disingenuous.
Michael, we have already agreed, and Emma has conceded that the presence
No,
of
when
gametes.
did I concede?
She did
Right,
not
you,
concede.
no,
When did I
yeah,
concede?
right. You conceded that.
me?
Yes, Emma, you conceded. Let me finish. You
When?
conceded that gametes are not the
Mars,
necessary and
no,
sufficient
no, hang
condition
on,
to be a
hang
female.
on. No.
Yeah. So wait, are you saying that
no,
gametes are the
no,
necessary and
no,
sufficient condition?
no,
Yes or
hang
no?
on. What I
No,
said
wait.
was-
What you're not going to do,
hang
you're not
on.
going to back someone into the corner, right? Because
No,
our
so what
definition,
I
you
said
know what our
was-
wait, you know what our definition is when it comes to the production of large gametes. It's denoting to the production. So we know that there's cases where females might not produce large eggs and males might not produce sperm. Yeah, that's right. I got it right. Sorry. We know that there's cases in that, but they're still built around the production of it. That's why we say denoting. So yes, it is a main characteristic of being either male or female, regardless if they actually produce them or not. It is still the main feature. It's
Right.
how we can define who is a man and who is a woman.
Actually, that's incorrect, though. Michael, we don't validate gender in society by gametes or reproductive pathways, right? Like, I don't live in a society where we validate gender by genitals and sperm or ova. At the end of the day, we use 2 tools, phenotypic sex, which is modifiable, and what we know from studies, a trans woman on gender-affirming hormone therapy after a while gets identified as a woman about 58% of the time, and after facial feminization surgery, that number goes up to 94%, right? So phenotypic sex, I'm not done, is modifiable, right? Primary
Hang
and
on,
secondary sex
I'm so
characteristics
sorry.
are
Mars,
modifiable.
Mars, I'm so sorry to
Let her
interrupt you. I
finish.
really am, but I just want to know.
Can you let her finish?
All right,
I just
let's
want
let-
to know where I conceded. That's all I want to
Yeah,
know. Very
yeah,
quickly.
sure.
No,
You
we're
just-
not gonna pivot. Let's let Mars finish.
We're not.
Yeah,
Let's
it
let
doesn't
Mars-
matter.
let's
Like,
let Mars-
listen, Emma,
So-
I'll tell you the news. You did not concede. We'll move on. Right, there we go.
Yeah, that's
Mars.
cool. I do apologize. I'm sorry.
All
I'm
right.
so
So, Emma, we know that you think that gametes are necessary and sufficient to be a woman.
Right, Mars.
All right.
Listen,
So,
we'll
That's
move
not
away
what
from it.
I said. That's not
Michael.
what I said. No,
Michael,
oh,
okay.
Mars, no,
No,
Mars,
Emma, I'm
Mars,
talking to Michael.
No,
You have to be
Mars,
of the
be
sex
quiet.
that produce the
No,
gametes.
Mars.
Of the
So
sex.
what I
Of the
said
sex.
is that
And
no,
that's-
is that yes, somebody does not need to have ovaries to be considered a woman. That is what I said, and the reason why I said that is because somebody who has fertility issues and who might actually need a hysterectomy by the time they're 40, that's why I don't think that. Okay, so that's why I said it. I did not concede at all, and you're really starting to really piss me off with that. Shut up, I did not concede. All of the people up here will even say I did not concede, so just stop throwing that
If
out.
it makes
Stop
you feel
backing-
better,
Shut
Emma, we
up.
can say that. Emma,
Be
we can
quiet.
feel if it
Stop
makes you feel better.
backing me. No,
Right.
Mars.
You have to be of the sex
Right.
that can
So,
produce
Michael, you have to, Michael, in society, right? In society, right? We agree that cisgender people get misgendered, right?
I don't know what that is. What's a
Right.
cis person?
I mean, you should drop if you don't know what a cis person is.
No, no. It was actually created. That term was actually developed in 1994 by Dana
No, it was
DeFosse
not.
to
No, it was
to
not.
quote them. Yes,
No.
it was.
No,
To
it wasn't.
quote
It was
unquote other
1920s, and it was
non-trans
in the.
people.
It was in the 1920s, and it was in Germany, and it was
Nope.
by wait a
That
second.
was cis-sexual. That
No,
was
wait a second.
cis-sexual.
But that was still used
I'm
in
talking
terms of
about
gender for individuals. That was still
No,
used
I'm
in terms
talking
of
about
the
cisgender. Was
no,
created
no.
in
It was used in gender
1994. Sorry, go ahead,
terminology.
Echo. Go ahead,
Hold
Echo.
You did studies for it, but you
on,
don't know what you're talking
hold
about.
on. Yes, Magnus Hirschfeld coined the term cissexual, and then in the 1990s, cisgender was coined. Never, Life is Tough was right about that, but Ray, you're also we had a term back then for cissexual.
Yes,
so
that's
you're
when
both
they
right in your own
accepted.
degree there, but like, yes, it was. Those words were both made, but that's the exact point of this background. I'm not saying anybody is cisgender, anybody is trans. I'm saying women are women.
Right. So at the end of the
I
day,
just want
Michael,
to push. Sorry, can I just,
Michael,
Mars, 1
cisgender.
second.
I'm
Can I
almost
just
done.
speak to
Michael,
Echo?
can you let me finish?
Can I,
Hold on.
no, can I
Wait,
just
Michael,
Mars,
2 minutes and you can done. I'm
Mars,
almost
hold
done.
on. Michael wanted to make a short point to what Echo was directly speaking about.
Yeah. So I've just looked it up. The term cissexual was coined by German sexologists, and I'm going to butcher the name. Please don't at me in the comments.
Magnus Hirschfeld.
Bachmeier Siegest in 1991. In the German publication as a counterpart to transsexual to describe people whose gender identifies. Yep, we know what that means. This term was a translation to Siegeist's German term cis-sexual. That's obviously German for cis-sexual.
Right. So, Michael, at the end of the day, cisgender people
Wait,
get
Mars,
misgendered.
Buddy,
Right?
take a breath.
Right.
Take a breath. Let me and Echo just...
Cisgender was coined in 1994. Cisgender, the term cisgender was coined in 1994 by Dana DeFosse, who was a trans activist and journalist. She coined it to other, quote unquote, other non-trans people. So trans people wouldn't feel othered themselves. So it was, to me, it was created as a slur. She created it to other non-trans people.
Right. So I
That's
need
kind of
so
fucked up.
right. So there's no it doesn't fit the definition of slur. But
If you created it to a group of people, I think that would be a definition of a slur. I don't think anything that was created
no,
to other
it's not.
someone.
It's a
If it's
prefix.
created to other someone, to other quote unquote someone, like a group of people, that would be a slur. Yeah.
All right.
Wait, so
we
wait,
can
helmet,
argue, we
helmet.
can argue the impact of that word.
Yeah.
Before later. So
We can make a whole
argue that
background.
Right.
another time.
Okay. Now I want to go back. So
Arguing
Michael,
it's sex. It's just
right?
very
Michael, cisgender people get misgendered every day, right? So we don't validate in society. Like if I was go onto an elevator and there were 2 people in the elevator, if I'm not using gametes and reproductive pathways, and I'm using the tools that I say that we use in society, which is phenotypic sex, which is modifiable, and gender expression, like when do we validate someone's gender as a man or a woman in society by their gametes or reproductive pathways?
Yeah, so as I said to you earlier on when you asked me this question when I was up on the panel before, society doesn't need to affirm one's gender if someone is misgendered within society, and you are still a biological, you're still male. It doesn't matter. I don't need to affirm who you are. You affirm yourself. That's not for society to do so. So when we look at someone, we use the pronouns that we think aligns most with them. So I'll look at someone, and I'm not saying, we can tell 100% of the time. It's a very high percentage of the time that we can actually tell when someone is
Right.
trans
So
or not.
wait a minute.
So
I'll give you the study right
terminal-
now.
We use the pronouns that we think will align with their sex, not with their gender. So that's how when I've met people who, by all intents and the purpose of the word, looks female, I still know they're trans. I still say he, him, because I am referring to sex. I am not referring to their pro.
Right.
Sorry,
So,
I am not
Michael,
referring to
we
their
can't
preferred
always tell
pronouns.
though, right? So how do you get upset when you find out that you've affirmed a trans person's gender? Does that make you upset in any ways?
No.
Okay. Right.
mean,
So, but are you upset with yourself because you didn't check their gamete to reproductive pathways
Oh my
to
god.
validate it?
no,
Right.
why?
Again,
Why?
right.
I don't see
So
the point
unless
you're
you
trying to
can,
make
right?
here.
Sure. I'll give you the point. So your definition says that gender is entirely based on, and I'll use your point of reasoning, right? Because you don't believe that adult and adulthood are social constructs. So you think it's simply age development and sex, right? And that sex regards to reproductive pathways and gametes. So if the only thing that makes a man is his gametes and his reproductive pathways, why don't we validate them in society in any ways before labeling or someone a man or a woman? Why don't we validate your manhood or Helmut's manhood by basing it off of those two things if it's not used in society,
Like,
right?
does that person on the left look like a man to you? Just saying, like the one on the left.
That's interpret. This is what it just says.
No, I just
Michael.
asked.
This doesn't even make a difference.
Michael.
What difference does it
That's
make?
me. That's me right there on the left. Do you think that person on the left looks like a man? Because that's me.
Michael.
Thank you.
No, you're beautiful.
I said,
Thank you.
T, you are beautiful. That's what
Thanks, babe.
I was saying that I think life is absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you, babe. Appreciate you.
I mean, look at that bone structure. Look at the definition that's in the bone structure. Like
I know
can
a trans
see
woman
that
that
as a
looks
woman.
exactly like her though, Michael.
I mean,
Like,
I
I know.
think you would.
Yeah, sure.
If you want to grab a photo and show us, then by all means, please grab a photo
No,
and show
Yeah,
us.
right,
But
yeah.
grab
Bring,
it
bring up,
no,
bring up your
because the
friend that looks just like me.
6,500.
Let's see it.
You know, there's only so
totally.
much that there's only so
John,
much
are we
that
comparing
people
life to a
feminization can
trans
go.
woman? Are we gonna put them both cam up side by
A person's
side?
looking.
Oh God, are we gonna like body
I
for
can.
body? Okay, totally random question. Life, how tall are you?
6'1".
6'1".
Holy God! All right,
I'm
chosen
saying
answer.
6'5".
She's a tall
You're
woman.
lying.
Right, I'm saying
Life.
6'5". I'm
Life.
like,
I'm
she's
100.
tall.
I'm 110% 6'1". I'm
Have you
exactly
met him?
6'1".
I've seen your
Yes, I
Facebook
have.
with you next to other people. Like, you are tall as fuck.
I am 6'1". My husband is 6'5". I am 6'1". I got
I'm
lucky in that
5'3".
department.
You're not
Oh,
lucky.
that's why. Okay, that
My
makes
sister
sense.
is my sister is 5'11". My little sister, my little brother is 6'5". My dad is 6'3", actually 6'4". My mom is 5'9". My grandmother is
Jesus.
He's 6 feet. We're all tall. My dad's uncles
I'm okay.
and his dad were
Y'all
all
just over there
6'4".
being giants for
We're
no
Yeah,
reason.
gigantic.
she's
I will
Yeah.
Scandinavian.
life. I will say, I've had like 4 people ask me for your information yesterday. I told them absolutely no.
I do appreciate that, Echo. I
I
truly do.
told you
I
I'm not
actually
gonna
do.
do it.
So,
I appreciate you.
wait,
And I do
Yeah,
Michael.
respect
Echo's
you
my
for that.
wifey, and I don't even have it. I
So,
just they
Michael,
put
you
up your
don't.
picture, and I'm like, she's gorgeous. Moving on.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. So
appreciate you
Maz, I'll
helping
answer
me
your
taking that
question.
down too. I
Right. So,
appreciate that.
Michael, we don't use those tools that you're basing what a man or a woman is in society on that.
Yeah,
We don't
but
validate
but
them
let
by
me
that. And
let
if
me
we
answer
don't,
the question, right? I know
right,
the
if we
point you're
don't
making, so let me
validate them,
respond.
if we don't validate them, then why are they important?
Yeah, so the reason that we do not validate within society people's chosen pronouns or sex is because we're based around a society of law. So if we then validate someone, you know, yourself being a woman, what we're then doing is we're greying the areas of law that we have within society to protect women and girls. So the reason that we've structured society like we have is because women and girls have inherently through history been oppressed by males, right? By my own kind, being oppressed. So when we structured society and moved within society, what we have done, and I'm saying society a lot, so I do apologise, what we have done is we have built around the fact of this oppression. We built, I don't want to say it again, but society around oppression. If we look, and I'm not going into a race thing, but if we look, obviously, historically, you know, we've had demographics and races within society that have been oppressed. We've moved away from that and we've given laws and built laws around that oppression. And that's the exact same thing. So if we're speaking like yourself, using a preferred pronoun is a language base. Using the definition woman to describe a man is language base. So we would then have to give you the entitlement by law for the protection that females have got, because we don't say adult human female when we write a law. We say woman. And that woman is in reference to adult human females.
Right. So at the end of the day, that's a nice word salad, right? But at
I
the
don't
end of the
think it was a
day,
word salad. I
no,
think
it is.
that
It definitely is a word salad, right? Because, right?
I answered your question. That's why we
Wait,
would
no,
not
no.
affirm
You
someone's
actually no.
chosen
It was a
gender.
word salad, right? Because you've already conceded that we don't
Oh my
validate
god.
gender in society by those things. So if we don't, and we acknowledge that cisgender people get misgendered, just like gender itself in society just doesn't use that. It used to, right?
But that's because
But we
society is
have
built
the
around
right.
someone's sex. That's the whole point that I've just
It's
made.
not though. It's
Laws
based
are
off of
built
gender.
around someone's sex. So
No,
when
it's
we
based
look
off of
at
gender
laws that
though.
have been written in, it's been written in because of someone's sex. So the
It's
laws that
because
we
of
have for
gender.
women is for adult human females. It's not for men that want to take the moniker woman. It is actually for adult human females.
Which
Do you
society?
agree? Wait a sec.
I
Do you,
don't.
Our society. So I can give
Not.
you I can
No,
give you
not
an
mine.
example. Right, hold
No,
on.
right.
I can give you because you live do you know what, that's an ad hom. I'm not even going to say that. But I can give you an example, right? So when we look at the Equality Act within the UK, the
This
terminology.
is appeal to legality, Michael. This doesn't has nothing to
But
do with the
that was what my
conversation.
whole point
I
was.
mean,
This is why
so
in society we do not pander to someone's chosen gender because
Right.
society
Michael,
has
the,
built the
I will
legal.
say
they did this
appeal
for
to
decades way before this. This is just
I will
an over politicized topic.
yeah, I will say appeal to society is like a logical fallacy in a debate that we don't want to do. But in the world
It
that we
wasn't me that
live
brought
in,
society up.
yeah, I would say in the world that we live in, though, the legal stuff is very relevant, especially now we see in the US. Like understanding and talking about the legal side of things is very relevant. You know, I wouldn't use it to say, well, trans women aren't women because the law says they're not women, because that's an appeal to
Well,
legality. But we can
yeah,
talk
so
about
I
legal
don't.
right, but
Yeah,
that's what
so I
Michael is
don't,
doing
right?
though.
Trans women aren't women to me because they do not denote to the production of large gametes.
Right.
Do you
Period.
understand?
No law needs to tell me that.
Wait a
That's
second.
How do you
right.
guys
But
feel about the new law in
when
Texas? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Michael.
no, it's fine. But when someone brings up, a question like Mars did, where we're basing it solely on society, then I have to respond back to, well, the reason that we don't affirm that is because, society is structured around the laws that we have. If we didn't have them laws, then it would be complete and utter anarchy. And that
Right.
was the reason
It's
why we
not
made
laws.
them laws over the
It's not
years.
really laws though, Michael. Right?
It's
We're
laws
talking
though.
about gender norms in
Yes, and
society and expectations.
But those
laws
Well,
and
norms
to
have to be
me, there's
sociology.
no
associated with
such.
one
So
or
to
the
me,
other
there isn't.
gender.
Laws and
Yeah.
sociology
So to
change
me,
based on the demographic of people you're talking to. Just because something is legal doesn't make it right. Just because something is a popular take doesn't make it right. That's a reductio ad popularum. It doesn't really do much in terms of any type of civil
So
debate or any
just
type of
so
discourse.
so
We're
just
just,
because you guys are allowed to go in our spaces doesn't mean it's right, right?
who's you guys? I'm literally just speaking on the fact that this is just.
Males
I'm
go
not
in
a
feet. Like
male.
just
I
because
get your
you guys
point,
are
right?
allowed
I'm not a
So,
male.
doesn't mean
Mars,
it's
you've
right.
just made a point. You've just made a point there about gender norms. So there is no such thing, or to me anyway, there is no such thing as a gender norm. It's a gender
Right.
stereotype. When we look at, people, what we're doing is if we say, well, that man there is that man there is shows gender norms of what males is. That's not what we're doing. We're just saying that that's a stereotypical man. So I'm for breaking down what everybody says is a gender norm. Like let's absolutely dismantle this gender norm. You want to be a femme gay guy that wears a dress, I will support you. I will buy you that dress that you've got your eye on. If you want to be a butch woman that buys a 3-piece suit, I will buy you that three-piece suit.
Three-piece suit.
I would buy that. Like let's break down that gender stereotype. There's 2025. It's
But
no
these
such
gender
thing as
norms have to
gender
be
norms.
associated with
question.
sex.
Would you agree?
Hold on. Sorry, Echo. Go ahead.
Michael, if you're offering, I got some skirts in my Amazon.
Hey, I came off mute first. I was about to say I'm in the market for a 3-piece suit.
So,
I just want to say
Michael,
real quick, guys.
Michael, you made a positive claim. Michael, you made a
Can I say
positive
something really
claim.
quick? Can I say something really quick? I just want to say, like, hold on. These gender norms have to be associated with one of the other genders, right? And so, like, there are gender norms, and like these are not like see that like there wasn't a group of men that sat around saying women will do this, men will do this, right? These are observed behaviors over all of human history, right? We've observed behaviors, and I always take things back to a naturalist point of view, right? I eliminate society as as we see it now today, right? I go back to living off the land. I just go back to like thinking of how we would live as animals, like off the land, pretty much, and without modern technology. And I'm thinking, and especially like with being pregnant, like women, we had like 15, 16 kids back then, right? We were always pregnant. Always, because we didn't know who was going to survive, right? And so we were like, that was just because that was just what we did, right? It was just the continuation of our species. It wasn't like we weren't being forced to do this, right? And then all of these gender norms, everything kind of derived from that. They derive from our natural roles, but we don't have to adhere to them nowadays, right? We don't, and I don't think anyone in society, I was never forced to do the things that I do. I was never forced to say like, oh, you have to be a wife, you have to be submissive to your husband. But I just am. I choose to be that way. But not every woman has to be that way, right?
Yeah,
we don't have to adhere to these
Yeah,
gender.
you know what, Never Bow as well. I am married, and trust me when I say this, I am not at all in any way submissive to my husband.
I am, because like I mean, my husband's a better man than a better human being than I ever could be. I love him. I'm so very so blessed to have him in my life. I think he's a better human being than I am.
You guys are actually confusing gender norms with gender stereotypes.
No. Stereotypes derived from norms. Like it's just, and it's not like a norm as if it's
That's
being
not
forced on people.
necessarily true, though, right?
Well, it is.
Like 1 second. Oh, wait, sorry, I keep cutting you off. Ray. Sorry.
I was going to ask, would you agree that words are intersubjective? And by intersubjective, I mean these are just commonly accepted tropes based on society.
Wait, what else? So wait, I'm not
The
talking about words.
are
I'm talking about.
No, I'm asking because
roles.
we mentioned language earlier. So that's why I'm asking. That's what I was trying to get in on. So basically, I'm asking if they're intersubjective because that is in definition what words are. Language does change based on what people's commonly accepted tropes are. So when we go by definitions, we also have to recognize that people who make definitions are lexicographers that just go by etymology, but they go by people's public perception.
Yes, the definition can include its antithesis. A definition can never include its opposite. It would completely eradicate the need for the categories. It would erase the categories, and we would have to go back. Well, the reason woman, man, they're two different categories.
Wait a second. We had the N-word as a definition for Black people, and now it's recognized as a
No,
slur.
it wasn't a definition. No,
Yes,
it wasn't a
if you looked
definition.
up it,
No, it
listen,
wasn't.
wait a second, wait. If you
No,
went
actually
to
it was,
yes, it was utilized in the definition of an individual.
I'm talking about the definition of woman and man.
But you just said
I'm asking
verbatim that it was not opposite.
I'm asking about the categories of woman and man. Hold on, there's a category.
You can't say in
wasn't-
one breath that
I just want to clarify what you've just said, though, so we can actually make sure we're getting it right. It wasn't the insult word that it was, but it was the NE word.
Michael, don't get canceled.
Terminology. Oh no! I'm not mentioning
I'm
it for
trying
that
so
purpose.
hard not to.
Wait a second. I'm not mentioning it for that
He's
purpose.
trying.
I'm mentioning it because you just stated that language doesn't go up. Language doesn't change to make things opposite.
I
of what
wasn't
we
saying.
were
I never
previous.
said anything about
Wait a
language. I don't
second.
know
I'll
what
let
you're
you
talking
finish.
about.
I'll let you finish. No,
I
you
never
were just
mentioned
mentioning.
language though.
You just said definition. What is definition?
I didn't say anything about language.
So just to
What
answer
is
that,
definition? What is the definition? It's
I was
part of
talking about
language.
gender roles. I was talking about gender roles, honey. I wasn't talking about. I never
was
mentioned
talking about
language or
language.
definitions.
Well, let me
I
tie
was
it all in.
talking about language, so let me reply back to Ray.
Okay.
So
Wait a second, I'm
I
not
would
done.
say.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're not done. Sorry.
No, I wanted to respond back to besides the language portion of it, because that was a major portion. This is all
Can
based.
I just respond to the language bit and then you say your,
Sure,
because
go
I'll
for it.
forget, right? So when you said about the intersubjectivity, because that's a new word to me, I've just looked it up. I would say no, language isn't. Because what it says is obviously the definition of it is existing between consensus minds shared by more than one consensus mind. So how do we measure that? Because obviously with the trans community, they would say, well, the definition of woman is this.
You
With
literally
our
Google it.
community, we would say, well, the definition is this. So how do we measure if it is intersubjectable or not? Sorry.
Yeah.
How can we,
Intersubjective
that's
means that-
it's non-measurable.
Actually, wait a second. It is because you can literally Google it and ask are words intersubjective, and it
Wait,
says
did you just
yes.
say Google it?
No,
Don't
shut
say
up.
Google it. Come on, because
I'm
like
so
Google's not a
serious.
source. Google's not a
No,
source.
no, I'm not. I'm using this as a definition because we're going off of definition. So yes, words are intersubjective. That's literally you could look that up. I'm not just saying that, and it's not source based. Obviously, you could just literally Google it. It's everywhere. It's on National Institutes of Health.
But the rest
Intersubjectivity
of
and the
society
language
has
of
to
words.
know what that word means, or you're just going to be talking nonsense,
I
and no
was
one's
trying
going to
to
know what the
say
fuck
it
we're
until you
talking
cut me off
about.
so rudely. I was trying to say it until you interrupted me earlier. Thank you. So intersubjective is shared understanding between other individuals that commonly make up what we define as words. This is all. That's why I say it's intersubjective. It's based on the way it's based on a person's perception, but it's also based on general consensus.
Yeah, so the general consensus of what a woman is an adult human female.
And just
It's
because,
the only people that say it isn't is within the trans community.
but would you also agree that just because something is a commonly accepted trope doesn't make it right? Because that is a what is it called, a fallacy?
But it isn't, though, when we're speaking about definitions of something, it isn't a fallacy. So the
It would be
definition
considered
of
fallacy.
adult human female, it's not going to slip into something that's so outlandish that it can't be that. That's why we stick to definitives when it comes to definition. So it's a definitive definition of adult human female for women. But the only
That's like
people
saying-
that say it's not
Do you have
Just to
a
say
is
that-
trans
that
people.
states that is the definitive definition, or there's a primary definition of the word woman?
Yeah, well,
Right,
the
you can-
source is
you can-
evolutionary biology. I mean, there's several sources of evolutionary biology that,
Right,
that
so you
actually
need to give me.
states
All right,
that.
so provide a
So when we talk
source.
about evolutionary biology, obviously, Mars, we're talking about, you know, the evolution of a human. So they
Yeah.
start as a baby, they go to
Doesn't
adolescence,
seem
they
over-
Can I ask a
go to
legitimate
adults.
question, guys?
Doesn't
Can I ask a
oversimplify
legitimate
overcome.
question?
Go for
Can I
it.
just ask a legitimate question just really quick? I've really been wanting to know this. What is wrong with just saying, hey, we wish we were women? Okay, we understand that we're not. We wish we were. We wish we looked like you guys. We're going to do everything we can to look like y'all. But we're going to respect your spaces, and we're going to respect your terms. We'll make up our own terms. Guys, we wouldn't have a fucking problem with you
That's a
guys if you just
reductive
did that.
version of an
We wouldn't
oversimplification.
have a fucking problem
That's a
with you at
reductive
all if you just
oversimplification.
respected what the fuck we have, man.
You,
That's
that's
it.
Wait a second. Wait.
This is these. Well, just let me finish. These
You can let
terms.
me finish. It's fine.
Stop. These terms are what they were already in use, guys. They were already in use by women. Okay, when we have women's health, women history, we can't go changing the like. Why would we do that? Why don't you guys just make up your own term? Call
But
yourself
Neverbo,
whatever you want to do. I would be behind that.
We already shown where trans women do receive women's health care, though.
Oh my
Right?
God, okay. You're not fucking women. You're not the same as me, is all I'm saying. If you guys would just make up
That's
your
why I
own
argue
term and
that,
just
like,
leave
not
everything
even
with us
women are
alone.
the same.
But this argument is redundant, and honestly, it's just that's why I say it's
all
just
it
based
does
on
is
But
create
popularity.
more division.
we all
It's
have
a
one thing in
popularity
common.
fallacy. Wait
All
a second,
women have
I'll
one
let you
thing in
finish.
common. We're all adult
Wait a
female
second. Wait.
humans.
But when
If
you
you guys want to
utilize,
make up your own word for yourselves, by all
yeah,
means, please go ahead.
there's an
We would
over
have no problem
politicized
with
topic
you.
that people use in order. There's an over politicized topic that
I
was
don't know what
never
you're
a problem
talking
until recent times.
No, we would always
This
have a
is
problem with you
highly
calling
over
yourselves
politicized. You
women.
know how
I'm
Christine
40.
Jordan
How old are
came
you,
in?
Ray? How old are you, Ray? I'm
I'm
43.
25.
I've
I'm
never. Yeah, I'm
25.
43. I've lived a lot longer than you.
That
There's
doesn't make a
never been
difference. That doesn't make a
trans women have
difference.
never
Just because
called
you have more
themselves.
experience in your
They've
opinion
never
doesn't make you
called themselves
intelligent.
women.
Doesn't make
They've
you more
never called
experienced.
themselves women. They never violate. They respected our spaces. There may have been a
This
few that
is
snuck in and
literally the
out, right?
definition of
We
what we
didn't have a
call.
problem with them until you
There's
guys started
literally the
calling
definition of what we
yourselves
call a
women.
political emotion. This
You're
is
a
literally has no
baby. You
basis.
don't know what you're
This has
talking
no
about. But
basis.
you
You
know
don't
what?
have
That was
any.
my no. Hold
You're
on.
doing
That
an
was
ad
my
hominem.
attempt. That was my attempt to
That was
try
an
to
attempt
help
at
you
doing an
guys
ad hominem,
understand.
and what
Shut
you're
the
doing is
fuck
now.
up.
Why are you talking
Shut
over?
the
I never
fuck up.
disrespected you like that. I
You
suggest
don't
you
need
just
a
Can we
man
not?
talking over me when I'm trying to
I'm
Can we
the
not?
speak.
man. That's racist as fuck.
That was
I'm not
my.
even
Ray
fucking.
How
I'm
is
not
is
it
even
fucking
not.
fucking trans. You
racist, you
fucking
idiot?
Ray
moron.
is not.
No,
Ray is not trans.
you
Oh,
automatically
I don't know
assume this
what the
based
hell
on a
they are.
person's. This is what
But
it's.
shut
That's why I'm
up.
saying it's racially motivated.
Stop.
And that's
You're
Yes.
exactly
talking
how
over me
these
like a
people
man.
lie. You
Racist.
can't
My God.
Because you
Yeah, I don't
because
even know what color
masculinization
you
of
Because
black
you're
are. I
women
can't even
is
see
very
your fucking
racist.
picture. I can't
Over
even see her
masculinization.
fucking picture. I don't even know
Over
what the hell they look like. I'm not even
masculinization
looking at my
of women.
phone.
But why do you
I'm just
automatically
saying
assume
this
then?
man, like, it
Why
sounds like
did
a
you
man because
automatically
they're
assume? You've done
over
it several
talking me.
times.
Because you're over talking me just
You
like
did it
most
to me
men do.
too. You did it to me
Because
too. So
I
what's the
was fucking
difference?
Yeah, that's
talking.
not.
I
You
was
weren't talking
talking and you
earlier. You
still
were doing it
interrupted
to me, and
me.
it wasn't a problem. So
I
what's the
still
difference?
interrupted. you still interrupted me? Why I was
And you're doing
talking. I was just
now.
trying to explain. I was trying to like be real with you guys. I was trying to be completely real, heartfelt, and say, look, we wouldn't have a problem with you guys if this was the case. Women were doing our own thing. We were going to our own spaces. We weren't violating anyone else's boundaries. Like you guys got to understand is like whenever you come in and you violate our boundaries, like if you guys would have just made up your own shit, we would have been behind you guys. We would have been 110% behind you. We would not give a fuck. But when you violate other people's shit, other people's spaces, our privacy, we were gonna have a fucking problem with it. Why wouldn't we?
All right.
We'd be
This is
absolutely
overpoliticized
sheep if we just
topic.
fucking bowed down and bent over and let
Well,
these
that's
men
an
just do what they
All
wanted to
right.
do. That's
that's
why
why
we're so fucking angry.
that's why I'm saying it's an overpoliticized topic. This was a
I
non-factual
can't understand what you're
definition.
saying. It's like you're
Yes,
very
because you
low.
keep talking
You're
over
very
me.
no,
You
you're
need to
very
stop
low.
that. Wait a
Stop
second. You're
and
gonna complain in
listen.
3
Stop
seconds.
and
If you're
listen.
I'm saying your
Mike.
microphone's low is what I'm saying.
you can just say that. You don't have to talk past me.
What? I can't hear your microphone's really low in my ears. What I'm trying to say. I wasn't coming at you. I'm just saying your microphone's
Yes,
low.
maybe you should
All
turn
right.
up your hearing aid, Granny.
Oh, I
Life.
can't. I don't have
Life.
anything.
Life.
Yeah.
Get a drink. Chill out for a minute. Get a drink.
Oh no, I've been
Okay.
drinking. I've been drinking. I'm good.
Bye bye.
What have you been drinking?
Maker's Mark.
Hold on a minute.
Maker's Mark and Blade and
Hold
Bow.
up.
Yeah.
Hold up a minute.
Whiskey.
Chill out a minute.
Maker's Mark is rough.
We're
It's
all
good
having a
shit.
good conversation. Let's
I don't
kind of
disagree.
bring it back to a conversation.
I drink
Um,
straight whiskey.
Before I go, is it very okay if I just
I'm
very
with her on
quickly
that.
continue with Mars? Is that okay? Because I'm not going to be up much longer.
Honestly, I think like with y'all in the UK,
I mean,
it is getting
yeah,
very
I
late
guess
for
we
y'all,
can
so
continue for like
probably
a minute.
continue. Yeah.
Right?
No,
Kind
that's
of.
fine. You just asked me like 3 times, Mars, what the definition of sex is. So I just thought I'd quickly answer before I drop.
Okay.
I did pull up the dictionary just so I know that I'm talking absolute truth when I do say it, because obviously it's stated in the dictionary. I know that's a very, very controversial topic right now. So either of the two main categories, male and female, into which humans and most other living things are divided on the basis of their reproductive functions. So adults of both sex, the fact of belonging to one of these categories, direct discrimination involves treating someone less favorably on the grounds of their sex. Does that make sense to you?
Oh God.
You kind of cut out on me. It could be me, but like, where are you getting this definition? What dictionary?
The Oxford Dictionary.
Okay,
So
so
using language.
All right.
when we read number one in the definition of Oxford, is it not of or denoting to this? What is? Wait, let me see. I can give you what Yale
Do you want me to
says.
reread you the first part as I did cut out? Do you want me to reread it?
Yeah. Reread the first part of what it is.
So either of the two main categories, male and female, that part's is in brackets, into which humans and most other living things are divided on the basis of their reproductive functions. A dictionary
Okay.
definition there, and it's from the Oxford Dictionary.
I just want to say that like I hate arguing over dictionary and the definition.
No. It's
No, and
I'm only reading
it's
it echoed just because they asked me.
yeah, and it's for a reason because like if we look at the background, Merriam-Webster even says that the point of a dictionary is to record the usage and not dictate the usage. So when we argue, like this is for everyone on TikTok on every side, it's very much an impartial stance on this. Like the appeal to a dictionary definition or going based on what the dictionary says, I think is incredibly harmful on all sides because the dictionary just recognizes our usage of words. That's my take.
Right.
Definitions are descriptive or prescriptive. There's plenty of facets more to a definition than what's described in a simple dictionary definition.
Right.
I was just reading it out. Mars asked me for the definition 3 times, so I just thought I'd give it to
No,
him.
you're good. You're
Well,
good.
I mean,
No, I
actually
just had to
asked
give
you
my take.
for what you mean by sex, right? And if you just mean that
you
you're just going to
you
go
asked no. Hang on, Mars. You asked me to give you the definition of sex 3
right,
times.
right. I didn't mean definition as in dictionary definition. That's my bad. It was a miscommunication. What I mean, right, is what is sex, right? Right.
Your
What is sex?
reproductive pathway. Your reproductive pathway is what it is.
And
It's
are
the
they
only. It's the
absolute?
only way. It is, yeah, well, it is absolute as far as like, yeah, you either have one or the other primary pathways. So you could only be male or female, especially in the human species, like in the human species and other gonochoric species. And we all know this. I don't know why why do you guys keep going back to SMEX, like arguing with something that's already proven and we've
Right.
already
So
agreed on?
okay.
It's
So
very
there's
weird.
there's a couple of things, right? That's kind of an issue. Number one, because we've already went through the list where
Thank you, Big Wheel.
reproductive function is not a necessary and sufficient condition on its own to be a female or a male,
No, you have to
right?
have one or the other pathways. It doesn't have to be functioning. It just have to have the pathway. There's either one or the other primary pathways. Only one or the other will be primary. So you could only be, we're gonochoric. We could only be one or the other SMEX. We all know this. It's in every documented like biological literature there is. But we've already agreed on this. And I don't know
Right.
why you guys
So
try to go back and argue with something that's already been proven. What are you arguing for? Like, what are you trying to make happen? You're trying to make a
we
square peg fit in a round hole. It's never going to fit. Argue
So
the
we
gender
can
identity.
try.
so
Argue
the
the
sex
We
philosopher,
can
like
try.
philosophical version of gender identity.
We might be able to get it in there.
Right?
right.
I think
So
that's a
at
better.
the end of the day,
That's a better
never
argument.
So that's right. So at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, sex is
I'm gonna grab a drink.
or
I was gonna say, who's
Rahab,
stirring a drink? Because now I want one.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna grab a drink. Y'all got the live.
Thanks,
Just
babe.
drink whiskey out of the bottle, man. It's way easier.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Damn.
right. Typically,
You ain't got shit to say, do you? No. First time I've heard Marge speechless.
right. We
I don't know if
acknowledge
it's
that
speechless or serviceless.
sex is a lot more complex. I am serviceless, actually.
Mhm.
You're back
I'm walking
now.
through the city. Okay, so yeah, so like we acknowledge that sex is much more complex, and we've even done this with the Olympics right now, where they've tested.
And you're gone.
And you're gone again.
Jesus.
A little off topic here
that-
while they wait to come
Right,
back.
sorry. So over 50 women have failed the Olympic test.
Never bow. You know what I was craving really
Typically in
badly
general.
earlier?
What?
An onion boil.
Yep, it's really big, guys.
Shit,
Yep,
life
this
is
me.
on camera.
Oh?
Can I drink on camera? Is that okay?
Yeah,
You
You're
just can't show, like, the
beautiful.
bottle.
My goodness, you're stunning.
Wait, as long as no, it's like don't.
Okay, if you
So
show
you
the bottle,
can't-
we might
Oh, I
get
didn't know if I
taken
was
down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
just
gotcha.
don't take it too high.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
yeah.
All right.
That's just the
We
easiest
can-
way to drink. You don't have
So-
to dirty up a glass. You know what I'm saying?
We can give
You don't-
away
yeah, you
a
don't have to
lot
do
of
it.
Let me
stuff
just say
over
how
here.
beautiful life is. Like that
Thank
photo doesn't
you.
even do you justice, saying.
Well, that was a long time ago.
Stunning.
I was really young then. I was
We
like
can
back
get
in my
away
modeling
with a
days.
lot of
so.
stuff over here,
I'm-
but
I
just
gotta-
be
I gotta-
careful
I
with
gotta-
the bottle.
I gotta go.
But yeah, I was really craving an onion boil earlier for whatever reason. Like I've been seeing them
What's
all
an
over
onion
TikTok. So it's
What's an onion
basically
boil?
where you
That's
take
that
off
British
the
shit.
So it's where you take off like the skin of the onion. You take off the first two layers. You core it out, like just only a little bit though. You put butter in the middle. Put it up with seasonings. You put it in tin foil, and then you put it in the
This is-
oven, and it's meant to be really nice.
This is why
Like a,
America like fought y'all for independence and we got away from y'all because your cooking is atrocious.
Like a
No,
piece
I'm
of
not gonna
onion?
lie, that's
No,
some
I'm not
real
standing
British
for
Hang
shit,
on,
but
I'm
it
pretty
actually
sure
sounds
this
kind
is
of
an
good.
American thing
I am not
actually.
standing for that fucking insult blasphemy.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Wait, do you
sure
mean
that's
like a bloomin'
American.
onion?
We
like a bloomin'
do not
onion?
deep fry every little fucking thing we see. Just stuff. that's
Listen,
dipped
we
with
got
that
fried
That's the
Oreos.
problem,
Leave us
Michael.
alone.
Fight me.
I'll send it to you, Neverbow. I'll send you the recipe.
Cute. Yeah, is it like a bloomin' onion kind of like a what is it
No,
called?
it's not like deep fried or anything. It's literally just like boiled in butter, basically. It's very much an American
Oh,
thing from what I can
I'd
tell,
probably eat
but it
that.
looks so nice.
I'd eat that.
Okay, if it's
I love
delicious, we'll claim it.
It claims it. I'm hopefully going to try it tomorrow. I'll let you all know.
All right.
But you
My
know
dog
what?
eats
Speaking
super.
of, as Mars has dropped, I'm going to drop now as well. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah,
It's
Emma,
horse
go
Mars
get some
breeze. I'm going
sleep.
to drop.
Go get some sleep. So.
But thank you,
Why
Echo.
is
This is
it?
the first time I've been up on one of your panels, and although I might not necessarily agree with your opinion, I do respect you as a host. It's been lovely having being up here. So thank you very
I
much.
But Emma,
try to host
don't piss
actual
Echo off because he'll
conversation.
dox you. Oh,
No, I won't.
oh.
No, I won't.
Michael, don't give the secrets away.
I know.
Well, let's just put it this way.
When we're
I
up here
do hope.
discussing food.
Right, we're
Oh
talking
yeah,
about
we are
food.
currently
We
discussing
can
food, but
debate
let's just put it
food.
this way. I do hope you don't dox me. I'm a parent. I'm very happily married. Just throwing that out there. Just so
I don't-
if you
I
weren't
don't
going to do
even
it, I
know
hope I can
you.
sway you a little
I
bit.
don't even know
If
you.
If you ever
messed
do
up
something
there.
that's cancel worthy, just make sure to send in a good picture. Like,
Yeah.
I'll definitely look for a good photo.
No, Echo picked a great picture. I was like, sweet. All right. Martha was like, you look stunning. In that picture, I was like, oh, awesome. Sweet.
No, actually, you know what I do? You know what I do, actually? I just get a really bad photo of me with my double chin and everything and just make myself look horrible and so people can
right,
assume
like
I'm
the
a man.
lizard angle.
Yeah. I'd probably stick my tongue out and everything and just make myself look really weird. Maybe put on some clown makeup too.
There you go. Send me a good one.
Okay.
I'll reach
I do
out to
appreciate
you.
you, Echo. I do
Yeah, I am
appreciate you, Echo,
dropping.
for
I'm
real.
absolutely,
I
I'm
can't
absolutely so tired. So I'm dropping. Thank you so much for having me up. I hope everybody
No
else,
problem, Emma.
everybody has a good night.
Good night, Emma.
All right. Night. Thank you so
no,
much.
like-
I do
like-
appreciate
Good night,
it.
Emma.
I
You did
can't
great.
stand half your takes and like sometimes when you crash out, I'm just like, for fuck's sake, life is tough. Do something with yourself. You know, but
You got some epic crash outs though.
yeah, you do. You do.
I get pissed off, man. Like I'm like I've always been one to, like I've always fought like authority in a way, like if you could say, you know. And so whenever someone like it's just really hard for me to fucking hear a male like say, I'm going to use your fucking bathroom and you can't do shit about it. And I'm like, fucking, what'd you say? You know, 'cause, I mean, I'm from the dirty South. We don't play like that. You know what I'm saying? Like we do not play like that.
Literally, this looks like you in that picture, Life. Like, I was
Thank
like, I literally thought
you.
that was you for a second. I was like, wait. No, yeah,
Aw.
you look pretty.
You're lucky I'm even
Thank
giving
you.
you room with all the shit I heard you were talking about on the live about me.
About you? I don't
Who,
talk
me?
about you.
T?
No, not you.
Yeah,
the one below
bitch,
you.
because you
Oh.
said I should get
Oh.
CK'd.
That's
You
rude.
mean Kurt? I mean,
Oi.
That's
if
crazy.
you tell me here's my thing. If you tell me you wish the worst on me or to go on live myself, I'm going to tell you to get Charlie Kirk. I'm
No.
going to match energy. All I'm doing is matching energy. I don't care.
Exactly.
Match energy and lead other fucking folk out of it. Honestly, it's fucking
Yeah.
derangement. The fact that you would use someone else's unaliving to tell someone else to go on alive, like no,
I
let's
lack
just tell.
empathy.
If
I lack
that's what you want to say to them, then say that
this
to
is
them.
you, girl. This
I'm
is
from New York.
You
We do
know,
that all the
Is that
time.
your photo? Is that your photo on the left?
Yep, that's me when I was younger. Yep, in
Girl,
my modeling days.
I don't fuck with you, but you are T as fuck. You do give Giselle that one model. So yeah,
Thank
that's all I
you.
have to say. But at the end of the day, your opinions and your shit is weird as fuck. But yeah. Anyway, y'all know the motherfucking baddest up here. But yeah.
What,
Yes.
do you mean the baddest is in the one that's most likely to probably go to jail? Yeah.
Wait a minute, Michael. I couldn't
That's Michael.
understand. You're a bit incoherent. You're a bit incoherent. Can you please repeat yourself?
Michael's
Do you mean I'm a bit distant because I'm speaking English, love?
No, I said you're incoherent. I'm not
I'm
able to understand what you just said to me.
Oh, that seems like a you problem.
Well, I guess it is. So just moving right along. I don't even know why you felt the need to address me if you had nothing.
But wait, how
Move
do you know
forward.
I addressed you if you
Anyway,
didn't
so
know?
anyway,
No, no,
so
no, no,
like
no,
I
no,
Yeah,
was
that
no.
just
saying
got
How do
weird.
you know if I
Yeah,
addressed
that
you
got
if you
weird.
didn't know what I
Alright.
said?
Because I knew that you addressed me
Alright.
because you said the baddest, because that's what I just
I
said.
got
I
a
don't know why we're
question
acting
for everyone.
obtuse.
I got a
I don't know why
question
we're
for
acting
everyone.
obtuse. It's
What's
shady.
everyone's
thinking
stance
the
on
same thing.
pumpkin spice?
Oh
I
God, pumpkin
love
spice
Now
is
you're
so
about to start a
gross.
war.
I love pumpkin.
I hate you even more,
Ugh.
life.
I can't
I
stand
am
pumpkin
not.
spice. Like it's such
Wait, Life, you
a
don't like pumpkin
No.
Like
spice?
apple pie?
ew.
Kick her out.
No, I like apple pie. I don't like pumpkin pie. Like who looks at a
It's
pumpkin
the
as like
same
this
damn
looks
You don't like
delicious?
pumpkin pie?
No.
Fuck's sake. Alright, I was fine with the
You're
pumpkin spice,
losing
but
cool
no
Little
pumpkin
points.
pie
orange
is
and
crossing
shit.
a line.
Ugh.
Oh shit.
Why would you
It's
like?
the
Who looks at a
same
pumpkin and
spice
says
though,
this
isn't
looks
it?
delicious? No, who? No, not at all. Who looks at a
I
pumpkin and says
love,
this looks delicious? Let me gut it out and just
yes,
like eat. Would you
That's
eat a
why I'm
pumpkin?
eating
absolutely.
pumpkin pie, not the pumpkin
You're just
Ew.
itself.
confused on why a homosexual tried it. It's
In
Yeah,
a
but like,
different
Liza.
form.
but
I
but
would.
life, come on. You eat. You're from the south. You eat
Shut up,
crawfish.
Paul. You're
I
canceled
love
too.
crawfish. I can eat anybody under the table with crawfish, 100%.
Okay, well, see, that's the same thing, though.
I
You know,
don't.
who looks at those
It's
little
not.
squiggly things and goes, that looks yummy.
It looks
Pax's got
yummy.
a
It
point.
smells yummy. It looks yummy. But like pumpkin pie, it's just gross. It's like I don't like sweet potatoes either. I hate
No.
sweet potatoes. It's
I was
gross.
just
It's
gonna ask you that.
I don't like baked
You have
beans. I
no
don't like
sense of
potato salad.
taste.
I don't
All
like
right.
potato salad
Your
or baked
mama's
beans.
host said, in the South, we love pecan pie. What about pecan pie?
I don't like pecan pie either.
What's
Like,
up,
you like
pie?
any pie?
I
there's
like
something
cherry
wrong with
pie.
Your mom's
you.
a
I
I'm
like
host. Come
sorry.
on.
pie. I like blueberry pie. I just don't like the. I don't like pecan pie. It's okay. I mean, it's just not my thing. I
You're gonna
like.
start
I
a
like
whole fight
cream.
with the freaking pie
I
debates on
like.
TikTok.
I
Gonna
like
have a whole
like
different
fancy
thing of drama
desserts.
this week.
I do like I'm actually a dessert like I love cooking desserts. I do like creme brulee. I actually do this one with an apple. So you take an apple, you cut it in half, and you core it out, and you take sugar, like melted sugar, and you like it's really hard to make. So you have to make these strands, and you have to let them like kind of dry, so they're like sticks. And you put the apple, you set the apple in the four sticks of the sugar, and they have kind of like feet where you melt them, and then you make an apple cheesecake with the inner part, and then you put that inside the cored out apple. It's really beautiful. Then you glaze the top. It's gorgeous.
What
I don't do
about
it
Okay, that
often,
sounds
but
delicious, but like a whole lot of work. I'm gonna need for you to
it
just
is a
come
lot of
up
work. I'm
north
not
and
gonna
make it.
lie. I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot of work. Yeah,
We'll put hope on it. We'll put hope on it.
it's pretty good.
Can
Mm-hmm.
you just mute me
She
just
can
now? I
cook.
can't. Fuck.
What? You need
Mute
muted?
me.
I got you.
I got him.
All right. Good stuff.
Because I think we would get along if we just. It's like, I mean, guys, it's like the most basic of human like decency that we're just asking for. We're just asking to retain our like privacy. Is all we're asking to retain, and I don't see how that's a problem. Like I understand, and like I think we would be more on board with like being behind like trans people, like if they like just respected us first, right? And I understand that some people that are like older, they've been using our spaces for a long time without any without any pushback. I understand that, right? um but like we have to understand, and like that's why we do respect a lot like Chloe, like Michael, and like a lot of the trans people that
You're good,
like they
Michael.
say, and Natara,
Did you
like
just say I was fucking trans?
no, you used to be, no. You used
Oh,
to be
honey, you
trans,
need to
but
put
like
that bottle down and go to bed.
no. You used to be trans, and like that's why I do respect you for that. I respect the fact that you used to be trans, and like anybody that has ever been in that world, or like just or still in that world, and it says, hey, look, I understand we're not women, but we appreciate like you guys. We want to be like you guys, but we respect your spaces. We respect you and your dignity. And that I can fucking respect that, man. I can get on board with that 100%.
So I
What do you
get
think
where
about
you're
third
coming
spaces,
from.
Life?
Yeah.
Third spaces are cool. Like I'm cool with that. And I think we already have a lot of third spaces, and I think women would be more apt to be on board with advocating for third spaces if we weren't already like disrespected. Like we're fucking pissed off at this point. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like me especially, like
I get
I'm
that.
one. Y'all know I'm petty.
I
I'm a
get it.
petty motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie.
We know.
I am super petty, but I just kind of give it like. But I've had conversations with people that have been very, like, considerate, and we've had really good. I just had one today, a very good conversation with them. But I match energy, like especially if a lot of GCs are more soft spoken than me, and when I hear people going at them, like I get pissed off and I want to protect them, and so I jump up and I like fucking go off, right? Because I want to protect them. I'm protective. That's just how I am.
I'm like
So
that
You
too.
guys will
I
be the
get it.
same way with your people, right?
So I advocate for updating the building codes in the U.S. So like we have single occupancy bathrooms. We remove the sign and just label it a restroom. Men, women, doesn't matter. You use a restroom if it's single occupancy. And then I also advocate for more third spaces that are gender neutral. Anyone can use them. Floor to ceiling stalls, like doors on them, separate separate toilets, everything. And they actually even have like mini sinks that you can put in there. So if like a woman has to clean herself up when menstruating, that sink, there could be a mini sink in there for her to do that as well.
In each individual stall,
Right.
yeah.
So like there's
that was-
options to make them better for everyone.
Absolutely.
Well,
I
well-
agree with individual change rooms as well. There's no reason that people need to be changing in front of each other. There's like just
Right,
none.
in an open
You
ass
know,
locker room.
Well,
To be honest,
it's
like
just
I
we-
wouldn't be
we-
here if that was the case, guys. If it was the case, like if we didn't have a multi-person like bathroom, because like I mean, this is my story, and I've got two. So I actually have I have ovarian cyst, and I had one rupture, and it was so bad it twisted my ovary, and so I was literally passed out, and like I got so hot, like before it happened, like while it was happening. I got completely undressed. Like I was literally like naked, like at the bottom of the in the bigger stall, obviously. And I was laying down and I passed out, like I conked out because I went into shock. And a woman saw me, and she was a lesbian woman. She saw me underneath the stall. She could see kind of through those cracks that I was on the floor, and she scooted up underneath the stall. She knocked on the stall. She scooted up underneath the stall. She redressed me, and she rushed me to the hospital and saved my life. And then I've also seen another woman who passed out with like I could just see her when I passed by the stall. I could see she was like slumped over to the side, and I knocked on the door. She didn't answer, and I could see that I peeked through the crack. I could see that her lips were like purplish almost. So I scooted under the stall, and I gave her CPR until the ambulance got there, and she had low blood sugar, right? And so a lot of those spaces are for, like it's like more practical for the people who are building the buildings, because my husband does that kind of work, like building codes with plumbing and things like that. It's just a lot more inexpensive to have multi-use restrooms, and so those are. But we do have a lot of like single stall restrooms nowadays. It helps, like for a lot of buildings that are smaller, they can only afford single stalls, and that's okay. Like I don't care if whoever goes in there, right? I don't care if they're labeled or not. If it's just one person.
Yeah.
But for multi-use, I mean, we just want our privacy, guys. Come on,
Yeah, no, I get that, and like the need around that and everything. I think privacy is big for everyone. I think what we need to do is stop looking at just fighting over stupid petty shit and just kind of come together and try to figure out a solution that works. Actually meeting in the middle and figuring out something that works and advocating for that. And that's what I like to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree,
Yeah.
right? But I think one thing that we can't do, and again, I'm appealing to legality, right? And I know you just don't like appealing to legality, but I think when it comes to how we've structured laws, it's harder to change a law. It's really hard to change a law.
Right.
It's easier to give a definition to something and say this is what this is, and then everybody starts using it. So I'm for sex-based rights. I don't think we should lose them. And if we do start allowing, terminologies like trans women, trans man, then that's going to cloud the law of it because of the woman or the man part within that. So like, I want to go old school. I want to go back to, well, what's wrong with saying you're transsexual? There's nothing wrong with that. It's literally the medical definition of what you are. So there's absolutely nothing wrong. So if we go back to that, then we can keep the laws. We can add third spaces, a bathroom where it's just a single stall, nothing on the door other than it says toilet. It's got all amenities within that room. We still have men's, we still have women's, we still have the accessibles, we still have families. We can just go about living life. There's no issue then.
So do you agree with what's going on currently with them having to change their gender markers back? Because that seems
Yeah.
very only reductive to society.
Yes.
I think that in itself is
I
not only
do.
harmful, but I think it's putting
Yes.
people in active danger.
I say they do.
Yeah, so I
Those
do
are
agree
SMEX
with
markers. Those are
reverting them.
SMEX markers, not gender markers. Those are SMEX. You know, you guys say they're different, right?
They're all
Sorry, go ahead,
encompassed in
Michael.
section. They're all encompassed and colloquialized with gender markers. That's what they're labeled as in the law.
But they're labeled as
In
Yeah, so
all reality,
labeled as
do we
SMEX
do?
markers.
But
Does
they also
depends on
someone feel
whose
that
law
like
you're
having a
talking
sex
about, though.
marker
I
provides
don't
utility?
in legal
But
language.
but
they
you
use them
guys
as
say
gender
they're different.
markers.
You guys
That's what
say
they're
that
literally
gender and
called.
SMEX are different, and we all know female and male are SMEXs. And so, if you're saying that, like, and that's what's on your ID is obviously your SMEX. And so, even if it's called gender, that just kind of proves our point that SMEX and gender are correlated.
Not
But if you're saying that,
necessarily.
but I don't agree with changing your SMEX markers, and for so many reasons. It's fraudulent. I mean, you
Yeah.
should be proud to be a trans woman, right? You should be proud for like all the work you guys have to put in to
Yeah, I mean,
become a
I'm
trans
proud
woman
to
or
be a
trans man.
trans femme person. So, like, I've always said that. Like, I'm proud to be who I am and express how I am, and I'm figuring out who I am in this world, and that's it. I
But I
don't
thought
think like we need
So see on the.
gender marker, sex marker
Sorry.
on IDs. I think that's utterly
I was just going to
useless.
say that.
Right,
I was
that's
literally
what I
just
was
going to say
saying.
that. I think we should revert back to, everybody who has changed their sex markers should revert back. But in doing so, I think we should have to remove sex from an ID. And I made this point to you two the other day there. I've
Yeah.
worked in clubs, I've worked in
Yeah.
pubs. When I'm looking at, I've worked in shops. When I'm looking to ID someone, when they present me with that ID, I am not looking at the sex marker. I am looking
Not
at the
gonna lie.
photo. I am looking at the age. Sometimes don't even look at the name. It's nonsensical. When you go on holiday in an airport, they're not looking at the sex marker. They're looking at your photo. They're looking at your name. They're looking at your date of birth to see if these kind of three characteristics match up. They're not looking at your sex marker photo. They're looking at your name. They're looking at your date of birth to see if these kind of three characteristics match up. They're not looking at your sex.
Because if an individual doesn't want to change their gender marker, they have to look into their medical records, and they have to look into their legal documents that they might have sealed. So that not only breaks HIPAA compliance, it breaks the law in terms of sealing records.
But guys,
Well,
your sex
HIPAA-
is
HIPAA-
important.
Well,
Your
it,
sex
I mean,
is
not having
important to know.
your
That should be
gender, your
between you
sex
and
on
your
your ID
doctor.
doesn't break HIPAA compliance.
It is
Actually,
important
it
to know.
does.
Like, we
How
have
are they finding?
statistics
Wait a
of
second. How are they
everything.
finding out that you're trans? How are they finding out if you have your
We're
records
talking
sealed?
about
How are they going to
trans.
find out you're trans? They're doing this
So,
by
But,
going through people's
but
medical
when would
records.
we need
Not
to
only
find
that.
someone? But
so
when would we
hold
need
on,
to
hold on.
find
So
out someone's
medical
trans
records
though?
are in medical records are in insurance companies and practicing offices. They're not in state records like DMV records. Your gender marker, your sex marker, whatever you want to call it, on your ID is only relative to the DMV. That's
Exactly.
it doesn't go to any
It's
other
not it
medical
has
facility.
no it's not coinciding with HIPAA regulations whatsoever.
It
Like
does.
I don't
We're gonna
see
need to
any
know the
there's
puppy's
no
name.
utility.
Not
Hold on,
necessarily.
there's
name
no
is Tink.
utility. Hold on, Ray. There's
Did you
no
ever find the one
utility
that was
in
lost?
having your sex or your
Yeah, we
gender
did
on your
find it.
ID.
Yeah.
We don't look at it. Like I work in trust and safety. When I'm working on fraud, I don't give a fuck about someone's sex or their gender or whatever's on their ID.
I'm a
I
medical
look to see if
billing
that's the
handler.
person. I've worked in the medical field too. I also work in law. So
It
that's what
doesn't
I have
make
to
it.
do for my job. So I'm gonna keep talking.
Okay. Oh,
Like the
okay.
fact, like I'm looking at someone. I'm looking to see if they're the person that they say they are, and their age. Like
Right.
if we want to, like if we're so worried about sex, like when we're talking about trans person and they change their gender marker, like that doesn't matter medically anyways because it would
Right.
technically be incorrect. So carry around a medical card.
Wait a second.
So
In Hampshire, it breaks
here's
HIPAA, and I literally work. It isn't. I worked as an underwriter for United Healthcare, and yes, that United Healthcare. I don't want to hear any shit. And also, I work as a medical biller for a surgeon right now that does gender related care. But basically, patients do have the right to control how their health information is used or disclosed. And disclosure of the sensitive health information, and mind you, it says it right here, it isn't just me saying it. Any disclosure of sensitive health data without valid legal basis or consent can be a violation. And a person's legal sex marker or gender identity, it can be a part of PHI, which is stored in medical records, is tied to diagnosis or treatment, and reflects gender affirming care, hormone therapy, surgery, counseling. And
These are
or
in
a person's
records. We're
sexual
talking
marker.
about
That's
we're talking about
yeah,
a letter
again,
on an ID.
Those are
Right.
two
So
different
can I
things.
give an example?
When
So
you
hold on,
identify
hold on,
yourself-
hold on,
give a
hold
wee
on.
example
No,
then?
hold
So if
on,
I
I-
told
hold on.
Echo,
I
if
want
I
to.
told, if
I
I,
want to explain something clearly from what I have going
no,
on. Okay.
I was speaking.
Yes.
It's my
Yes.
sorry.
It's Michael's time now.
It's Michael's now,
Be
right?
good.
So my ID says female, but my doctor's office, all of them have me down as male because my insurance company has me as male. Everything there is matching up. What you said is based on the medical records that they have, which that has not correlated to the ID. So what I do is when I go to a new doctor's office, they put me down as male, and then they indicate my gender as trans femme.
You understand that the reason I'm stating this is it changing a sex marker prior to prior assignment and change exposes the person's trans or intersex status. That's what is literally being fought upon.
You're
This is what I'm
talking about
defending.
internal documentation. We are
Yes,
talking about a
internal
letter on an
documentation, but
ID.
not everybody has an ID. A regular
Right,
ID
we're
is
and
valid. They
we're
have legal
talking about a letter
documentation,
on
yes.
an ID. So you're
Yes,
making
but
you're
that
not
would
making
explain
sense.
it. They don't have an
yourself to the
atypical ID.
police.
Wait a second. They don't have an atypical ID from what you would see. If let's say if they're in immigration status, they wouldn't have anything except the medical records. They have their maybe documentation that they have from a prior country, but they're still going. But they have in certain cases looked at people's medical records. That's what I'm stating. You can literally look it up. I can show you
The
this
majority of
example.
people
I'm
have
not
an ID.
disagreeing with you. I'm just
example.
saying
I'll
that
give you
there's
an
that
example.
it
Giving
doesn't
your ID
violate
to the
HIPAA to not
cops
have
or
it on an ID.
something.
Yeah.
I'll give you
Yeah,
an
like,
example.
you have to identify yourself.
Let
Your
me
sex
give
is
you an
important.
example, right? Let me give you an example, right? So if Elo, why did I say Elo? If Echo told me I've got asthma, and then I told Corey, do you know that Echo's got asthma? That is not a violation of HIPAA because I have
Correct.
disclosed that information. The violation of HIPAA would be if your doctor, so if Elo's doctor told me, oh, just so you know, why
He
do I
did it
keep saying
again.
Elo? It's too fucking late for this shit.
I don't know.
If Echo's doctor told me,
It's
just so
Ray
you
that's
know,
saying it.
Echo has asthma, that's a violation of HIPAA because that's disclosing medical information that I was not privy to.
The
And
UK doesn't
you
have
know,
HIPAA
and
compliance
it's
the same way we
on
do.
the document.
Yeah, I
That
deal with
However,
HIPAA compliance every single
patient-client
day in
confidentiality.
my
I'll give you an
however, I
example.
wasn't finished. However, if we were to remove, you know,
like
oh well,
spicy Michael.
you know, Michael, because I've got a gender recognition certificate, so technically my sex markers are F. So if I was to remove the F from my passport, that's not breaking HIPAA. Like, and it has no bearing. I'm still going to be able to travel the world with a passport that doesn't have an M or an F on it. It's like there's no
Exactly.
weight on it. It should only be based around, you know, medical records
What you
that's
are.
getting shared between medical professionals. Like,
Right.
and same too, if you presented yourself to the hospital, and even though they had the M, right? We've done away with sex markers. So you've been on medication, cross-sex hormones for 10 years, and there's an M on your marker. Do you think that that doctor doesn't actually know that you've been transitioning? Like that, and even
Yeah.
if they didn't, you would still get treatment based on your sex. Treatment
Well,
for life, and
yeah.
even me still having cross-sex hormones in my system is completely different. I have to tell the doctors, you know, I'll give you a funny example, right?
You're right,
I
but
was
that's
took
between
into
you and your medical
hospital.
provider. That's
So
between
I
you
was
and your
taken
medical
into hospital, right? And I had seen the nurse, because you see a nurse here before you kind of see a doctor in hospitals. The nurse went and spoke to the doctor. The doctor got files. On my records, it says Caitlin, and my full name, right, which was Caitlin, It said my date of birth, and it said sex, female. So that the nurse that seen me first had finished. A new nurse got handed paperwork and says, listen, go and do, because I had problems with my back, said, go and do a pregnancy test on this patient. The nurse walked in and said, oh, where is Caitlin? I'm looking to do a pregnancy test. And I was like, well, I'm Caitlin, and I can guarantee you that now you don't need to do a pregnancy test. That's not going to happen. And she's like, oh, okay. And then just left. Like, but if they took, you know, the F away, that would have still happened. They still would have approached me and asked. So they would have then found out, right, well, I don't need X, Y, and Z treatment because I'm male. I'm not trans. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I'm male. I'm not female. You know.
Well, guys, yeah,
First
we
of all,
need
be
to know
honest.
people's sex.
Wait,
Like,
let
what if
me
you
wait a
went missing?
second.
What if you're in another country, you went missing or something, and like they're looking for you, right? They don't know who you are. If you have male or female or whatever on your ID, or if that's all they have, or like or people are telling you, oh yeah, they're female, or their sex is female, right?
If you're
But
looking for
they're
you,
gonna
it's
be
going to be
looking
based on your
like there's
phenotypical
so many
presentation.
instances like where people have to know your ID is like and your identity is a statement of fact about you, right? I will always be female. I can think I know what it's like to be a man. I can try to understand men as much as I want to, right? And I try to do that because I'm a very traditionalist, actually.
Can I give
Surprisingly, I'm
you?
a traditionalist. And so I try to understand men and I
Shocker.
fucking advocate. I advocate for men. I think men are absolutely treated like dog shit in society. I think there's a war on masculinity and has been for a long time. And I think there's a lot of young boys that are terrified to grow up to become part of a group that is blamed for everything. I think it's disgusting. I fight against that. I appreciate and I truly respect men for the society they built and they maintain around us for us to live in these these first world countries and be like and be able to sit up here and talk shit, like right? Like I appreciate them for that. And I can't stand the fact that there's a war and a demonization on men as a whole. I think that is contributing to part of this ideology. That's just my conspiracy theory. So,
That's
but it's a really big problem. And I think that, but I think we have to know like our sex, right? We have to know our sex and we have to, like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if you're a trans woman, fucking appreciate that shit, right? Fucking
Yeah.
admit
So
it. Like, you
everybody
went
should
through
be
all this
karyotyped
work
then.
to do
Yeah,
that.
I think a
Everybody
lot
should
of
be
trans
karyotyped
people
then.
do. Yeah, I think
But why
karyotyping is
would
kind
we
of
need to
rough.
karyotype people?
Because not everybody,
Yeah.
there's still individuals that have external genitalia that doesn't align with their actual sex
Yeah,
biologically.
but
Because
wait,
remember,
there's no intersex condition or like a male has female genitalia. It just
mosaicism. Yes, mosaicism.
no, they
That's
don't.
literally
I
the
They
definition
don't
of
think
have.
mosaic.
But
Yes.
I
let's
think
not put it
from
into
a
debate, right?
I think
What
from
about
a
the Huevados?
The whole
practicality side, I think
See what
from
I'm
a
talking about, Echo?
practicality, yeah, I think
It's
from a
literally.
practicality though, there's nothing wrong with like adding that as a testing to like an infant or whatever, wherever
Well,
we
yeah,
can.
because
I see no problem with
the
that.
Huevados.
Exactly.
Well,
Do
if there
that.
is an issue in utero, like Christy even spoke about this recently. She just had a baby. Like she spoke
Yeah.
about like in modern medical technology is up to date. They can detect a DSD of any sort in utero. Like that we don't have issues of that like not knowing anymore, right? Just basing it
There's a
off of
specific.
the
So
genitalia.
So you're,
a
wait a
It's
sec. So
lot
actually
you're
a
of
conceding
medical
that
specific
I was right
companies.
test.
about that?
So
No,
it's
you're
a
not right at
specific.
all.
Wait a
It's
second.
a.
You just said external genitalia doesn't align, has to align with a person's
No, I didn't. I
biological
didn't say
sex.
anything about
What are
aligning
you
with
talking
anything.
about? You just
What are
said
you
it.
talking about? I never said
You
anything
just
Blue,
about
said that there's nobody that has a
Okay,
biological sex that's
okay,
different
babe.
than their
You're not.
genitalia.
You
Did you
didn't
not? Did
I
you
listen.
not
do
say
want
that?
No, I didn't. Did I say
I
that,
do want to
guys? No.
recognize that Blue has his
It's
hand up,
literally
but he
reported,
hasn't said
but it's okay.
anything.
I literally never said that, but okay.
You never
Just
said that. Then
before
what
you
you
move on
say?
to
Sure.
definitely, I take it that's Blue. Wow,
He's got
that
the
door is
squeaky cabinets.
squeaky.
WD-40.
You need to get
WD-40.
WDI.
100%.
You
Exactly.
Close my
managed
door.
with
Spray
some
some butter on that
WD-40.
shit, Blue.
Mm-hmm. Get that butt stick
Oh, they'll
ready
Blue
for
and
you.
Sorry, I was
then
closing my
Michael.
door.
Just before Blue goes, can we invite Kylie Rose up by any chance, Echo? Because they put a comment in saying, "Call me radical, but I won't negotiate with bigots." Well, how are you going to
Kylie hates me.
navigate life?
Listen, people are going to be mad because we actually had conversation today.
Oh yeah,
And
they're
like
gonna
there
be
wasn't
pissy.
too much
Yeah.
crashing out, and like I don't like. Yes, I'm on the left, but I also look for truth, and like I'm very flexible in my views. If I change my views because something changes, then it changes. I'm not gonna fucking sit here on TikTok and be fake because people want me on one side or the other. I'm literally looking at studies for information. Crying.
And
I
apparently,
think it's
I'm
really
on the
good when
left
we can
too.
have
Shit, that was
I
conversations
appreciate
and
that.
meet.
Yes, Michael
what was
is a
stated?
leftist now, just so everybody
Shocking.
knows.
Oh yeah, Michael's lefty.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
that
I'm
it was
like I
100%
stated.
actually done a
conservative.
political compass test thing, and it showed that I am centre left. I'm left leaning, which I know anyway, but it actually showed that I'm a liberal. So
I'm
I'm a liberal.
100% conservative. Always have been. Always will be. Proud of
You
it.
need to
Okay, Life's got to take the test
All right,
next. Life, you got to
you
take
gotta
it.
take the test next, but Blue is
Hey,
trying to
why do
speak,
I
so
need
I
why do
want
I
to
need a
give Blue
test? I
space.
know I'm conservative,
Mike,
guys.
you're
I
gonna
know I'm
We
fucking
gotta
take
know.
conservative.
it.
We gotta know
You
how
gotta
much.
know.
Okay,
I'm
but
extreme conservative. I would like literally
No,
like.
it's just it's a quick statement.
there've
It's
been
just that. Sorry.
No, Blue, on you
no,
go.
No, go ahead,
Therese.
Blue.
Okay, I was gonna say, okay. No, I don't think that anyone here is like proposing that there's contention with this the reference to like trans women or trans men. I think it's just going to be in which that when we're talking about or especially engaging in conversations about like trans women, trans men, there are going to be people that arrive to certain conclusions that even may entail like specific like disdain. And I'm sorry if you hear snoring in the background. That's just my best friend. Please excuse that. It's just going to be like when if you're implying that there's something wrong, then obviously that's going to entail like some type of view that would just basically reject or basically trans people, like when they refer to themselves as trans men and trans women, right? They just reject that. And I think that's a major mischaracterization. I don't think that anyone here or anyone specifically is saying that there's something wrong with being called or referred to as a trans woman or trans man. It's just going to be the case in which that speaking on like the adjective of like trans woman, trans men, actually they're nouns, give me a second, they're compound nouns. That's it's going to be indexed to being a man or being a woman, right? I think that's just going to be in which that why that sometimes you may find that trans women or trans men they may refer to themselves as a man or woman. It's just going to be in short for that.
So the reason I was mentioning HIPAA compliance, and mind you, I'll go top down. So there's Danny Askini, which is a trans woman and prominent activist. And mind you, I'll read it. I'll read you exactly what it says. So she had legally changed her sex marker to female on all government documents, passport, driver's license, a whole bunch of other things. And when she was seeking emergency care, her electronic health record still listed her as male and based on the doctor's older entry from a previous visit. A staff member manually changed the gender marker back to male in the hospital system, including during intake, even when she corrected them and showed documentation. So even though her legal sex and gender identity were ignored despite proper ID, it was HIPAA privacy violation because it was disclosed without her consent. She sued. That was Section 1557 violation. You can look it up. I can show you the
this was a
resource.
female? You saying this was a female that
There's a
like
transgender woman.
lied and- So, but
Yeah.
her sex is male. So what? I don't get it. I don't know what you're saying.
It's
She
because
is
her
male.
information was
And
exchanged.
he
That
is,
doesn't really make a difference. This is what
but
I'm
he is
talking about
male.
with
That's
They
a
HIPAA
have to
HIPAA
compliance.
know these.
violation.
Yes,
That's
because
a
her
HIPAA
information was
violation, but
given without her consent.
But a
My
medical
point.
facility has to know his
Right, that's in a
sex. Like,
medical
what the fuck?
facility.
That wasn't
They have
only
to
medical
know the
facility. I
We're
sex.
can give you
talking
another
just
one
out and about in life.
because it also
Like
involves.
you can there's not a problem with making processes work better, right? Like there's
yeah.
no utility in having a gender marker or whatever on your government documents, right? Like if we're going to talk about government like we have like 3 government documents, right? We have IDs, passports, our social security card, like all of these things, right? There's no reason that we can't add a medical card to
The
that
insurance
has
has to
all
have
of
that
this
though.
that has all of this relevant information so that people don't have to worry about changing those markers or even having those markers on their ID, their passport, things like that. We can evolve and we can change processes to make them better.
Yes, then advocate for that, but don't advocate stating that this isn't a HIPAA compliance violation
But this
because
was, but
insurance
Well,
companies
no,
do
what
need a
I'm
valid
saying,
this
No,
ID.
was a
that
medical
is
what I'm
Insurance
HIPAA
saying
companies do need a
isn't
valid
a
ID in
HIPAA
order to
compliance
They
change.
can unalive
violation.
that
What I
person if
just
they
read to
don't
you,
We're
know
they
the
talking
sued
sex
and they
about
of
two
won.
it,
different
guys.
things. I'm talking about the general public. You're talking about medical facilities and medical personnel.
Yes, that was
I've
only
worked
one
in the medical
example. I have
field
several
too.
others.
Yes, you're talking
Working in the
about a
medical field doesn't mean
completely
They still
different
anything.
need to
sector.
know. They
Right.
still need to
Legal
know.
So
They can
You're
authority.
not
unalive
permitted
that
to do it because
person.
that's
They
just
can
I'm
unalive.
stating mine.
Wait, if
Can
you're
You're
I,
talking about a
Cody,
advocating for,
can I
completely
wait,
just
hold on,
different
jump
hold on,
in?
sector.
one second. If you're
No.
advocating for them to not to be able to disclose what SMEX they are and not know the right SMEX,
I don't
you're
think that was the
advocating for them
point
to be
though.
possibly unalived because
No,
males have
no.
That isn't
different,
how that
yeah,
worked. That
males can
isn't
have,
what
like, they can
happened.
take, yes, it
Can I
can. What
just
I'm
say,
saying
right?
is males need different treatment than females in a lot of different
My
instances.
point is
So it's
Exactly.
dangerous for them not to know.
that was a single example and it
It
had
doesn't
nothing to
matter. It's
do with
still
her relative gender.
I
It was
dangerous.
know.
about a
Guys, listen,
laceration.
listen, listen, listen. I'm
Do
gonna
you
do
see all
this,
these
right?
problems you
I'm
guys are
gonna
causing? That's just so many
No,
problems.
it isn't
Go
problem
I'm
with
ahead.
gonna do
anybody
this, right?
starting. It's
Yeah, it
literally
is.
just based
Listen,
on what
I'm
You're
gonna
not on the
get
same track, Ray.
sassy as fuck.
Hmm?
Right. Me and Cody were
That was
talking
very
about something
feminine of
different,
you.
right? It was
Right.
femininity does not mean woman. Sorry.
Right, me and Corey was talking. So, can you give me an example? Because you've given us an example in a medical professional field, right? Can you give me an example where someone has broken HIPAA in a social field in society where, you know, the general public has broken HIPAA, or a business such as a bar has broken HIPAA?
Also, just a note, I do want to wrap it up in 13 minutes because I want to call it at the top of the hour.
Okay, baby.
I always thought that HIPAA was strictly.
Whoa! When does this
What?
head white guy get up here?
We
I
call
always thought that
Pulitzer our
HIPAA,
token cishet white guy.
A nurse
I
in
always thought that
Cleveland.
HIPAA was strictly for doctors and not other.
It's all medical staff. Individuals can expose a person's gender at any time. So even
Okay,
though it's a
so
sealed
it's-
document,
Michael
wait a
is
second.
asking you for
Even
a
though it's a sealed
societal
document.
example.
Yes, I'll give you an example. Let me say it. So a nurse was treating a transgender patient during a shift. That was a nurse in Cleveland back in Ohio in 2018, and she posted the person's gender identity. She posted about the person's gender identity publicly on Facebook. And
Well, yeah,
after the
that's
visit,
illegal.
wait a second.
That's a medical professional.
Wait a second. She went on Facebook and wrote a man pretending to be a woman in derogatory terms. So she was outside of the medical office. They said nothing. She had access to the medical records. She literally utilized that against the person. That's the
But that's
first
still a
thing.
medical
Yeah, that's fucking
professional.
illegal. Yeah,
That's
100%.
That-
That's
a
illegal.
nurse
Yes,
is
that's
a medical
illegal. That's a
professional.
medical professional.
That's
Yes,
still a
but a medical
medical
professional that's using
professional.
medical records at that given point, they were not a
I
medical
never said
professional
that
because
was
they were outside of the
true.
office.
Wait,
That's illegal. I know.
love.
That's
I
illegal.
think,
Right.
like, one second, can I just please? I think what you're missing the point is, though, is that individual, that nurse, as wrong as it was disgusting. Lose your job, you lose your license. Absolutely. But that was still a medical professional.
That was
Someone
doing
that is a
something outside of the
non.
medical profession because they were not in the office. That was
Right,
not
It
in
does
right.
not
office.
matter if they're
It
not in
does.
the
Hold on,
office.
hold
They
on,
are
It does.
wait,
still
wait,
a
At
wait.
that point,
medical
they were
professional.
civilian.
So,
It's still a
If
medical
I have studied,
professional disclosure.
if
Megan.
yeah, if I have
so
studied as a nurse, I don't study fully in a hospital as a nurse. I study out with, so I am still a nurse. When I
So
leave
what's
that building after my shift, I am still a nurse. I don't leave my qualification in that building. Like, that's
right,
why it's still a medical
Exactly.
professional.
right.
my
So
point
if you're like
is,
you're,
if
so if
who
like you're in
else would
like
have
an
access to your
airplane,
medical
so if like
records?
you're
We're
in an
talking about.
airplane
Oh my
and
goodness. Okay.
if you're like in an airplane or a movie theater and you have like a heart attack and there's a nurse that's off duty and they say, "Hey, who's a nurse?"
Ooh.
That's the
Ooh.
same thing.
Where you get them at? Where'd you get those at?
That better not be AI, babe. I swear to God.
Please
I
don't be
don't.
AI.
Ooh,
Don't
those
play
look
with my
good.
emotions like that.
Where'd you
I
get
don't
them
even know
bitches
what
at?
you're showing right now.
Facebook.
That's
Facebook.
is it real though?
It's
I
an
don't
apple
know.
oatmeal with cinnamon cream pies,
They should
Michael.
I
fucking make
want it to
those.
be
They'd be
real.
Here
they'd
we
be
go.
stupid for not making those. That'd be ridiculous.
Right?
Like, I gotta
I
have
have it
them.
right
I'm gonna
here.
write the company.
My wife
Okay,
keeps
I
I'm
count.
telling me
writing.
my Facebook feed gets like all over the place, and it's interesting.
It's wild.
I'm
It's
looking them
wild
up
on
right
there.
now. I'm looking it up in my iPad right now.
1 second.
And if they don't
What?
make them, I'll make sure they make them. Trust me, I will fuck with them until they make them.
I believe you.
I will do
I believe you.
She'll go crash out on Little Debbie right now.
Mm,
I've written so
Wait,
many
I
companies that
seen
like got
this
rid
the
of my
other.
favorite shit.
Here's example number 2 or number 3.
I seen this earlier.
Did
Here
you?
we go.
It better
when
be
you
So
real.
go
there was
away,
a
Not
county
real.
clerk in a there was a
Go ahead.
county clerk in Kentucky that was not a doctor or nurse. They had access to sealed family court records that included a person's gender affirming medical surgeries and history and such. It was a few other things, but that was a court clerk that had administrative access, leaked them, and they leaked the information to opposing counsels.
That
So
is
they weren't
a
a medical
federal
professional.
crime. They are a federal worker.
That is
That is
medical
illegal.
records. They had access to the
You are not
HIPAA.
providing
They had
anything societal.
Oh my
Period.
goodness.
They're not
But this
Nothing
is
you
what I'm saying.
provided is
What do you
societal.
think?
They're
You just
not
asked me to
real.
do it in a real
No.
life. No. You
No,
just
we
asked
asked
me
you
to do
it
this
in
in a
a
real life
societal manner,
capacity.
and you didn't.
That is a
You've done it
societal
in
manner.
two
That's a
medical
professional manner.
instances
That's
and a
not one.
federally one.
So you're saying that people throughout society have not used people's medical records in order to expose them. Are you really going to do this?
what we're saying is that common people in society haven't. So I don't work
What does
within a
HIPAA
government
compliance
entity.
mean?
I
It
don't work
pertains to
within a.
medical facilities, practices, and insurance companies. It does not
Correct, but it
apply
also
to
applies to
people
any.
on outside like everyday life. Like if I were to give Corey access to my medical stuff and she were to post it online, that's not a HIPAA violation.
Legally in Kentucky,
Exactly.
wait a second. Legally in Kentucky, while clerks are not medical workers, they're covered entities or business associates under certain legal processes.
That is an
If they
abuse
let me
of
finish.
power.
Let me finish.
Well, you're wrong.
And if they can you let me finish my fucking sentence, please? I didn't do
Yeah,
that
if
to
you can be
you.
right.
I didn't
Yeah,
do that
you
to
did
you.
actually.
Please.
You talked over me several times. I
And
don't
I'm
even
doing it
get
right
sassy
now.
on here. Yeah, I don't
Please
even get
don't do
sassy
that.
on here,
I'm
but
just
you've
asking
talked
you
over me
not.
several
I
times.
can't answer your
Can
question
we-
without
So,
me. I
can
cannot
speed it
answer
up.
my question.
All right,
Don't
I'd
be
rather
disrespectful,
just
please.
Speed it
I'd
up.
rather just
I think
move on
Corey's a
from this
mod,
debate
so I
and
don't
ignore it.
That's fine, but there's no reason to do that. Literally.
Well, there was no reason for you to talk over me either. Go ahead.
And you're doing it again, so that's fine.
Yep.
So, anyways, while
I don't
clerks
even
are
know
not
how we
medically.
got onto this thing, and like I
Because she
honestly
won't stop.
don't care.
No, you asked, you
Because we
questioned
were
it.
talking
I
about
literally am
sex
giving you an
workers,
answer.
Like
right?
Michael tried to
But
explain
can
it,
I
Life
just say
tried to
this
explain it.
one thing
It isn't
to
trying to
you,
explain.
right?
I just have a different
So
opinion.
here,
That doesn't
here,
make me
listen,
any less
listen,
No,
listen,
you're
listen,
talking
listen,
about a
listen,
different.
listen,
You're in a
listen.
totally different lane.
I'm
Guys,
not in a
listen.
different lane. I'm
Right,
giving
let
you
me read
examples that
this
you're not
to you.
accepting.
Right. Fabulous,
Can I
lovely.
at least finish what I was
Lovely
reading? Because you're not going to
enthusiasm.
know what I'm talking about without
Let
it.
me
We
read
already know what
this
you're talking
bit
about.
to
Go
No,
ahead,
you're
Michael.
not.
let me
No, you
let me
don't.
I
let me
no
let
longer
me
care. I no longer care about this topic.
I do.
I'd
Can I
rather
just read
care
this
about
bit,
public
please?
advice.
Right.
God.
Can I just sing this to you?
But you don't know what you're
Only if you
responding
sing
to.
it.
You don't know everything that I'm even saying. You don't even know what you're responding
I
to right now.
know. Look, love,
Only
you're
if
right.
Michael
I
can
concede.
sing.
I
You
concede.
cannot throw your granny off the bus.
Huh?
I will in a second. I concede. You're right. You're fabulous. I affirm you in your delusion when it comes to HIPAA. Perfect. Lovely.
Wow.
Let's move on. Right. So
You don't
can
know
I
much about
just
HIPAA.
read
It's fine.
this bit? Right. I'm a UK citizen and I probably know more about HIPAA than
We
you do.
UK
So UK
has different
citizens
policies
quite
in regards to
sad.
HIPAA than the United States
right,
does,
right, right.
Oh my
drastically.
Can I
God,
just
Abreu,
read?
you're
knowing
being
more about
I
this
insufferable.
than
Can I
you.
just
don't
read you
care.
this, right? So HIPAA,
It's fine.
or the
Just let me
Health
just let me finish
Insurance
what the fuck I was
Probability
reading.
and Accountability Act
We'll
in the
have some of
US.
those, Echo. I
Can I
have
at
In
some
least
the
finish
today.
what I
US,
was reading? Because
federal
for fuck's sake.
law
The
has
Dumpkins Price
established
ones?
national standards of
Why are
practice.
you?
It
You're not.
That's real.
mandates the health.
My
Listen,
husband's got.
this is
Yeah,
the
they
main
are.
bit.
My husband's got some.
Life. I'm gonna crash the
They
fuck out
yell
on
it.
you.
Be
I
louder.
barely even
This is
heard
gonna
what you
be
were saying.
GC on
Federal.
GC crime right now.
Do it. Don't do it.
It
I barely heard
mandates.
what you were
Right.
saying.
Listen. Can we just? I know you don't like. I know you don't like me. It's fine. I love you though. I just want to read this
Hmm?
bit to you, right? It mandates that health professionals, health plans, and other covered entities safeguard electronic PHI and outlines procedures of how it can be used and disclosed. So see that person you were talking about there might not be a medical professional. It might
Incorrect.
not be a. It
They
might
aren't a
not
medical
be.
professional. I do agree, but they
It
literally got
might
sued for this,
not
and it's in the legal
be
document.
health plans, but what it does come under is other covered entities. They were an other covered entity. The key word there is entities. So they're a government official. That's an entity. So if they're
The
They have
disclosing,
lawsuit, the
administrative power.
lawsuit said otherwise,
exactly.
and that's what they won. So it says they are covered entities or business associates under certain legal processes if they handle or protect health information for medical
They
providers
won
or court.
because it is an
It
abuse of
no, it
power.
mentioned
End of
HIPAA in the
discussion.
document. It mentioned HIPAA in the
Yes.
document, and
You're
professional
right.
ethics
Right.
violation said
See
Right.
this?
that's a
You're not
Yes,
listening.
Hold on.
because
I'm
they're
saying you're right.
administrative and they
they're
broke the
administrative.
law.
You just said that they don't have. They're not regarded by
Hey,
HIPAA.
Ray,
What are you
you're making us
talking
top
about?
They
viewers
No,
here.
are.
I'm
that's
not
not what I
saying you're.
said.
I have
You're being
said if they
ridiculous.
work for a medical
No,
facility or practice or an insurance company, they are mandated under HIPAA.
correct.
We're all
Or
in agreement there.
Yeah, Ray, we
Right,
don't
you're the only
not.
one that's
you're
not
making us
getting it,
drop
Ray.
viewers.
No,
No
don't
one's
do
getting
that, please. I'm being
calm down.
respectful.
But
You're
like,
the
So I
only one
love.
that's
no one
I'm
not
sorry
getting
cares.
that
it.
you are.
And they do it
Like,
again. It's fine.
so see that county clerk, right? We can all agree that county clerk was
Later,
not a
Blue.
medical professional. They were not a health plan, so they weren't insurance, but they were covered under the part where it says other covered entities. Because that person's an entity, that person's part
Because
of an
You're
entity.
making
That's why they
exceptions to the
violated.
rule.
That's
Exactly,
not
Exceptions to
because
the
they
rule
are
are
in
ruled in
an
an
Ray, you can
administrative
unaccepted.
Do you know what
position.
my
All
granny
right,
always
can we
says? Your granny
not?
educates
Can we
you.
not?
Ray,
Because like
Ray,
I'd
Ray,
rather
you can
spend my
identify as
last
right.
Exceptions to
five
the rule are
minutes
not rules that can be accepted.
Right. You can identify
Bottom
as
line.
right.
Can
We
we
will all
not?
affirm you.
I'd rather
Don't be a
not
cunt.
spend my last. I'd rather spend the last 5 minutes of life not arguing.
Yeah. So
W.
let me do what is it? Trunkle. That's
Yes, please.
Trunkle. Oh, Trunkle.
I'm not even going to say what I think of the name. It's beautiful. I affirm it. It's gorgeous. It's fabulous.
It's giving
Right.
it's giving Pac-Man.
So
God.
you can't push a granny off a bus. No, you can't push a granny off a bus. No, you can't push a
What?
granny, 'cause she's your mommy's mommy. You can't push a granny off a bus.
Oh my God! Wait, Michael, are you? Wait, where
Thank
are
you.
you?
That makes
Are
me
you from
smile.
the
My
UK?
mom
Or
used
are
to
you
sing
like?
that all the
Where are
time.
you from in the UK, Michael? I forgot to ask you that. Are you like
I'm
Scottish or Okay, I thought so. Yeah, love it,
What
love
That
it,
was
love
is?
it.
so
I've
cute.
never
I think
heard that.
Scottish.
My ancestry is Scottish and like a bunch of other things, but I love that.
Same.
Like Scottish,
No.
Irish,
I'm Swedish and
all kind
Irish.
of all kind
Sorry.
of things.
Oh, Echo
Shut
wants to spend
up.
the
Are
last 4
they
minutes
real?
playing
Sounds
with
like
our
real.
emotions. I
Looks
got it.
delicious.
Those aren't real either. I would have seen by
No, they're
now.
not
I
real, but
actually
so
Okay.
don't
much
like the name.
Oreos. I'm like, come
The
Wait,
on.
apple cinnamon
who
ones
loves the
aren't real.
birthday?
Life, I need
Who
you to
loves
get
the
on it.
I know they're not real. They're not real. I'm gonna be going.
No,
I'm
I
on
need
it.
you to
I'm
get
on
on
it.
it.
I am on it.
The
But who loves the
name that
birthday
they've
cake
got makes
Oreos?
me feel icky.
Me.
Yes.
Who
Butterfingers.
loves the
Yes.
birthday cake
Can I stick with
Oreos? What's your
Butterfinger?
favorite Oreo? What's your favorite Oreo,
Yes.
everybody? Your
The
favorite Oreo?
Halloween Oreos.
Oh, the
Alright.
birthday cake is the best.
Yes.
I love the birthday cake, but like
I
the
like the
So
mint
good.
Oreos that
aesthetic.
are dipped in chocolate.
Oh yeah, I'm not a big fan. I have the Oreo Dunkaroos right now. They're like the little
They're
dunk, or the
peanut butter
sticks.
As
chocolate
long
ones.
as my
Those are good
Oreos are
though.
falling
We
apart in
don't
my
have a
cup
whole
of
lot of
milk,
selection up
I'm
here.
Yes,
fine.
I gotta have mine falling apart in milk. As yes, that's me.
Yes.
Yes.
And I like
What's
my milk
up?
with
See,
ice
we
in it
agree on
too.
things.
Damn it! Now I
Yeah,
want
we
Right.
cookies.
do.
Now I
Let's
want
talk.
Oreos.
Just
Let's figure out what we all have in common and say fuck what we don't have in common. You know?
Yeah, there we
What you
go.
guys all have in
Yeah.
common is that you all hate Pulse. There you
Shut
go.
up, Paul.
There. Anything that ever happens that's bad, blame it on Pulse.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what he's here for.
You know what the
But
best
I
ice
kind of
cream is
have to
though?
be
I don't know
nice
if
to
you
him
guys
at the
have
moment because he got me
wait,
merch. So
if you guys have ever
wait,
heard of
who's
this ice cream,
Pulse?
like you need to like get it. So it's called the
exactly,
High
Michael.
Chefs. It's by High Chefs, and it's bourbon brown butter. Oh wait, I'm sorry, burnt sugar ice cream. It
That's
is
why
What?
like
you're
what
yelling
you
all the
think
time. You're
ice
so
cream in
full of
heaven.
bourbon.
Holy shit! No, I am a lot.
Right?
I
She's
am not
running
gonna
on
lie. I'm not
whiskey.
gonna lie. But I actually I debate more when I'm not drunk. You know, so like I'm really more sober during the day because I do a lot of it during the day while I'm working. So you know, I have an
Yeah.
easy job. So,
I'm the same
but
way. I work at home on the computer, so that's why I like usually
yeah.
survive.
Yeah, I work
I
from
have
home
one
too.
ear I have my work calls, and then the other ear I have my debate calls. So,
No,
but no,
literally me. Like I be listening to y'all debate all day long. Like it's like a podcast.
I know I gotta
I'm like,
stop too.
okay,
When my
who's got
husband
the
gets
best
Sounds like my
debate right
wife. She's
now?
got like 5 things at the go on the go when she's working. She works from
when
home
my
as well.
husband gets home, I feel I've got to stop. I've got to like get off of it whenever my husband's home. But he's starting to like listen to me like argue a lot. He's like, "You don't want me to get on there," you know. It's like,
Just
and like
sneak.
the recent Reddit post on me is where it says like I told people that my husband would get them. No, my husband is the kindest man in the world. He is not like that. He would protect his family and me if he had to, but I would be the one jumping in front of the person that was trying to hurt us, and I would be fighting them before he would. Like I would
Yeah, no,
make
I'd be scared to make you angry
I
in
would lay
public.
down
Like
my life for him. I would 100% because he's a better human being than I am. He just truly is. He's a wonderful man. I mean, he would never let me do that, but have
If you
never
crashed out
told
on me in
anyone I was sick.
public, I would just sit back and laugh at you and tell you to chill out. It's not that serious.
Oh, it would not be. It would not be pretty. I'm telling you.
Like
Like
yeah,
I'm
if
from
you
the
crashed
dirty
out on me in
South.
public, I'd be a little worried because like I'm only 5'8", but like
I
I'm
used to. I
I'm a
used
big
to.
I'm a big
5'3". I
bitch.
would be worried.
So it's like
I
I'm a
live in a house of
disrespect.
giants, though.
You are a
I
big
used to get
man.
a lot of fights, but like I didn't start the fights. It was always a lot of like women that were like pissed off
As
at
long
me
as you
and would
finish
like try
them,
to fight
never.
me.
As long as you
Oh,
finish
100.
them.
Oh,
No
There
100.
you
I've
shade,
never
go.
don't
lost a
take
Hard
fight.
it,
to
but
believe their
I
life.
am literally from the UK's dirty south, and if you crashed out on me, honey, you better put them hands high the fuck up because we will go toe to toe. I don't care if you've got tits and a fanny or fucking cocks and balls.
Michael said these hands are rated E for everyone.
You
Hey,
want to
I've
sling
never
me
lost
and
a
make
I'm
sure
fight.
from
that I drop.
Canada. We have checklists.
I never fought. I never fight men. Like I have been in an abusive relationship before I met my husband, and like he was shorter than me. But I tell you what, I never fought back because he was the type of guy you could literally lop off his arm, and he would start laughing at you and like hitting you with it. Like
Oh shit.
he was insane. He literally nailed us inside the house. He like shut the house with these huge nails. He nailed the house shut and then set it on fire. I had to crawl out the window. Like, y'all don't know. Listen, I've been through some shit. Let me tell you.
Can
My
we just
husband
have
now is
like
such a good.
I've been
we
through
just
some
need like an
shit.
entire live that's lore about
Right,
like
listen, you're all
Michael
boring and
life.
American. I'm going to bed.
Appreciate it.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning here. Bye.
All right, good
Night
night,
all.
Oh, bye,
Michael.
babe.
Love you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Well, I'm telling you,
Gross,
like,
Echo.
and like, but I protect. Like, I'm a very protective person. Like, I've always had very like all my best friends have been very shorter than me. Obviously, smaller women. And so I've always protected them. I'm the oldest of 3 siblings, so I'm very, very protective.
That makes sense.
I've been through some shit. I'm not gonna lie. I've been
So
through
next
some
time I need a
absolute
bodyguard, I can call
crazy
you, right?
shit. Yeah, I don't like look like I have like I hold the like my physical persona is like you would never guess, but yeah, I've been through some shit, and when I say
No, it's
shit,
the
I
pretty
mean it.
bitches that are sneaky. Well, I don't mean bitch in a bad way, but like it's the pretty ones. Like if I need a bodyguard, like I'm taking you with me. Like you're the pretty girl. I'm like, oh yeah, this is my friend. And then somebody tries to come up, and you just like bum rush them.
I would, and like 100%, and like even like anybody who
They
like gives
always
us like
underestimate the pretty ones.
Exactly, that's my point.
if you guys like, and us all we're asking for, guys, it's just the basic respect. That's all we're asking for. And like when I think a lot of us have tried to ask nicely for it. I came in hot originally because when I hear like women being disrespected and like what's not being listened to, it's really hard for me to hear. I'm gonna
What?
jump on when I hear like women being disrespected and like what's not being listened to, it's really hard for me to hear. I'm gonna
What?
jump on
Oh, like
Pokeball?
sometimes
What's in
it does
there?
go both
I've
ways.
had those gummy worms before.
Get
Yeah, I've
the
had those gummy
popcorn
worms.
maker. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
Hey,
this
I've
turns
got
into a
cotton
ball.
candy.
Oh my
Legit, I
god.
have a
My
popcorn
cotton,
maker and I have a cotton
my
candy maker.
popcorn maker is the microwave.
What? Mine too, but it's about to be a Pokeball.
Oh,
I
you
did. I did
are
make some candy apples the other day. They were really
you
good
are a
though.
hypoglycemic dream.
Me?
I know. I really,
Yup.
I'm like really bad. No,
Or
I'm really
one at
bad.
a time. We have to get the 3D printer first.
I
Oh
got
yeah, I
one.
told Pulse we gotta get
Mine's
a
My
on
3D
friend's
my
printer.
got one.
babe.
My
Mine's
friend
on
has
my
one. Like
porch.
they printed my friend had like a
Why
3D
do I
like
forget
image
you have
printed of
one?
himself. He has like a little image of himself printed, and he used to leave it like I was in like a BNI group. It was like a for businesses like a networking group, and he would go around to all of our like our places of business, and he would leave his little person.
Adorable.
It was so cute. He would just leave it somewhere. We would find it like what the hell? It was so cute. I want to get
That's
a 3D image
adorable.
printed of me.
Okay,
It was
Echo,
really
you
cute.
need to quit fucking around and just come move in. You've already got the 3D printer. Fuck off.
Yeah, 3D printer's set up to go. My laser engraver's set up to go. I got all the good
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, the
But
3D
like,
printers print houses. They print
yeah,
houses in other countries. Like it's really
Yes.
amazing. Pretty amazing what they do.
life, as much as you hear like me being a shitty, horrible person, like this is me genuinely. I like to have good conversations with people. So
Yeah, I was actually
I don't
truly
yell at people.
I was surprised. I figured like the moment that like I didn't know that did you start the Reddit like the snark page or whatever? Did
No,
you
I
do you
was there from. I was one of the first like 25 people in there, and I know the original moderator. That's who made me a mod.
Okay.
Yeah, I know
Okay,
the
because
person
like
that
yeah.
started it.
Okay, because I was like, yeah, when I saw that person like try to dox me or whatever, I was like, that's fucked up. So I reported it or whatever, but then I noticed it was gone. So and you said that you did
I
it, you got it
Yeah,
off, and I
I seen
appreciate
your
that.
name, and then I was like immediately removed it. I'm like, I already
Yeah,
have it,
whatever happens.
and I'm removing it.
Yeah. Like Echo
Yeah, whatever
Echo
happens
will
on
go after
Reddit,
bad people,
whatever happens
but
on Reddit, the rules,
Shut
Echo
up,
enforces
Sisat White
those
Man.
rules. Well,
No,
you
I did
do
appreciate
enforce the
that. I was
rules.
surprised. I was
Yeah,
like, fuck. I was like, if Echo gets a hold of this, I was like, I mean, I mean,
already had it.
honestly, like, it's not like my life will be over. Like, I'll fucking bring that shit to my fucking doorstep if you want to.
No,
You know,
I
I mean,
already
I don't
had
like
it.
egg
There
that
was
no,
just no
Echo is
Yeah,
the
point.
first
yeah,
one that will take it down. Like
yeah. But I
Echo
do
is my
appreciate
wifey.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do
Like
appreciate that, and I do have a different respect for you for sure now. I do appreciate that though.
Appreciate
you'll
that.
find this funny. Like me and Echo have like an amazing connection, right? Like that's my wifey. I used to hate Echo with like a fiery passion. Like I thought they
Oh
were the
yeah.
worst person in the world. Like I had friends that like freaked me out. They're like, oh, like they're gonna dox you, blah blah blah. Like they came in and did this, and then like I had a random conversation with Echo, and we were on the phone for like 4 hours, just like geeking out about like programming and shit. And now they're my wifey. So,
Oh yeah, no, my dad,
like
my dad's a
total
programmer.
180.
Like, do y'all know what COBOL is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Computer language. Like they don't even teach it anymore. My dad wrote so he wrote his entire software program in COBOL in 1982 when I was born. And it's like it's so crazy because like he's like one of the dinosaurs of that industry, right? I don't have like none of the kids have the genius that he's got to be able to do what he does. It's so crazy. My dad can literally be absolutely wasted drunk and on the devil's lettuce every night. I mean, not really as much anymore, but like the whole time he was writing it, and he could completely he would pass out on his computer writing this software and like, and just updating it. It was just really crazy, because it is such
Oh,
a hard language. They don't even teach it anymore. It's really wild. And now
yeah, it's
AI can
old.
do that. Like it can convert everything for him. And he used to do it all by hand. Like,
Yeah. Same.
Wait, what's the name of that
Same with like
documentary we watched?
Fortran. Yeah, we watched.
Yeah.
We watched. We sat here one night and watched a documentary on Python and history of programming.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool stuff. I
You
know
should like you should let your dad know about it or like look into it. Like it's like the
I
history of like
know.
Python and like stuff that was before it and how like Python came to be like what we use today. Like it was crazy. It was
Yeah,
a
like I
really good
remember he was
documentary.
telling me his college professor like told it they were like he was like all excited about Windows, right? About Windows when it first came out, and he was like, and all the students were like, man, this is some bullshit. Like they ignored him, right, pretty much. And he was like,
Yeah.
man, he's like, I really like miss my calling, right? And my dad's such a dinosaur. He has a flip phone. He doesn't even have a smartphone, y'all. Like he won't get one. He's like so old school. It's just so weird. Like he won't get it. He's like, I don't need that shit. And he lives in this time where he's not like stuck on his phone, but then he's like, man, if I only had a device where I could do this. And I'm like, it's a fucking smartphone, Dad. Jesus, like just get one, like for God's sake.
Right. It's a smartphone.
It's so
It's a
funny.
computer in your
But
hand.
he's so smart, man. It's like ridiculous.
That's
Even to
awesome though.
this day.
I know
Oh
like
my God,
8
Echo.
different programming languages because like a lot of my time is actually spent programming, so I'm well versed in different languages.
What's the newest language that people program? Like I don't even know what the newest. I know that like the last thing I remember was C++. What's like the newest language? I know that's
There,
probably still archaic,
I
but
mean, there's MySQL, there's
Oh, I'm
Python,
so old too.
HTML.
HTML is not a real language. I'll fucking fight
I
you
know,
on
but
that.
there's
Oh my
Python on
God.
MySQL.
yeah, I started learning. I
Python's
started
big.
trying to learn
Go
C++.
is big. Java, not Java. What is it? Not JavaScript,
What?
but
Jason?
no. Fuck, the one they built off of JavaScript.
Oh.
Right. It's escaping
Fuck
my
me.
SQL? Is it SQL? Somebody said.
No, not
It's
SQL.
MySQL.
I don't know. My dad just found like this AI program, like him and his colleague.
Node.js. Yes.
No,
Thank you,
there you
Todd.
go.
Okay.
Node, yeah. Node.js is big. Python's big. Go is coming up. It's kind of plateaued, but it's still pretty popular. There's quite a few different languages. People are making like intermediary languages of their own. Like there's like languages of fuckery out there where you program in all fucks.
Yeah.
I want to program all fucks. What?
It's just crazy that like now like what my dad spent for so many hours doing like by hand, like writing, like telling a computer what to do and like building like he would like a drop down menu that's so easy for us to like use now. It's like he would have to write a whole like program for that. It was just so wild. And I remember when I started to try to learn it back when I was still like fucked up, and like doing like not really caring as much. That was when C++ was like the newest language. So and I couldn't get past like the math part. Like I'm just not really good at that, and I just wasn't focused as much. But
Yeah.
Java
it's just
fucks me over
crazy
with
now
the
that
math
like
part.
you know how much money my dad made during the Y2K, like the Y2K scare.
Oh, I bet.
It was so funny, but like now it's just like he just learned about this AI thing. Like one of his colleagues was like, "Hey, we got this AI thing," and like he used to have to convert all of his software by hand and like line by line. But now after learning, he's like, this AI, he's like, it's so fucking amazing. He's like, it converted everything in like 2 seconds. I was like, yeah, Dad, I've been trying to tell you about that. So
Yeah,
it's
I
crazy.
use it as a tool. I use like AI as
Yeah.
a tool to help with a lot of stuff, but it's like I said, like it's a tool. It's not a replacement.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
not a source. It's a source. Like what you can do, you can take. It's the best way to use it. Like if you can't
Can't
use
believe
it
you
to
just did
ask,
that
if
to
you
my
ask it
Pocky.
questions, if you ask it questions, it's going to tell you wrong answers. Because like I've debated
Your
with AI, but
content idea,
like
babe.
Chat GPT and stuff, I've debated it because it would tell me like the wrong information about intersex conditions, and I was like, wait a second, this is what's actually, and they're like, oh yeah, you're correct, and I was like, this is bullshit. But if you take a scientific study and you want
Yeah.
to summarize it really quickly, you can put all that information in it, and it'll give you a summarization of the data that you already give it. That's the
Do
best
you
way
know
I
why it
found to
gives you
use it
wrong answers?
because it's fucking politically fucking
Well,
motivated.
well, also that, but it's called learning language model hallucinations.
Yeah.
So, like, they made it to where they'll give you wrong answers so that, like, they'll give you wrong-ish answers or even sometimes straight up wrong answers. Because when it was built, they're called hallucinations. And they were like, if you give everyone the right answer for everything, like, they'll take it as God, right? And, like, no one will go learn anything else. They'll just use AI and it's too powerful. So they implemented what are called hallucinations to where the dates could be off a little bit or the information could be off a little bit. So you have to go to other sources and find it. It's
But it
really
should tell
weird.
you that though, because like I even asked it, I was like, "Why are you giving misinformation out?" I said, "You're supposed to be like a reference to like actual information." I said, "Why?" Because it'll be like, "Oh wait, yes, you're right. Like that's a great point. Yeah, you are correct. I actually did the research." And I'm like, "You're
Yep.
the AI. Like people are like, there's a lot of people that are relying on that to be truth, right? And like, there's nothing you could tell them otherwise, right? Unless you have the
Yeah.
cognitive ability to understand." This is not true. And it even says it at the beginning. It says you can't, it's like it's not legit. I don't know how they word it, but it's like these are not legit results because I could fill, the internet up with like a bunch of fucking websites full of bullshit, right?
Oh
And
yeah.
if it's the top of the SEO, like that's what it's gonna pull from. And so like that's why if you like Google certain things, like it's gonna tell you the wrong information. But so many people, the majority of people I would say are just going to go off that AI overview and they don't know any better. They don't know
No,
that's
that's
not
why I always
correct.
tell people like
Yeah.
read the study, take time to read stuff, understand it and what it
Yeah.
means and what it's saying. Like that's why I'm like, give me studies, I can pull them up in the background. We can slow down the conversation, take the time and dissect the study if that's what we're actually doing over it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And like take the time to go past the first page of Google because like you said, things are very politically charged. So a lot of the first things that you see on Google, the companies are paying to be there.
Yep.
Like the NIH and education systems and things like that. They're paying Google to be at the top of the search. So it's
Yeah.
like, don't always go off the AI overview. Like go 3, 4, 5, 10 pages deep into the search because it's like
Yes.
you're getting all the paid stuff. But like
Yeah.
next
I
time you're
used to
in
do
AI,
marketing.
ask it
Ooh.
about language model hallucinations and it'll tell you
Okay.
why.
Yeah, I used to do marketing, right? And that's what I went to school for, and that's what I have my degree in. And I did marketing, and it was like it changed so much every week. I was like, I can't keep up with this shit. I like something that's consistent. I don't want to have to fucking relearn everything new. And like that was back when you could like use keywords, like stuff it with keywords, and like you'd actually you could physically get keep your company on the top of the SEO, like on the top
Oh
on the
yeah.
It
front
was
page of
fair.
Google, like with the work. Yeah, but now
I
it's all about
Yep.
paying, so it's just I couldn't
Mm-hmm.
do it. I was like, fuck
I
this shit, I'm out.
absolutely hate SEO compliance when it comes to making websites and putting all that shit in.
Fuck. I hate
100%.
So
SEO.
fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Um,
Now you just gotta have the money, it's like there's no amount of work you can put in to actually get
Oh
it like
no, now
Right.
you do it
organically.
with AI. Now you do it with
Yeah.
AI and then you put it through an SEO checker, get your score and your feedback, and then put that back through AI and it'll make it perfect.
Yeah, exactly. But you gotta pay for that shit.
Not
Usually. Well, I don't know about now, but I mean I've been out of the game for a while, so I'm just a
yeah.
salesperson now.
My
But you're
sister
right. It
was
was
So
my
different back
code
then.
editor and
life.
mine
Do you have any different feelings about people in the community now that you sat here and talked to us for a while?
No, I've never had any issues with like people, like individual people in the community, right? And I know we do agree on a lot of different things, like if we could ever like have those discussions, but my views haven't changed. Like women and girls, and also men and boys deserve we deserve our privacy. That's all we're asking for, is to retain our privacy and our spaces. That's it. I'm not trying to say, like, I have no problem with someone that's trans and says, you know what? I wish I was the opposite sex. I fucking wish I was born this way, but I understand that I can't be that sex, right? And like, I don't think anyone would have a problem. I know I wouldn't. I wouldn't have a problem at all. And if they just say, "Hey,
Oh,
we
babe, I
respect your
want that.
spaces.
Mm-hmm.
We respect your spaces. We're gonna respect your spaces. We're not gonna infringe on your privacy, on you guys' privacy, but we just want to be what you are." And
Right.
and I understand that. And we would most likely be on the board. I know I would be on board with like fighting for a different space if that's what you guys wanted.
And
It's just whatever, like people come in, like, you know, if you like have your own shit going on and everything's designated for you, you have spaces designated for you, and then you have people come in and kind of trample on that, that's like a fucking problem. You know what I'm saying? Anybody's gonna be pissed.
right.
That's a
And
problem we have.
so my thing
Yeah.
is like I
Mm.
I can tell you, you're heard. I hear you. I see you. I understand you. I'm listening. My thing has always been, how do we make a way forward? What do we do to move forward, and how do we move forward together in life? So, go ahead, Pax.
Well,
I
I
know you're
think
going to finish.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think it's just, well, it's just, you know, like women and men, like we've always had these spaces, right? I'm like I said, I was 43. I was born in 82. I mean, like we've always had, like we've never had an issue with this. Like we've never had an issue with like people just generally respected the spaces. We all know what sex we are, right? We know which spaces to go to. I would never go into a male space to violate their space. I accidentally walked into a male space one time and they were all fucking shocked as hell. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And like, I could see the shock on their faces, the uncomfortableness immediately. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I would never want to do that. I would never want to violate anyone's space, especially if they don't want me there, you know? And it's just the fact that like women, we were just like doing our own thing. And it's like, and I know, like I said before, I know that some trans women have been using these spaces for a long time without any pushback, but now it's to the point where just anybody can just, people are like, have realized that this is a loophole and they're violating that. And so we're having to say no males, right? And there are third spaces. Third spaces are available and just about everywhere. I'm sorry, but just about everywhere they are, or single spaces at least. And I feel like if you've taken the steps, I'm sorry, I don't care what's going on mentally, right? I understand we all go through mental bullshit, right? But if you've taken the steps to make yourself look like the opposite Smegs, then I think that's like something you need to deal with. You have to understand what comes with that, right? If I do something to my body that I know is going to make me a problem in society, I will understand the consequences, and I'm going to like navigate society in that way without violating anyone else's boundaries. That's the problem we have, is our boundaries are being violated and no one's listening to us. They don't care what we have to say. They're not listening to any fucking thing we have to say. They want to silence us because it's like, it seems very selfish. And we just want our privacy for us, our daughters, our mothers. It's not, and I don't care about me. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about every other woman and girl out there. And I'll protect them till the fucking fullest extent, until the bitter, bloody end.
I understand what you mean because like so I'm disabled, right? And like as far as like, you know, like trampling on like your space, like I get that because like there are people, you know, that aren't disabled, like and will openly admit that. And like they'll use a disabled space. And there was a time when we didn't have our own spaces, we didn't have bigger stalls, we didn't have accessibility and things like that. So then we integrated that like into society and like we made that process better, right? So like fighting for third spaces and gender neutral spaces and just like updating what we're doing in society, like I think would take us a really long way.
Yeah, man. Imagine if, like, you know, like there's certain disabled like parking spaces, right? Like we're not, like, no one's allowed to, like, you're not supposed to park in those spaces if you're not disabled. Like you can get a fine, right? And I look at it like that. Like I would never park in a
Facts.
disabled space because I know that that's for a disabled person, right? I would never violate that space because
Facts. Oh
my
even
God.
even if I want to, even if I don't want to fucking walk that far to, I'd park at the very
Right.
end of the fucking parking lot if I had to, because I wouldn't violate that space. And it's just that basic human decency and respect is all women and girls are asking for. And the fact that we have to be like, I am petty. I'm 100% petty. And if people come up and like, it's very hard to hear any male saying, we're going to do what we want to do because we've been doing this and you can't do shit about it. Like, that's fucking the wrong thing to say to me because I'm going to go fuck
Yeah.
off, right? Like, it's really
Like,
hard
and
to
I
hear.
like.
That I
I
can
know what you mean.
that I can understand. But then again, I look at it from a trans perspective, and where am I supposed to go to the bathroom?
But that's what I was saying. Like, and you're a trans man, correct?
I'm transmasculine, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah. So like that's what I was saying. Like if it, and I understand that you have like if whatever you have going on that made you need to have the need to present or whatever present that way, or whatever you have going on in your life, like I understand that, but like that, and if I had that same thing going on in my life, I would have to understand, hey, look, these are the consequences of what my actions are going to like. There's the consequences to my actions. I'm going to have to realize that I'm going to make myself a problem, possibly in society. So I would need to take those extra steps to I'm not going to violate anyone's space. I'm not going to make anyone else uncomfortable. I'm going to try to find a third space. I'm going to do whatever I need to do because this is what I need to do for myself. So I'm going to figure out what I need to do to still be in society without violating anybody else's boundaries. That's what I would
Okay,
do.
I can appreciate that. However, my only issue with that is when I was desperately trying to be a woman, I was very butch looking. I got tossed out of bathrooms. I had security chase me into bathrooms twice. I used to have to bring my wife into the bathroom with me for protection. So this is where my issue is people who, and by your own admission, I had every right to be there. And I am telling you, when I'm telling you I probably had bigger boobs than absolutely everybody in the room here combined, when I had my top surgery, they took 14 pounds of material off of my chest. That's not a little bit. Like, it was more than obvious, but I was still having issues going into the bathroom.
Like even like
So-
when you were like presented,
Yeah.
like before you did
I
all
was
your
naked
surgery.
in the change room because I had short hair. I was in the change room. I was naked, and it wasn't until I turned around and the woman could see my breasts that she was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," and was apologizing to me. So I have had this problem for my entirety, and I'm 47 years old. For the entirety of my adult life, is women have not wanted me in the bathroom.
I'm so
I
sorry
know
about that. That's not okay.
Right?
That's not
Exactly.
okay.
So
Yeah, that's
Is
hard.
that possibly why? Is that why? Maybe I mean, I'm being sincere when I ask this. Is that why you maybe chose to kind of transition because you had those issues and you were like, fuck it, might as well.
No, no. It used to absolutely piss me off when I had those issues. But no, that wasn't the reason. I will 1,000% admit that my life has become exponentially easier now that I don't have to drag my wife into the bathroom to go to the bathroom in society any longer. I just go to the bathroom.
I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Like, and I hate that you had to deal with that. Like, I've been going. I'm 43. I'm very close to your age. I've been using the public bathrooms, I think, my whole life. And I've never came across like a masculine looking woman that I didn't like know was a woman. Right? I never had any like. I have had one issue with a very large lesbian, who like kind of freaked me out. Like she came up to me in a Steak and Shake bathroom, right? And she said, "Hey, I can't remember, what did she say?" She said,
Oh, those look
"Yo,
delicious.
you ain't getting out of here, lady or girl or something like that." She said, "You ain't getting out of here, girl. I want to be with you," or something like that. I can't remember exactly what she said, but my boyfriend at the time
Instant
was
black
kind of
eye.
outside. I was like, "What?" I was like, "Wait, I don't know." But like if I had to like fight her, I would have fought her. But she was a lot bigger than me, and I'm 6'1", right? But I hate that anyone gave you shit about being in the bathroom. They shouldn't have.
I am
I
5'3". It's
I
not
don't.
like
I don't. see
it's not like I'm like my wife is 5'10", my son is my son is 6'2", my son-in-law is 6'2", and my daughter is 6'2". Like
Well,
I am the
that's the
short
fun
one in the house.
size.
I know I'm the fun size. I feel like I'm in the reverse Gulliver's Travels here. I'm not kidding. But
I'm
you
gonna be
know, they
honest,
hide
like
things
you
up high
now,
because
you
I'm
look
I'm tiny.
now you do look fairly male. I mean, and it is easier for a trans man to, I would say, pass as a male than I think it is for a trans woman to pass as a female. It's
Yeah,
easier to
testosterone
masculinize.
does a lot. It does a lot
Yeah,
with
it does.
estrogen.
Yeah,
It
testosterone's a
does.
hell
It
of a
does.
thing.
Yeah. And but I also believe that men and boys deserve their privacy as well. And like we all have seen, I don't know if you all have seen, I think it was in Loudoun County, but where there's like it was the three boys, it was in a high school obviously, but they were in a locker room, the boys' locker room, and a trans boy came in, and they said, like, what are you doing here? They were uncomfortable, the boys were uncomfortable. She started recording them, and then then
Ew.
two of the boys got suspended for that. Like, that's not okay. Like, I don't, and I know
No.
there's false allegations too. I don't think that's like very safe for females to be in a male bathroom. I just think, I mean, these are separated by SMEX for a reason. And I think that's however you present, like you should go into your SMEX bathroom. And if you know you're going to cause an issue, you should try to find a third space. I think it's just,
I can see
that's the
that.
consequence of what you kind of have, like, of the
There's
issue
a
that you may
But there
have
was
going
no.
on.
there's a
But
lot
there.
of
But
trans
the see.
women that talk about like passability, and we shouldn't go by that. But also, we talk about like putting in the effort, and like if you look more one way versus the other. This is why I say like go wherever you feel the most comfortable and whatever works for you, and just be respectful and don't be a fucking creep. Like that's always been my take.
There's
I
that
don't know.
because
Oh, sorry, Pax. Go ahead.
if somebody's like creeping in the bathroom, and we've all been in it doesn't matter what sex-based bathroom you've been in. You've walked into the bathroom and there's some like weird ass people in there, and you're like, nope, and you leave. You know,
Yeah.
I get it.
It's like, but it's like we can't let like we can't say, oh, only the pretty trans women can come in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we can't
No.
say that. Like
Exactly.
that would be
Exactly.
that would be
And
Right.
hateful. That would be absolutely hateful. So we have to
right.
say no males, and we have to say no females in male spaces, because men and boys, you guys deserve your privacy too. I mean, your parts are out, and a lot of like, I mean, you guys have urinals. People, like males
I
are
would
like, and when I walked
never
into
use a
that men's
urinal.
restroom by accident,
Fuck
these
that.
men were like literally holding their, phalluses, and I was like, oh my god, I felt horrible, right? And I was like so shocked, and they were like visibly upset, and I was visibly upset. I ran out
If
immediately. I was like, I'm so sorry, and it was so uncomfortable, so
if
I understand that.
if I'm forced to use a men's urinal, I am not breaking eye contact. I'm gonna make that shit awkward. I will
You
not
don't make eye contact in the
Urinals are
bathroom.
Yeah.
I
diabolical.
don't break eye
And
contact.
you don't talk in the men's bathroom either. You don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
hear
don't
that's like a
talk in the
faux
men's
pas.
bathroom.
I
Oh
find
yeah,
that
it
weird.
was like it's like you can hear a pin drop, which is like gross because they hear absolutely everything, and they will like critique and comment about like different bodily functions in there. Like that was a good one, buddy, and it's just like, are you kidding me?
What?
I mean,
I'm not kidding.
that is the thing, Trent.
That's gotta feel
That's
so
a
like
thing.
Are
awkward
y'all
though.
like
That's a
rating
that's a big
farts in the
thing.
in the men's bathroom?
If
Like, what are we doing?
if someone's in a
Yep.
stall and someone's at a urinal and someone farts, I guarantee someone's gonna be like, "That was a great one."
Well, I would say that too. Like me and my husband
Well,
fart on each
see,
other all the time.
Well, I mean, I do
We do
that, but
all
not in
the
the
time.
bathroom. I don't know.
Me and my
Like,
husband
I'll
fart
be in
on
the
each
women's
other
room and someone
You
will
all
like
burp,
the
try
and
and
I'm
time.
make
like,
some
yep, 8 out of
noise,
10.
so that like nobody's can like overhear you, or you put that like layer of toilet paper down, so you have that buffer. We all
Dude,
know about
farts are
that.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Farts are so
You know,
funny.
like
Farts are funny as hell. I'm always gonna laugh at farts. My husband's like, "Why are you laughing?" I'm like, "Fucking funny." It is funny. Like
They're
his shit
funny.
peels paint off of the wall. Like literally,
Yeah.
it is so
Like, you get
bad.
some squeaky
Like,
ones, you get some silent ones, and then you get
yeah.
ones that sound like dinosaurs. Like,
And
hello?
if you
Never
can't fart in front
never
of your
trust a
partner,
fart.
your husband, or your partner, I'm sorry, you just don't have a good relationship. I
Yes,
can't.
oh,
exactly.
that's
That's
You have to
my
be able
thing.
to.
Like,
the
we've
biggest
hit
bonding
like
moment my
peak
wife and I had.
connection. Yeah.
Yeah,
Listen,
was
it
when
took
I
me
had
it took
when
me
we
a
had Norwalk.
while to actually go pee with wifey on the phone. I'm usually like, let me call you back. I gotta go pee.
Yep. And I'm like, just go to the bath. And then they were like, okay, I gotta pee. And I'm like, finally, thank goodness.
My husband comes in the bathroom while I'm like literally doing the other, and I'm just like, oh my god, get out! And he's like he's the one who he started all this.
That's
So he was like
that's peak
coming in there. I'm
connection
like,
right
get
there.
out! And then he was like, you wanted to see it, all right, here it goes. And finally, eventually, I'm like,
Listen, I
it is
judge
what it
anybody
is.
who doesn't have a bidet now. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Since
me too.
COVID.
Listen, I'm working on it. Okay.
I love
We're actually
mine.
building houses, so we're building into
Yeah.
it.
Get a bidet. It will fucking change your life. Like, it is so much better. I actually was like weirded out because I went on vacation one time and like the hotel room didn't have a bidet. And I'm like, I've used a bidet for almost a decade now. Like, this is just fucking feels gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people walking around with unwashed asses, I'm telling you.
Yes.
Dude,
Yeah,
men
for
are
real.
the worst. Men are the fucking worst.
Oh,
I don't know what it is. Not all men, but a lot. I'm like, why won't you fucking wipe all the way? Wipe until there's no shit on the fucking toilet paper.
Right,
What is
exactly.
wrong with that?
Never mind
Dude,
the
why-
washing their hands.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times I've wandered into the bathroom, I've gone into the stall, there's some guy standing at the urinal, he walks out, I walk out, I hear him not wash his hands because he just walks out, and then I see him eating a burger with his hands.
Oh.
Well, because they're I think the mentality is it's already clean, but your
Yeah.
hands weren't, and then you touch the thing, and then just no. There's a whole
Touch
slew
your-
of problems here.
Touch your
Hey,
phallus.
dude
Go wash your
wipes
hands.
are a thing. Dude wipes are a
Yes.
thing. Like you showed those earlier. My husband, somebody gave him some. I think we got some from this gag gift, and we actually use them, so they actually
Oh,
work
yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, they're really good. Like,
I have a
keep-
question real quick.
What's up?
Do you guys agree with trans or nah? Disagree?
I am anti the ideology. Everyone here, everyone else here, I believe, is wait, Impulse, you're on our side, right?
Pulse
No, I'm on I'm on the side where hey, you do what you want to do, and it's not going to affect my life, and I will.
Okay, I think
still
I'm the
treat
only.
you,
Yeah.
and I'll still treat you like a human being.
Okay, so I'm the only person I think that is I wouldn't say anti-trans. I protect women and
Opposition.
girls. I don't think trans. Yeah, I don't think trans women are women at all. But the rest of these guys think that they are.
Yeah. The
No,
background
but
is
what
just
is the?
simply...
I want to talk to the prop.
Oh, I'm on the left.
Yeah, that's life on the left right there. The prompt is literally transphobia hurts all women, and just that these are women. We're not doing the cisgender label or trans label. They're women.
Are they actual women?
Yep, I'm a woman.
Yeah.
No, not you. I mean the people on
Thanks,
the
Life.
Yeah, that's me. I
She's
am
the
on
one
the
on
left.
the left.
That's me on the left. That's what I was
Yeah,
getting.
life's on the left.
I didn't know that.
Are
was-
they?
Yeah,
What
that's
do you?
me on the
I don't
left.
understand that. Transphobia hurts. What? What? What the
Okay,
hell
so
is trans?
So if you were to
Like-
look at the person, obviously you can see Never, right? So if you look at the
Yeah.
person in the middle or on the right, is that a woman or is that a man? How do you perceive that person? We're telling you that
on
that's
their
a woman.
left, obviously, because she's a woman. Yeah, she's a woman if she was born with that chromosome. But I don't know about those other two. I don't know if they're actually.
They're all
a
women. They're all
all
women. We're all women.
Right, we're
Women
stating
don't
Are
have
they
to look a
transphobic?
that they're
certain way.
women.
Are they
Life
transphobic?
is
I wouldn't say
real
I'm
life,
women.
like
transphobic.
what we're saying.
Then why are you up there? Then why did somebody put you up there? Then if you're not transphobic.
Oh no, I wouldn't say I'm transphobic because I don't believe in that. But I'm just saying. I just say that like you're either a woman if you're an adult female human, or if you're if you're a man, you're an adult male human. I believe in just
Yeah.
reality,
What's wrong with?
and that's just what I believe in, right?
And what's wrong with that? These other people that don't agree with you, what? Why don't you
have
agree
a
with that?
different view on the world and how things go. That's all. It's
Yeah.
just different view,
Right.
different view.
What is your view?
My thing is trans women are trans women. Trans men are trans men. Because I personally don't like to discount the trans experience, and I feel that saying just woman or just man is discounting that whole entire journey that they went on. But that's
Yeah,
just
well, I'm just saying, you can believe. I mean, you're entitled to believe whatever you want to believe. You can do whatever.
Yes,
You have free
everyone
will,
is.
but what I'm saying is that's not going to be true. If we look at it
Everyone is.
biologically, it's not going to be true.
Everyone's entitled to believe whatever they want to believe.
Obviously,
I agree with
but
you, Ben.
Yeah,
I'd really
obviously.
be bad.
Yeah, but it's just when it comes to the truth and biology, when it comes to this and that, I mean, it's not obviously gonna make
The
sense.
truth
It's
is
not gonna.
always subjective, and it depends on which country you're in, on which
No,
laws
it's
are correct. Yeah, it does actually.
Bad.
Which
I'm not
laws you
gonna.
are.
I'm just gonna let you down, but I welcome you to come back any other day.
Why?
Because it's
We're winding
11.
down.
It's 11:36. We're just winding down. That's it. The debates happened earlier, and we're just winding down. But come back another time. You're more than welcome to come in and actually have a debate if you want. I'll hold space for it. You're good.
And hey,
That is
Carl,
the
that's also
wildest comment
Carl.
I have
That's
ever
also
seen.
me. I know it's Carl. He was trans as a
That's
child. It's okay. He was trans as a child. It's really sad. I was really messed up. But Carl, that's also me to the left when I was around your age. So yeah, you can think whatever you want to. It's okay. I don't care.
Oh,
I understand that you're kind of mentally confused.
Who wants to fight? No, I'm kidding.
I don't look bad for 43 though.
Ouch.
Damn,
I
Alex.
don't look bad for 43. Y'all can't lie. I can't look bad for 43.
No,
No, you don't
you
look
don't
bad
look bad
for
at all for
43.
43.
No,
I aged like
you look
milk.
great. I hope I look as good as you when I'm 43. I'm 34 and I'm like looking at my face like, am I
Don't
okay?
have kids. That's what it is. It's because I don't have kids.
I
Too
have
late.
Probably
I got
why.
one.
Oh, okay, that's it. I've got
That's
several.
probably
I've
it.
got
Age the
step kid, I've
fuck
got
out
step
of you,
babies, but
honestly. I got 4 babies and I'm fucking aged.
I'm just letting mutuals up because I don't want any more fighting for the night. I just want to wind down and do
Aw,
this. So
that's why I came up. I wanted to fucking fight
Aw.
someone.
yeah, you're
Alex
fine.
came up with
Valid
balance.
mutual.
Hey,
Oh
Pulse,
wait,
you
who
fucking,
is that? Is
Pulse, you
that
fucking,
Alex? Is
you
that
fucking
Alex
That's
that
Alex.
hates me?
Yeah, that's Alex.
Oh, Alex
It's
hates
a,
There's
me.
two Alex.
no, it's a
There's
different
two
Alex.
No, not
Alexes
Alex Ruby.
from.
No, this
Oh,
is not
not okay.
Alex
Never
Ruby.
mind.
No.
Not you, babe. I'm sorry. I thought it was Alex
That's
Ruby.
okay. I
Alex
can
Ruby
hate you if you
hates
want for
me.
like the next 5 minutes.
Well, Alex Ruby is also from Australia. You're from Australia, right?
No, we're
Yeah.
both from New Zealand and we're both from the same
Oh,
town in
New
New Zealand.
Zealand. Oh, I thought
Mm.
Alex was from. I thought the other Alex was from Australia for some reason. Okay, yeah,
No.
she hates me. Yeah, she
Okay.
hates me.
Well, look, I can hate you for 5 minutes. That's all I've got to do right
Okay,
now.
we're good. We're good. We're good.
We're good.
Wait, Pulse, do you want to fight? Are you still being racist? Can I fight you?
Yep. Sure.
Paul said the N word tonight. Yep.
What?
Me
Wait, with the
and
hard
Twice.
ER or just the A?
Yep.
Which one?
The hard ER.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh.
Daddy, don't
Oh,
do
Hayden's
that.
here. The puppy kicker.
Hated.
James
Echo,
here?
quit
Wait,
trying
who
to
kicked a
push the bear.
puppy?
So I had this AI image I made from Hayden's picture of her kicking a puppy. And like
Oh,
I'll put it up in the
Hayden.
background. I'll be like, "Yeah, Hayden's a puppy kicker. Here's my proof." It's absolutely
No,
fucking hilarious.
Yep.
not my babies. I love my puppy
No, I've
too.
only said one
Is there a
time,
puppy
and that was
present?
My
Lord's
baby.
Day. After that, I have never
I
Hi,
said it.
baby.
I used to
He's a
have
baby.
like Shih Tzus. I love them. Shih Tzus are my favorite.
He's a Shorkie. He's a Shih Tzu Yorkie mix. They're like the best dogs. He's so
Oh
cute.
my
His name's Tink.
goodness.
He's a very manly Tink. Not Tinkerbell, Tink.
Tink,
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
Tink.
He's so
Mine was
cute.
I
He is
named mine Duncan, and he was my drinking partner, and he would drink
Oh.
fucking vodka for Christmas. When I lived in a different place, there was a bar across the road from me, and I'd literally catch him after work. Like I'd come home and he was across the road at the bar, and I'd call him to come home. They
Oh
were
my
giving him a
goodness.
beer. I'm like,
Aw.
come on, dude.
It's like, come on, guys.
Make 12 steps
You know
for
what's so
puppies.
cute?
Right.
You know what's so cute is
The
like
dog
I
gets
have a
free
neighbor
drinks.
that's
Like,
like 3 houses down, and they have like a what is a Maltipoo, and it's like he's like
hmm
so tiny. He's like so much smaller than my dog, and he comes. I don't know how he's like always like roaming around the neighborhood. He's so tiny. He's just roaming around the neighborhood, never gets hit. You know, he's like a G, right? And he comes in, he like scratches on our back door every day, and he comes to play with my dog, and then he just leaves and he does his own thing. He's so cute. It's
that's
adorable.
adorable. The amount of like mixes that there are with dog breeds now, I'm like, you can do that. Like, I just like, I
I
hear of like
know.
different mixes
Oh,
all the
Alex, I love
time,
the
and I'm like,
glasses.
where?
Oh, I
Yeah,
got
it's
told.
actually dangerous if they're too
I got told
small.
it would
Like,
give you free karma.
Yeah.
yeah, they can't
I
breed very well. Like the
want
really small dogs is really messed.
Hey.
There's Alex.
I want to say
There's Alex.
Echo, I appreciate your life today. I appreciate your life tonight. It was very good discussion.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure
agree.
I pissed off people by allowing it and trying to mediate it where we could actually have a conversation, but it is what it
Yeah.
is. I don't care.
I was
All the
listening to
people
all the people that want to unalive me are like really pissed right now. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm
Bring it to
waiting
my
for you to get some
doorstep.
flack from Martha tomorrow. Like, you were up there socializing.
Oh no.
You're a
Martha's
fucking
actually
traitor. You're a traitor,
Martha's actually
bitch.
cool. No. Martha's actually cool as fuck, dude. Like, if you guys ever listen to what she says, she only attacks the ideology. She never attacks the person. I attack the person 100% if they attack me. I will 100%. I'm a petty bitch. I will attack a motherfucker so quick, like like
appreciate the
verbally.
I used to listen to Martha debate all the time, and like when she went live and stuff like that. And for whatever reason, she thought that I was like out to get, like when she came in, Echo was like, "Hey, my wife wants to have a conversation with you," because I do. And like she thought that I was like stalking her, or, like following her around or something like that. And like I would like, if she said things I didn't agree with, I would say that. And then there were some things that I did agree with, and there were some things that I thought were extreme. But I always listened to her on panels and things like that because it was so interesting.
Mhm.
But like she thought I was stalking her and like had a problem with her or something.
It was
And I'm
it
like,
was
it's just
probably
more
around
like
the
you've got
time.
you've got extreme views, but like fuck, like
It was
I
probably around
find
the
it
time like a lot of people came at her for something that she said, which it makes sense. Like, but if you
Oh
like,
yeah.
you have to understand the
Mhm.
context of it, and then a lot of people came at her, and so she blocked a lot of people. But like Martha's one of the only people I talk to outside of this app, right? And I
Mhm.
100% talk to her outside of this app because if you listen, if you just listen to what she says, like she never attacks a person, and she's very knowledgeable about this stuff. She has been fighting this for a long time, very long time, and she's in a place where she doesn't even have a voice. Like, women don't even have a fucking
Right.
voice where she lives. They're not allowed to even say anything, and it is very dangerous where she lives. Like, she
But
truly could be harmed or her family harmed.
Where is that happening?
I know I know about where, and that's no.
For
I've
having her
I
views.
got it. I got it.
PAX is from
For
the
having
same
her views.
general area.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for having
I'm
her
in the same
views,
views.
like,
Listen, never. For having my views, I have been assaulted. I have been spat on. Somebody stole my umbrella and beat themselves on the head and started screaming for security and said, "They're hitting me like we're two." Like,
but training is
no,
allowed there, though, isn't it? Like, it's training. Like, they celebrate you guys, don't they? I mean, isn't it like allowed everywhere there?
yes, it's allowed, and exactly what we are allowed and our rights are protected. However, that doesn't mean that there's not jerk people, and doesn't mean that I don't receive unaliving threats every damn day. Every day.
Like, look, like if it's somebody from our side, literally show them to us. We will excommunicate that motherfucker so quick. We do not agree with that. The majority of us, and like a lot of us have been around. Like, I've been around for like, I don't know, almost 3 years or something like that. Like like the tight knit group that we are. Like, there's a lot of like newer people maybe that they may have the same views, but they're not part of like our group. And I can tell you right now, like, we will excommunicate those motherfuckers 100%. Just let us know who they are. We don't agree with that. We do not agree with that at all. And I do understand because, like, with certain people, it is dangerous for them to say what they feel. And I know I can trust Martha. I know what she says is correct, right? I'm not trying to say that you're not correct, but I'm saying it is very dangerous. Like, we can see what happened in the UK whenever they came out saying women are adult female humans. We saw the protests. We have the video footage of them saying,
But they don't say
burn,
but
burn
they
us
don't say
alive in the
adult human
stake.
females. They just say females of any age. That's what the way that the law is written. And as somebody who, was assigned female at birth, I have an issue with that. That just leads into, people like child
That's-
marriages.
Yeah, that's a scary
That's-
slippery slope.
That's
Well,
scary.
I don't agree with that, but I'm gonna say, but what,
Right?
from
Language
what I
was
understood.
jacked on it.
Well, yeah, okay, I'm not gonna lie, but like, yeah, the language is jacked up, and like it seems like a lot of the government like agencies, like they don't even, and like, but we have delved into this topic so deep because like
and
both
but
sides
you
are
don't
like,
get fined for misgendering somebody. That's not the way that it works. The way that it works is if you are malicious on somebody, and somebody has said, "Hey, this is my pronouns," and you still continue and harass them and use the wrong pronouns and be an ignorant ass, then yeah, absolutely, you get charged. But nobody's getting fined, and that's the fear mongering. Is nobody's getting fined for making a mistake. If that was it, my dad would be like in debt up to his ears.
But if
And
it's against,
I
if
have
it's
never.
just, if sorry, I was gonna say if it's against everything we believe in, if it is against everything, and it's nothing personal. But I can't do it for people that I like. Like I like Chloe. Chloe's like I would like fuck somebody up over Chloe, and any of you guys as well, right? But I just because I like you guys, it doesn't mean I can't use the wrong specs pronouns for you guys and not do it for people that I don't like, right? That would be hateful. I have to be consistent across the board. So even though I like Chloe,
I can
I like
appreciate the
Natara.
consistency.
Yeah, I like
I can
Natara.
appreciate the consistency. However, in where I live, it is illegal to do that. The person who it's not done by their assigned sex at birth. It is done by what their pronouns are, and you are legally obligated to call me, just like if I were to call Alex because she's from Aotearoa.
Oh my God, Alex.
If I called her something other than that, it would be harassment and hate speech. So
Fucked up,
it's the
though.
same.
That's fucked
Well,
up. That's
no,
like
it's not.
taking our belief. Like we don't believe in that, and so that's
But
like
your
like to
beliefs
legally
don't.
like.
But your
That's like
beliefs end
okay.
at you. Your belief ends at you.
No,
Right?
it doesn't.
Like
Because like
taking.
what we
But
believe
it
in truth.
does.
But you're not a
But
male.
whose truth? But whose
But
truth?
you're not a male, and I'm not trying to be mean, but you're just
And
not
there's
a male.
but there's no free speech a bit in Canada. We have freedom
Yeah,
of
that's
expression,
correct.
but there's no
Yeah,
free
I would
speech in the
ignore
United
that.
States either.
But women, but
There's
like
no
that's
free
what I'm
speech
saying.
in the
But
United
now,
States
but like
either.
if women say like women in I call it Canada, sorry, but I do. But I mean, like if women
That's
say
okay. I called the
if
United States a
women,
dumpster fire.
that's fine. But like if
Fair.
women want to say, hey, we're not comfortable with males in our spaces, they can't do that. They don't have a
Okay,
fucking
so
voice. That's not
okay, so what
okay.
if we had a referendum and we had a referendum of all the females in Canada and said, "Hey, do you think that trans women belong in women's spaces?" And we had a referendum, and 80% of the women said, "Yeah, we think that that's acceptable." Then you're that, like, just because you don't believe the same way
No.
doesn't mean it's the law.
Wait, let me ask you something. So, do you think that at any time, like any woman can give away another woman's consent?
That's not consent.
It is
It's not
consent
consent when it's a
because
public space.
it is
All right.
consent because these are spaces with our pants down. Our privacy
Oh, I
is
get
very
it.
vulnerable. We
I
don't
do.
want
No, I
any
get
males
it.
in there.
I do want
I know.
Echo doesn't want to do it. Echo doesn't want to debate
Yeah,
right
No.
now.
we're
So
we're
Okay.
kind of winding down, so I don't want to
All right.
get
All right.
into a
Let's
whole
go back
nother
to food. What
debate.
cookies
So
should I buy? Because
right,
shit, I gotta
y'all made
go,
me
guys.
hungry for
It is
cookies.
late. It is late
it
as hell though.
is.
I do
I
gotta
got
didn't
work in the
realize
morning
what time
too.
it was. Thank you all for having me up. I do appreciate you so much,
Thank
Echo.
you
I
for
truly
coming
do.
up, life. Or,
I really appreciate it, and appreciate having a
yeah,
conversation with all you guys.
that's good.
It's been a good
Thanks.
night. It's been good talking to
Anybody's
you.
always welcome in for a good, genuine conversation. So, thank you.
I think tonight was great.
Good night, everyone.
Mars is coming back. There he goes. Let's
Hey
go.
guys, sorry, I
Hey,
had
Mars.
Mars.
some
You're good,
calls.
Mars. You're good.
So I wanted just to show you one thing because I didn't have a chance to actually pull this because I was walking. But I
Yeah,
wanted to show you
so
guys.
this is where like I was like I wish you had like I was telling people on Discord and other chats, I'm like I wish you had sources available that you could pull up and share like that, because I think it would
Right.
have been a great conversation more.
Yeah.
That's why I
But
often
yeah,
like
I
if
was
you
walking
guys want
around,
to
and I
talk
really wish I
more.
had more time. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and I
I'm
figure
down.
if you
So
guys want to do it eventually, more than welcome to.
right, so I wanted to show you. So this is how the National Institute of Health, and this is from the American Society of Reproductive Medicine, right? So these guys are the experts in their field when we talk about sex. So when I was talking about sex traits and why it was important, right? This is how the National Institute of Health, the UN and everyone really defines biological sex. It's a multidimensional biological construct based on anatomy, physiology, genetics, and hormones. Also referred to by some as sex traits. Then all animals, including humans, have sex. So this is the way that biology really looks at sex.
This is really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, by using the dictionary definition that everyone uses, they're using an outdated explanation, right, of what sex is.
So you're saying that
Which is
looking at sex in one way is like archaic.
it is exactly right,
That's
and
what
that's
Oh, yeah,
and
that
that's what
makes
this.
I'm gonna mute
Hex.
that. That's why I say, like, when we look at things like sex and gender, it's not a single thing. It's multifaceted for either of them. There's multiple things that make them up. And what I told the guests earlier that first came up, you can't just keep moving the goalposts and say, okay, if it besides this, what else is there? You know, when you're only looking at just looking for one thing, it doesn't work when it comes to defining sex or gender.
Right.
So also, I did find the source. For why like pelvic tilt is experienced in trans women, and it's around
It's
the
the
way
ligaments
that,
loosening.
right, and it's because right, and so I found the source for that, by the way. So again, when I said bone geometry shape doesn't change, that is something I stand by. But when we talk about the actual pelvic tilt, that happens in trans individuals because of changes in muscles and ligaments and tendons. So it's a hip rotation really that happens. So it makes a difference in some trans individuals. And how they curves.
And there's some assigned female birth people that it doesn't happen. The hip tilt doesn't happen. So they have what's called an inverse uterus, where that's why a lot of women can't tell that they're pregnant because their hips haven't shifted and their uterus tilts backwards, and so they're just rearranged differently, so they don't get the baby bump in the front.
Yeah. I would say definitely get sources together because they're all willing to come back and actually have conversations and like an actual debate and not just like yell at each other. So
Yeah, I mean those are the two big ones. Also, I don't know if you guys know, but there was a study that was released last year where an institute looked at 4,800 trans children, trans and adolescents, and found out where there is overlap and where there's differentiation between gender and sex in the brain.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, and I
that
would
study
say
was released in 2024.
have a list or like be able to send them or have like the information available where to find them, because that's what they're asking for to double check. We can say
Oh yeah, like make a
X,
master
Y, and
doc.
Z happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can sit here all day and say we have X, Y, and Z that shows this, and we have this that shows that. But if we can't provide it to people to look at themselves, they're gonna just be like, "You're blowing smoke."
My other thing is there is also research now that trans masculine people grow prosthetic material.
Yes, the
So
skin gland.
is that
Interesting?
No. It's not in the Skene's gland though.
No?
It's
Oh.
completely separate. No, it's completely separate.
Oh.
I can provide you the
Oh.
the PMID to that. But
Yeah, send that
is
over
that not
sometime.
on the Wolfian pathway?
So what happens is Chunkle. So what happens is prosthetic tissue develops within the vagina of trans men and trans masc on gender affirming hormone therapy. Right. On the opposite side of that, there are trans women who develop occult endometriosis. So they actually
What is
grow.
that?
It basically they have a version of endometriosis.
But I thought endometriosis was blinding from your uterus. that
Right.
travels
So that
elsewhere
that
other than
same right. So
uterus.
that tissue actually
Yeah.
goes, grows. And what we don't know, in the cases that we have, we don't know if for some reason that trans woman like has Müllerian tissue before she transitioned, that, or she had somewhat of a resistance to the anti-Müllerian hormone, or if that Müllerian tissue happened after, just like the prosthetic tissue within trans men, right? But we have cases where trans women have occult endometriosis, right?
Do you have a study?
And
Do you have the study for that too?
yeah. So,
Oh, I want to read
Yeah,
that.
I would say
So-
get these all together. I do want to wrap up because I do want to go to bed.
yeah,
I've been
yeah,
trying to get
it's
everything
really late for you guys
out.
Corey, just look up occult endometriosis in trans women,
Gotcha.
and you will find the study on.
Mars, do you have
Yeah,
me
that sounds
on
interesting.
Discord?
Yeah, I think we're both in Gel Bells.
Okay,
Right?
cool. Send me a message. I'm there. Pax there as well. All one word.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
in Gel Bells too. It's that I'm under the same name. Like if somebody wants to send me links,
Yeah.
Okay.
because
Yeah.
I gotta go to bed too.
Right. Good luck, everyone. Have a good night.
Yep,
Good night.
definitely. Have a good night. Thank you all for coming out. Love you all.
Good night, everybody. Love you, wifey. Love you guys.
Love you, wifey.